On the day of the engagement, my girlfriend ran away with someone else. To pass my family's test, I hid my identity and worked as a delivery man for 3 years. At the engagement banquet, I presented this good news as my engagement gift to my girlfriend. But instead, she slapped me in front of everyone. "You've been bragging for 3 years, I'm so tired of hearing it," she said. Then, in front of everyone, she turned around and threw herself into the arms of my rival. My rival put the engagement ring on my girlfriend's finger and mocked me, saying, "Lin Feng, I've always told you, your woman will eventually be mine." I smirked. "Thanks for cleaning up the trash for me." At the engagement banquet, holding the microphone, I looked at Li Ruoxue and announced in front of everyone, "Li Ruoxue, from now on, I will make you the happiest woman in the world." After saying that, I took off the delivery uniform I had worn for 3 years, took out a custom-made high-end ring, and prepared to kneel and propose to her. Before I could fully kneel, Li Ruoxue suddenly slapped me. "Lin Feng, you've been saying this for 3 years. I've heard enough." The audience burst into laughter. Li Ruoxue grew angrier. "In these 3 years, I've seen no ambition in you. All you ever do is deliver food. You've worn out the roads of this city. You can't even afford a new house, and you have the nerve to propose." Without even looking at the ring I gave her, she tossed it aside. Just as I was about to explain, my rival Qin Chuan, dressed in a high-end suit, stood beside Li Ruoxue. With one hand around her waist, he smirked at me and provoked, "Lin Feng, didn't he expect it, did you? This engagement party is specially prepared by me for Ruoxue. How could a stinky delivery man like you be worthy of our noble Ruoxue?" At this moment, Li Ruoxue also snuggled into Qin Chuan's arms. "Qin Chuan, thank you for removing this man who's blocking my happiness." Qin Chuan gave me a glance, took a fiery ring out of his pocket, and placed it on Li Ruoxue's finger. Then, he mocked me, "I've always told you, your woman will eventually be mine. Do you believe it now?" I smirked and nodded. "Yes, I believe it. Thanks for cleaning up the trash. Qin Chuan, listen to me. I've been with him for 3 years, and he called me trash." Li Ruoxue pouted angrily at him. Qin Chuan turned around and jabbed my chest with his finger. "What else can you do besides brag? Oh, right, you deliver food. Unlike me, I'm already a department manager at the Lin Group with an annual salary of millions. Compare that to me. Maybe next life." The audience burst into laughter again. A delivery man actually dares to boast about making Ruoxue the happiest woman in the world. It's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know what Ruoxue saw in him back then. He can't even eat with his looks. Such a luxurious hotel for an engagement banquet. Do you think he can afford all this? What they didn't know was that this engagement banquet had been arranged by the hotel's general manager, Wang Sen, specifically for me. Not saying anything now? Scared. Li Ruoxue flaunted the ring on her finger. "A ring like this, I'm sure it would take you 10 years of delivering food to afford it, right? To be honest, I don't even care about this ring. It's clearly a low-quality product, perfect for you. That's enough." Li Ruoxue got angry at my words. "Lin Feng, you know what? The thing I hate the most about you is your boasting. At first, it was fine, but you've been lying to me for 3 years. Only a fool like me would still believe you." I smiled. "And now, you're still a fool, because you still won't believe me." Without saying anything, Qin Chuan stepped up and punched me. "Who are you calling a fool? Ruoxue was the goddess I chased for 3 years, and you sweet-talked her for 3 years. If you're a man, kneel down and apologize to her now." Several security guards saw me getting hit and were about to step in, but I raised my hand to stop them. It wasn't time for them yet. "Why are you raising your hand like that? You want to fight back?" Qin Chuan sneered. "You better look clearly, this is Lin's hotel. If you weren't my target today, you wouldn't even be able to step through the door. Is that so?" I clenched my fists, the joints cracking loudly, and stared directly at Qin Chuan. "In my eyes, you're just a dog." After saying that, I threw several punches at Qin Chuan's face. "When you're barking wildly, you should look at your master." Qin Chuan was knocked to the ground, blood flowing from his nose. Li Ruoxue rushed to help him wipe it away. Seeing all this, my heart ached. Li Ruoxue had been with me for 3 years, and I had loved her deeply for 3 years. But now, she was speaking to me coldly. Li Ruoxue, it seems you're really not worthy of being the young mistress of the Lin family. Does it still hurt? Li Ruoxue's gentle voice could make anyone melt, but she never once spoke to me like that. I used to think it was just her nature, but now I realize, her gentleness was simply not meant for me. Lin Feng, enough. I've asked you to break up with me many times, and you always thought I was joking. Bringing up break up today, you forced me. She said it was my fault. I forced her to break up with me. I forced her to humiliate me in public? Am I an idiot or crazy? I forced you? Fine, Li Ruoxue, do you realize, by making this decision, you've ruined your life? I smiled bitterly. Including this grand engagement party, do you really think Qin Chuan can afford to give this to you? Li Ruoxue's anger flared up. She raised her hand to slap me, but I grabbed her wrist and said clearly, Li Ruoxue, listen carefully. From now on, I'm no longer that delivery man you can humiliate. I am the head of the Lin family, and I will inherit all of Lin's businesses. Li Ruoxue froze. What did you say? You're the head of the Lin family. The audience laughed again. This guy just took off his delivery uniform and now he is the young master of the Lin family. Even novels don't dare to write like this. Is he dreaming? I think he is just trying to cling to Miss Ruoxue, hoping she'll take him back. Qin Chuan shielded Li Ruoxue behind him. Ruoxue, I'll help you get your revenge today. Otherwise, I won TB Qin. I raised my finger and gestured at Qin Chuan. Come on, I'll keep you company. But if you break anything here, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Don't come to me for help then. Qin Chuan wasn't concerned. Joke. I'm a senior executive at Lin, I don't believe Lin would side with a nobody like you. Oh, you're also named Lin. I almost forgot. Don't think you can say whatever you want just because your surname is the same as Lin. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he stepped toward me and kicked me in the stomach. I blocked it with both hands, then suddenly pushed forward, slamming him into the table behind him. Everything on the table crashed to the ground, smashing into pieces. Qin Chuan, the things on this table are worth 2 million. I smiled and quoted the price. Li Ruoxue glared at me angrily. Lin Feng, are you done yet? Then she quickly stepped forward and helped Qin Chuan up. Don't argue with someone like him. He is just a madman. Qin Chuan rubbed his back in pain and stood up. Looks like today, if I don't show my strength, he really thinks I'm a sick cat. Chapter 2, The Savior Who Treats Me. Qin Chuan, I know you love me, but there's no need to argue with someone like him. Aren't you a senior executive of the Lin family? Just have the security throw him out. Li Ruoxue persuaded Qin Chuan, then turned back to look at me. Lin Feng, I know you're feeling uncomfortable after being abandoned by me today. Even if you kill Qin Chuan, I will still choose to be with the Qin family. For the sake of the 3 years we spent together, just leave now. Otherwise, you will regret it later. I never realized that Li Ruoxue was so infatuated with Qin Chuan. I sneered, I understand your good intentions, but the one who will regret it won't necessarily be me. You? Li Ruoxue, seeing that I wouldn't listen, hardened her heart and said to Qin Chuan, don't show mercy. Qin Chuan spat on the floor and said, did you hear that? Ruoxue has already given up on you. Doesn't it feel bad to be abandoned? Qin Chuan then looked at the security guards. Come over here. 4 security guards quickly appeared in front of Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan looked at me with a teasing expression. Lin Feng, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize to me, maybe I'll consider letting you go. Otherwise, you can enter here standing, but you'll leave horizontally. Good kid, do you even know who you're talking to? I casually sat down on a nearby chair and crossed my legs. Qin Chuan came forward and grabbed my collar, gritting his teeth. You're this poor, and you still can't apologize. Li Ruoxue rolled her eyes at me. Lin Feng, do you care more about your worthless pride than your life? I pushed Qin Chuan's hand away and straightened my collar. You're wrong, I want both pride and life. Too arrogant. All right, if you're determined to die, don't blame me. Qin Chuan ordered the security, beat him up. I'll take responsibility if he gets killed. The security guards stood still as if they hadn't heard anything. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Don't you recognize me? Qin Chuan pointed to himself. I'm your manager Qin. The head of the security team snorted coldly, sorry, we only recognize Manager Liu and General Manager Wang from this hotel. Qin Chuan rubbed his forehead. Is the Manager Liu you're talking about Liu Changfar? The head of security nodded. All right, just wait. I'll call Liu Changfar. Qin Chuan took out his phone and dialed Liu Changfar's number. Changfar, where are you? Get to the hotel lobby right now. Qin Chuan hung up the phone and pointed at me with a vicious expression. Watch how I'm going to deal with you. I'm waiting, I said as I opened my phone, turned on music, and hummed along. A few minutes later, Liu Changfar, the man who Qin Chuan had called, appeared before him. Qin bro, who offended you? Liu Changfar seemed to show great respect for Qin Chuan, so it seemed that he hadn't wasted his time at the Lin family. At least someone respected him. Qin Chuan pointed at me sitting on the chair. This delivery boy, he dared to make trouble in your hotel? I was teaching him a lesson, and he ended up hitting me. Liu Changfar walked towards me with a cold expression. Is that so? I nodded. Yes, he deserved it. Ridiculous, do you know who he is? Liu Changfar yelled at me, his eyes nearly popping out. What do you want? I turned off the music, stood in front of Liu Changfar, and looked directly into his eyes. He sneered. Good kid, who gave you the confidence to talk to me like this? A mere lobby manager, trying to play such a big game in front of me? I guess he's tired of living. Without saying a word, I slapped him hard across the face. Liu Changfar, I think your time as a lobby manager is up. He didn't expect me to strike him. He froze for a moment before raising the chair I had been sitting on and throwing it at me. I dodged and the chair hit the nearby pillar. I smiled. Qin Chuan, this is a Qianlong-era rosewood throne, worth 50 million. You're talking nonsense. Qin Chuan thought I was bluffing. Don't talk about a chair, I can afford to replace anything you break. Liu Changfar, seeing that he missed me, became furious. He looked at the security guards. Tie him up. Their head of security awkwardly said, Manager Liu, this person is the VIP that General Manager Wang just mentioned. Har har. Qin Chuan laughed arrogantly. I see, you guys will never be anything but security guards. This guy, he's just a delivery boy, what makes him a VIP? Do something. Liu Changfar, seeing that not a single security guard was acting as usual, became enraged. He slapped each of them across the face. The guests in the hall started murmuring. He's just a delivery guy, so why aren't the security guards doing anything? Yeah, the lobby manager is here, but this guy seems really calm. I see, none of you will ever work again. You're all fired. Liu Changfar panted, his eyes wide open, pointing at the security guards as he screamed. Li Ruoxue, seeing that even Liu Changfar couldn't do anything to me, was so angry her face turned green. She pointed at me and yelled, Lin Feng, all I did was break up with you. Why are you making such a scene? I might have felt a little sorry for you at first, but now you only disgust me more. Really? I smiled mockingly. You threw yourself into another man's arms in front of everyone, and now you want them to beat me. Who's really disgusting here? Li Ruoxue continued to mock me. You're just a delivery guy, why should I always love you? In these 3 years, all you did was housework, laundry, cooking, and delivery. What else can you do? It seems like all she cares about is money. Li Ruoxue, isn't he all that love? You keep saying I should love you, but what have you done for me? Li Ruoxue froze for a moment, then, blushing, said, girls are born to be loved. If you can't love me, why can't I find someone else? She then looked at Qin Chuan and said, let us go. I don't even want to look at him anymore. Want to leave? Pay for the things you've broken first. I signaled the security guards, who immediately blocked their way. Liu Changfar pointed at the security guards, veins bulging on his forehead. All right, if you want to listen to me, but listen to an outsider, I'll call General Manager Wang and have you all fired. No need to call. Before Liu Changfar could finish his words, Wang Sen, the general manager, walked into the lobby. Good afternoon, General Manager. All of the hotel staff bowed and greeted Wang Sen. Liu Changfar quickly came to Wang Sen, bowing and pointing at me. Mr. Wang, this guy not only broke things in our hotel, but also used your name to boss around the security. Wang Sen glanced at Liu Changfa and then deliberately asked, so this delivery boy is him? Yes, Mr. Wang, Liu Changfa answered, not forgetting to provoke me. Now you're done for. Chapter 3, The Rival Brings His Boss. Qin Chuan looked at me smugly and sneered, Lin Feng, I told you that you'll always be my subordinate. Do you believe me now? Stop bringing up the few achievements you had in school I didn't bother studying. If I had tried, you wouldn't even be worthy to shine my shoes. He pulled Li Ruoxue even closer. Li Ruoxue leaned on his shoulder and deliberately gave him a couple of playful punches. There are so many people watching. So what? I want him to embarrass himself in front of everyone, Qin Chuan said as he placed his hand on her waist, teasingly moving it back and forth. I bet he has never even touched you, huh? A burst of laughter spread through the crowd. That delivery guy is pitiful. Is he bad in bed too? Poor guy. Not only is he poor, but now he can't even get a woman. Shut up. Wang Sen shouted at the crowd, is my guest someone you can just insult? How many women does he want? And besides, the woman in front of him isn't even someone worth mentioning. Li Ruoxue heard this and was upset. She turned to Qin Chuan and complained, did you hear that? This so-called general manager Wang just said I'm not worth anything. Isn't he that an insult to you? Qin Chuan wasn't he a fool? He could tell what had just been said and knew that Li Ruoxue had raised the issue in public. If he stayed silent now, he would lose face. General Manager Wang, Qin Chuan said, show some respect. She is Li Ruoxue, the woman I've been chasing for 3 years. How can you say that about her? Liu Changfa signaled Qin Chuan with his eyes, but Qin Chuan ignored him, continuing to speak recklessly, I don't know what he has given you to make you protect him like this. Suddenly, Liu Changfa slapped Qin Chuan. Who do you think you're questioning, huh? Qin Chuan didn't expect Liu Changfa to strike him. He retaliated, punching Liu Changfa back. Who do you think you are to hit me? Liu Changfa scolded, what is wrong with hitting you? Don't forget, even if you are my cousin, even if you were my father, if you speak like this to General Wang, I'd still hit you. Oh, so it turned out that Qin Chuan was Liu Changfa's cousin. No wonder he listened to him so obediently. Enough. Wang Sen shouted angrily. I don't have time for this nonsense. Let us get to the point. Wang Sen pointed to the broken table nearby. The items on it, including porcelain cups and dishes used by Emperor Kangxi of the Tang dynasty, are worth 3 million. As soon as Wang Sen finished speaking, gasps filled the crowd. So, the delivery guy wasn't he lying, after all? He was even understating it. Who would spend so much on a wedding banquet? The key is, who can even afford it? Wang Sen looked at Qin Chuan and then called out, front desk. A young man in a blue vest holding a bill approached Qin Chuan. Before he could speak, Wang Sen stopped him, hold on, there's more. He pointed at the broken chair. This chair is a Zittenwood throne from the Qianlong era, worth 50 million. Li Ruoxue's face went pale when she heard this. She nervously turned to Qin Chuan and asked, you can afford this, right? Qin Chuan snapped out of his daze and laughed loudly, of course I can afford it, but I'm not willing to pay. He's just an actor Lin Feng hired to scam me. What? Li Ruoxue was furious when she heard that it was all my doing. She rushed in front of me and tried to hit me, but Wang Sen grabbed her wrist. Shameless woman, stop being rude. Li Ruoxue struggled, but Wang Sen tightened his grip. I don't care about your so-called fragility. Today's mess is all because of you. I think you should be the one to pay for it. Wang Sen waved toward the waiter, who came forward with the bill. Miss, the total is 53 million. Please settle the bill. Li Ruoxue had no money. Everything she spent was given by me. In these 3 years, she hadn't done any work, just spending money. To make matters worse, she had a parasitic family, a brother who was always up to no good, a father who gambled all the time, and a mother whose health was failing because of them. When she heard that the bill was being put on her, Li Ruoxue quickly turned to Qin Chuan for help. Qin Chuan, help me. Qin Chuan, his confidence shattered, walked up to Wang Senator with a weak voice. He said, let her go. Wang Sen snorted and kicked Qin Chuan in the stomach. Who are you to come and make demands? Qin Chuan lay there unable to get up, and again sought help from Liu Changfar. Please, help me plead with General Wang. Liu Changfar crouched down and grabbed Qin Chuan by the hair, shouting, "You want to die, but don't drag me into it." Seeing that Qin Chuan couldn't help her, Li Ruoxua turned her gaze to me. "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. A man should be able to let go when it's over. Why are you still forcing me?" It was laughable she thought all of this was because I was still in love with her. "Li Ruoxua, you really think too highly of yourself. I'm just going with the flow. I didn't do anything outrageous. In fact, I warned Qin Chuan from the start, if you want to get physical, everything here, the grass, the trees, and the furniture will be his responsibility. You insisted on handling this mess. What does it have to do with me?" I shrugged and shook my head. "Sorry, love can't be forced. I see you're just unwilling to let me go," Li Ruoxua said, still putting herself on a pedestal. "Lin Feng, you really didn't need all these actors to put on a show. You think I don't know what you're worth?" She still didn't believe me. Qin Chuan was gnashing his teeth in anger. He turned to Wang Sen. "Come on, tell me, how much did Lin Feng give you?" "I, Qin Chuan, will offer you 3 times that." "Mr. Qin, you're acting like you have money to spare," Wang Sen said casually. "If that's the case, settle the bill and leave. It's easier for everyone and saves time. Of course, your little wife here looks like she's about to cry." Wang Sen nudged Li Ruoxua toward Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, my wrist hurts so much. You have to help me." Li Ruoxua started whining again. Qin Chuan, already annoyed, yelled at her, "It's all because of you that I'm stuck with this." "Shut up." Li Ruoxua didn't expect Qin Chuan to snap at her. She burst into tears. "You promised me I would be the happiest woman in the world. Why can't you handle this small issue?" Qin Chuan's face turned a dark shade of red. He picked up his phone and called Ji Yuan, the general manager of a branch company under the Lin Group. I'd heard of him from Wang Sen but hadn't met him yet. It looked like today I would find out whether Ji Yuan was capable or not. "You're the department manager at Lin Group. Who would dare mess with you?" Ji Yuan thought Qin Chuan was joking, not taking it seriously. "Boss, I'm serious. I'm at the Lin Group 7-star hotel. Come save me." Chapter 4, I voluntarily asked to be beaten. To prove his point, Qin Chuan's voice even had a sobbing tone. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan sneered and looked at Wang Sen. "Just wait. In the hierarchy of Lin Corporation, you're below Manager Ji. The achievements he creates for Lin Corporation each year are beyond what you can compare to." Wang Sen straightened his clothes and said seriously, "Even if the King of Heaven comes today, you still have to pay for these things." As soon as Wang Sen finished speaking, a man with a slightly chubby build, slicked back hair, dressed in a suit, and appearing to be in his 40s, walked with an imposing presence into everyone's view. "Wow, such a commotion. What's going on today?" He quickly spotted Wang Sen standing not far from Qin Chuan and walked over briskly. "Mr. Wang, you don't look too good. Who made you angry?" Qin Chuan immediately hurried up to Ji Yuan, bowing and greeting him. "You're finally here. Mr. Wang is trying to make me pay 53 million for this." Qin Chuan dragged his words in a sarcastic tone, obviously trying to inform Ji Yuan of what happened, and it was obvious to everyone. Upon hearing the figure of 53 million, Ji Yuan's face changed. For a department manager, that was equivalent to 2 or 3 years' worth of salary. "Qin Chuan, are you joking?" Ji Yuan sounded skeptical. "By the way, you mentioned a disgusting delivery guy earlier, where is he?" Qin Chuan confidently pointed at me. "It's him." Ji Yuan gave me a disdainful glance, then turned to Qin Chuan with a sneer. "Are you sure? This guy looks so shabby, probably worth less than 200 yuan in total. And you, a department manager of Lin Corporation, can't even handle him?" Wang Sen smirked from the side, watching coldly. Ji Yuan walked toward me. Although he wasn't taller than me, he adopted a superior tone when speaking. "So, what did Qin Chuan do to upset you?" I smiled coldly. "He didn't upset me. He upset the things in this hotel." "These things?" Ji Yuan looked around at the broken porcelain and chairs on the floor with a nonchalant expression. "They should be worth something, but it's not like Qin Chuan can't afford to pay for them." He finally realized these were Lin Corporation's items. Each item from Lin Corporation would appear valuable to ordinary people, and he was somewhat aware of that. However, Gu Yuan's tone shifted. Why should Qin Chuan pay? Ridiculous. My things were broken, so should I pay for them? I shoved my hands into my pockets and stared at Gu Yuan, controlling my impulse to snap at him. As soon as I finished speaking, it caused another round of laughter from the crowd. Lin Feng, do you really think this hotel belongs to your family? Qin Chuan sneered with a smug expression. I'll tell you, apologize to me now, and maybe I'll help you out. Otherwise, just wait for bad luck today. This kid really thinks he has something, huh? Yeah, he has been talking this way the whole time, as if he has some powerful background. He is just a delivery guy. What can he do? Poor people care about their pride. The guests around us started gossiping and mocking me. Mr. Gu, this guy is too arrogant. Earlier, he even hit me. Liu Changfa started stirring the pot, as if fearing Gu Yuan might let me off their hook. Of course, Li Ruoshua wouldn't stay quiet. She gritted her teeth and said to me, Lin Feng, for the sake of our 3 years together, I won't make things too hard for you. Just apologize and pay for these worthless things. After that, we'll part ways and go our separate ways. Such a good person, Li Ruoshua. Did you hear that? Just do what this young lady says. Gu Yuan ordered me, then turned to Wang Sen. I came specifically to find you. I heard from Steward Li that the young master is going to take over the Lin family soon. You're the only one who has met him. Can you make an exception and let me meet him first? No. Wang Sen replied firmly, no one can meet the young master before we hold the welcome banquet. Not even me. Gu Yuan wasn't giving up. I've done a lot for Lin Corporation. Wang Sen shot him a glance. Mr. Gu, are you threatening the young master or me? No, no. Gu Yuan quickly denied it. I'm just passing by. Good, Wang Sen said. Make sure your employee pays for the damages and leaves immediately. I don't have time to play with him. Wang Sen gave Gu Yuan an ultimatum. Mr. Wang, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'll handle it here. Gu Yuan tried to send Wang Sen away. Wang Sen sneered, Mr. Gu, this is my hotel, and I set the prices. As veterans of Lin Corporation, I want to make things difficult for you, but don't make things difficult for me. Wang Sen then shouted to the crowd, Xiao Sunday. A young man in a suit and tie appeared before Wang Sen. Mr. Wang. Wang Sen flicked his head, give Mr. Gu the appraisal report. Xiao Sun took 2 sheets of laminated paper from a folder. Mr. Gu, please have a look. Gu Yuan took the papers without much thought, but his expression grew more serious. Wow, these things are really worth that much. He handed the papers back to Xiao Sun and approached me. Kid, looks like heaven isn't on your side. Your little life might be over here. Gu Yuan gestured, and 8 men in suits appeared in front of me. Take care of him. The one thing I hate most in life is people who don't know their place. Qin Chuan swaggered, swinging his arms with a vicious smile. You're done for this time. Seeing this, Wang Sen quickly moved in front of me, blocking my path. Mr. Gu, he is under my protection. Please show some respect. Gu Yuan placed a hand on Wang Sen's shoulder, smiling lightly. Mr. Wang, I know this is your turf, but you can't just let us Lin Corporation employees be humiliated by an outsider. He is not an outsider. Wang Sen removed Gu Yuan's hand. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on him will have to get through me first. Are you deliberately going against me? Gu Yuan didn't back down. If this escalates to Steward Li, you may not come out on top. Then let us see. Wang Sen waved his hand, and 6 security guards rushed in. I'm taking care of this young man today. Mr. Gu, I think he has just taken my money. I didn't expect Mr. Wang to be so rich and still care about a small amount of money. Looks like he is just a petty person. Qin Chuan couldn't wait to stir up trouble. Liu Changfa didn't speak. After all, Wang Sen was his superior, but he didn't step in to help, just stood by observing. At that moment, I calmly stepped out from behind Wang Sen. Mr. Wang, don't worry. Doesn't he want to beat me? Let him. Chapter 5 All Settlements. I approached Gu Yuan and whispered in his ear, Gu Yuan, after you hit me, I'm afraid you can't bear the responsibility. Do you dare to hit me again? Gu Yuan stretched out his hand and slapped me in the face. You are so arrogant. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? I covered my burning cheeks and said, one slap costs 10 million. As soon as their voice fell, Li Ruoshua laughed first, yelled at me, and said jokingly, Lin Feng, you really think you are a dish? I have been with you for 3 years. How many times have you been slapped by me? If this is the case, I will go bankrupt today. Har har, bankruptcy. You really flatter yourself. Do you have any property to break? A person who spends all my money when she moves her hands and feet actually says she is bankrupt. 10 million for a slap, that's really expensive. I think he just wanted to scare the other party, he has no real ability, isn't bragging his strong point. The crowd started to criticize me again, har har, no wonder, because if I were the unaware audience, they would also look at me like this. Ji Yuan said nothing, came up and slapped me again. Okay, this is what you said, 10 million for a slap, then I'll start with 100 million. After that, he used all his strength, concentrated all his strength on his hands, and slapped me 7 times in a row. He was tired and panting, and I had been beaten beyond recognition by him. My whole face was like a steamed bun, and my swollen eyes could only see 2 slits. Wang Sen tried to stop me many times, but I stopped him every time. If you can't even take a slap in the face, why would you take over the Lin family business? I will make you bankrupt today, Ji Yuan. I was lying on the ground, 3 of my teeth had been knocked out by him, my mouth was sticky, a fishy smell irritated my stomach, I vomited blood and water all over the floor. Wang Sen, a 7-foot-tall man, wiped his tears with heartache. Why are you doing this? I smiled, watching Ji Yuan hook his finger at him. One last slap. He didn't expect that I would really stand still and let him hit me. He kept trying to make me beg for mercy. The less I begged, the angrier he got, and the more he got stronger. Lin Feng, this is the end of your bragging. Li Ruoshua still didn't forget to mock me. It seems that all my 3 years of hard work have gone to waste. Qin Chuan approached me and stepped on my stomach. Say sorry now. Ji Yuan pushed him away. Now it's a contest between me and him, you have nothing to do with it. Har har, he's quite loyal. Ji Yuan squatted down, lifted my chin with one hand, and said with a smile, boy, you are quite courageous. I am afraid you can't bear the last slap. Now beg me for mercy, and I will pretend that nothing happened. You can get up and leave. That's right, why is he so stubborn? If you continue to fight, someone will die. Young man, just say something soft. Some people in the crowd began to worry about me. Compared with what Li Ruoshua said, it made me feel a little warmer. Speak. Ji Yuan's voice began to rise, and a burst of anger emerged from his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow me in one gulp. I guess he has been walking in the world for so many years, and he has never met someone as strong as me. Has it? I am the young master of the Lin family. I have taken over the important task of the Lin family in the future. The important task is not only money, but also responsibility, dedication, and even sacrifice. So, this test is nothing to me. Come on, continue. I spit out a mouthful of blood and continued to provoke Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was stunned. It seemed that he didn't want to slap me again for the last time. Think about it carefully. You might die if you slap me with this one. I can afford to pay for it, but can you afford to gamble? Wang Sen came to me and said distressedly, forget it. I'll take you to the hospital now. Go down. I said firmly. Wang Sen didn't dare to insist any longer. He glared at Ji Yuan and said, you're dead. 10. Ji Yuan ignored Wang Sen's words, picked me up, gritted his teeth, and slapped me with all his strength. I just felt dizzy, blacked out, and fell to the ground. I don't know how long it took. I opened my eyes, and a warm yellow light shone on my face. I was still alive, but their sky was dark. You are so lucky to be still alive. I can recognize Li Ruoshua's voice all my life. Why bother? If you admit your mistake earlier, you won't have to torment yourself like this. Qin Chuan seemed to feel sorry for me. How do you feel? Wang Sen held me in his arms, his eyes full of worry. The doctor is coming soon, just hold on for a while. I forced my swollen eyes open, thinking to myself, it's a lie that it doesn't hurt, it's just that the vital parts are not hurt, at most my hearing will be affected a little. I glanced at Ji Yuan, Qin Chuan, and Li Ruoshua, and said to Wang Sen, use all your strength to make them pay the money first. Okay. When Sen just waited for me to say this, he picked up the phone and walked somewhere else to make a call. Ji Yuan rubbed his sore hand and smiled calmly. One slap costs 10 million, now it's 100 million. Kid, do you really think you are worth 100 million? What? Mr. Gu of Lin Group wants to default on his debt now. I pointed at the people in the hall. These people are watching you. You are the Lin Group, and Lin Group has always been very strict. Take the money. Someone in the crowd shouted. Take the money, take the money. Then everyone shouted together. Ji Yuan's face was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "You are a brave boy." After that, he walked towards Qin Chuan. I don't know what Ji Yuan said to him. Qin Chuan's legs softened and he knelt down to Ji Yuan. Chapter 6. The situation is reversed. I just came to help him. I should find this Mr. Qin for the wine. Ji Yuan looked ugly and directly shifted everyone's attention to Qin Chuan. Although the situation on the scene made him a little embarrassed, he has reached this position now, and he has developed a certain amount of determination through research, so his face is naturally thick. Facing the eyes of the crowd, he walked to Wang Sen again and asked in a deep voice. I will ask you one last time, can you tell me the whereabouts of the young master? Hearing his words, I couldn't help laughing. Wang Sen was helping me sit down slowly on the chair. Hearing this, he looked up at Ji Yuan. In his eyes, the other party seemed to be no different from a fool. You should think about how to pay the money. After hearing this, Ji Yuan turned around and strode towards the door. He didn't care about the doctor who was in charge of the mess at all. To him, the person he just beat was just a nobody, and it was not his turn to compensate. But he was stopped as soon as he walked to the door. I don't know since when, the door was stopped by dozens of security guards in black suits. Unlike the hotel security guards, these security guards are well trained at first glance, and they are definitely not something that ordinary people can order around. Since he had not achieved his purpose of going out, he had to turn back and look at Wang Sen with an unhappy face, believing that those people were sent by Wang Sen. Tell me, how to give the 100 million, cash or transfer? Wang Sen ignored Ji Yuan, but looked at Qin Chuan who was limp on the ground, and asked expressionlessly. What are you kidding? What evidence do you have that we owe money? This is extortion. Qin Chuan looked up in panic and answered Wang Sen. Ji Yuan just said that the slap was for him and asked him to handle the matter himself, and he panicked immediately. He didn't expect Ji Yuan to put the blame on himself. A higher official can crush a person, so Qin Chuan naturally couldn't offend Ji Yuan, and naturally turned his spearhead to me lying on the ground. Extortion, isn't that a bit too much? Wang Sen sneered in the direction of Qin Chuan. Everyone present here is a witness, and sorry, our Lin's hotels are equipped with the latest high-definition surveillance equipment, and everything just now was recorded. You wanted to beat me, but now you refuse to admit it. As Wang Sen finished speaking, Qin Chuan's face turned pale, and he was obviously hit hard. I looked at him like this and found it ridiculous. This is just the beginning, the show has just begun. Qin Chuan, I have something else to do, I want to leave first. Just when everyone was cheering and asking Qin Chuan to stop dawdling and give the money quickly, Li Ruoxue spoke cautiously, fearing that others would notice her. She really is, refreshing my perception of me again and again. Looking at her face, I wish I could slap myself again. I was really blind to like her in the first place. I treated her wholeheartedly for 3 years, but I couldn't recognize her vain nature. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You are the protagonist today. If you leave, this good show will be over. The pain from my body made my voice a little weak, but it couldn't stop my anger. I looked at Li Ruoxue, and no one knew the complicated feelings in my heart. Lin Feng, I know you still love me. I am also very uncomfortable with the situation. I want to leave now. If you insist on letting me stay here, I really won't forgive you. I thought she was going to show weakness and apologize to me. But when I heard her say that she forgave me, I couldn't help laughing. Because I laughed too loudly, it affected the wound, and a bloody smell flowed down the corner of my mouth. Okay, as long as you slap Qin Chuan 50 times, I will let you go first. I looked at her, wanting to see how deep her feelings for Qin Chuan were. Really? Li Ruoxue smiled happily. How could she still look like a little bird in front of Qin Chuan just now? Yes. I looked at her and agreed readily. After hearing Li Ruoshua's words, everyone at the scene was silent for a moment. No one expected that Li Ruoshua, who was still flirting with Qin Chuan at the beginning, would change her face so quickly now. As Li Ruoshua walked step by step in front of Qin Chuan, the shock on Qin Chuan's face could not be concealed. "Ruoshua, didn't you say that you love me the most and are willing to share the joys and sorrows with me? Now you." Because he was too surprised, Qin Chuan's reaction was a little sluggish. "Don't blame me, Qin Chuan. If a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. I didn't participate in what happened just now." Li Ruoshua shook her head, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. She has always known what she wants. Now it's just a few slaps on Qin Chuan. No one will know about this matter after leaving this door, and it will not affect her future life at all. I almost watched Li Ruoshua's expression change, and I knew what her inner mentality was. I never thought that I would understand her so well before. Li Ruoshua walked in front of Qin Chuan and slapped him before he could react. The sound was loud enough. For me at this moment, this sound was so pleasant. "Li Ruoshua, you vicious woman, I became like this today because of you. You just said this. Do you have any conscience?" Qin Chuan couldn't stand this insult. He stood up and slapped Li Ruoshua back. Because of the anger, Li Ruoshua fell to the ground directly. Half of her face was swollen almost instantly. She looked at Qin Chuan in disbelief. It was also my fault that I spoiled her too much before. She never fought back when she was beaten or scolded. She couldn't stand the gap in her heart when she was beaten suddenly. She covered her face and cried. At my signal, 2 security guards not far away came forward and held Qin Chuan on each side, providing Li Ruoshua with an excellent opportunity to slap. Li Ruoshua was not a pushover. She stood in front of Qin Chuan again and attacked him with anger. Because she was too angry and used too much force, her expression became ferocious and looked a little funny. Par par par. A series of slaps sounded in this huge space, accompanied by the counting of people watching the excitement. 28, 29. As Li Ruoshua moved, the voices of the audience became louder and louder. Qin Chuan's scolding at the beginning turned into painful whimpers later, which looked very pitiful. After the last slap, Qin Chuan appeared in front of everyone in a miserable state. His face was swollen like a pig's head, his carefully groomed hair was messed up, and his high-end suit was full of stains. "Can I leave now?" Li Ruoshua walked in front of me and asked. "Lin Feng, don't be so arrogant. Don't think you can be proud just because you are with a manager. I will live a better life than you." With a red and swollen face, she turned around and walked outside in high heels. Because of what happened just now, her steps were very fast, and she felt like she was running away. Wang Sen wanted someone to stop her, but I shook my head and stopped him. If you want to torture someone, it's more fun to do it slowly. Chapter 7. So he became a gigolo. Let him sign the IOU or something, and then throw him out. I retracted my gaze and told Wang Sen, who was standing beside me. Wang Sen nodded respectfully and told his men to do this. Due to my injury, I postponed the day of returning to the Lin family, and all matters were prepared to be dealt with after I officially returned home. Half a month later, I came out of the private hospital in this city and took a deep breath of fresh air. I still remember that when I first arrived at the hospital that day, housekeeper Li was shocked by my miserable condition, and the rest was more distressed. I still remember the tearful look of the old man. Fortunately, my grandfather kept it a secret, otherwise he would be heartbroken. Although he has always adhered to the concept that only those who endure hardships can become superior people, he is silently sad every time he sees me suffering, and I know all this. This time, I was treated by top experts, using the best treatment methods and drugs, so I did not have any sequelae. After leaving the hospital, I got on the Rolls-Royce at the door under the envious eyes of passers-by. The old house of the Lin family is in the city center, and it doesn't take long to get there. When the car drove to the gate, I saw a familiar figure pacing around, talking to housekeeper Li. "Manager Jiyu has come several times and wanted to see you, young master, but the master refused. Everything is according to your wishes." The driver took a look and explained attentively. "Well, I got it." I nodded, without much emotional fluctuation. After all, a character like Jiyu Yuan is still on my revenge list. I want to let him taste the taste of his own evil. "Xiaofeng, welcome home." As soon as I entered the door, my grandfather walked towards me with a cane, tears flashing in the corners of his eyes. After both grandfather and grandson calmed down, Grandpa spoke earnestly. Good boy, you will officially take over the Lin Group from next week, and Grandpa will let go and leave everything to you. Don't let Grandpa down. Grandpa patted my shoulder and told me seriously. Don't worry, Grandpa won't let you down. Grandpa and I promised solemnly, without any fear. What I didn't expect was that when I returned home and was about to play chess with Grandpa to let him relax, there was a noisy sound outside the door. Lin Feng. Their voice came in before the person came in. Grandpa and I looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me in advance that Lin Feng was coming back today? If I hadn't asked housekeeper Li, would you have kept it a secret? The one who walked in with the reproachful voice was my arrogant cousin Lin Yun. Lin Yun was raised in the palm of her hand since she was a child. She attended various occasions with her grandfather and aunt and was known as the eldest daughter of the Lin family. 8 years ago, she was traveling with her aunt, uncle and my parents and was involved in a car accident. None of them survived. Grandpa sent her off, and he spoiled Lin Yun to the extreme. Fortunately, except for her temperament as an eldest daughter, Lin Yun had a very positive outlook on life, so her grandfather was particularly satisfied with her. She had no interest in the Lin family business, but instead liked the jewelry design industry and created a jewelry brand. She designed well, and with the support of the Lin family, her brand is currently in full swing. I don't care. Since you are back, you have to accompany me today. Lin Yun looked at me, and the resentment in her expression was about to overflow. I nodded, but I still couldn't refuse this little ancestor. There was no way. During the 3 years when I went out to gain experience, she was still caring about me. Okay, you young people go have fun, and come back to accompany me when you are free. Grandpa waved his hand, not having any objection. Lin Yun took my hand and went out impatiently. Her mood was unprecedentedly high. Seeing her so happy, I couldn't help but feel better. 20 minutes later, I got out of the passenger seat of Lin Yun's sports car, and my legs were a little weak. There was no way, getting in this little girl's car again after 3 years was still a test of my courage. As soon as I got out of the car, I felt a familiar figure at the entrance of the mall in front of me. The other party was holding a bald head. It seemed to be Li Ruoxue. Before I could see clearly, Lin Yun dragged me in another direction. Let's go, I made an appointment with my friend to customize a suit. She is usually not free, you'd better seize the opportunity. I let Lin Yun pull me to the top floor of the mall, the clothing store closest to the center. The decoration of the store is very simple. I felt very comfortable after entering the store. I looked around and felt that many clothes were pretty good. The friend that Lin Yun mentioned really caught my eye. She was too gentle and didn't look like someone who could get along with Lin Yun, who was so noisy. After finally measuring the size and picking out several sets of clothes for me from the store, Lin Yun let me go. Okay, let's do this for today. I'll take you to my store next. She and her little sister walked in front with their hands linked. I followed them tirelessly and acted like a qualified human shopping cart. When I walked all the way to the door of Lin Yun's store, my hands were already full of things. This branch was just opened this year. Follow your sister and see the world. Don't be like before, with your eyes covered with shit and unable to tell what is good and what is bad. Lin Yun looked at me with a hint of meaning, with some anger in her tone. Of course, what she said secretly was that I was with Li Ruoxue at the beginning. I just wanted to speak, and I made a mistake with Lin Yun. I didn't expect to laugh. The sound was too familiar, so that I didn't have to turn around to know who it was. The Lin family, originally the granddaughter of the Lin group, made a small white face. As she fell into silence. Lin Yun wanted to speak immediately, but I held her back and shook my head at her. I wanted to see what Li Ruoxue could do this time. Ms. Lin, I have something to advise you. Li Ruoxue turned to look at Lin Yun and said. Chapter 8 Don't do your business. Seeing Li Ruoxue like this, I probably knew that she had misunderstood. Most of the clothes I was carrying were men's clothes, and with what Lin Yun said just now, she probably thought that these were all bought by Lin Yun for me. Ms. Lin, to be honest, Lin Feng is my ex-boyfriend. He has been with me for 3 years but has not made any progress. He also likes to pretend to be a rich man. He used the nickname of your Lin family to be arrogant outside. I hope Miss Lin will not be deceived. When Li Ruoxue said this, She did not deliberately lower her voice, so some people passing by could not help but stop and look over. She looked at me while she was talking. Her expression of sudden enlightenment clearly showed that she thought she had found the reason why I was able to instruct Manager Wang at that time. So what? I interrupted Lin Yun's thoughts of correcting Li Ruoxue and agreed directly. Ms. Lin, don't blame me for not reminding you. When he was with you, he was still spending money on me. Li Ruoxue looked proud and didn't feel ashamed to say this. Xiaoxue, don't bother with them. Let's go in and have a look. We promised to buy you a diamond necklace. The bald man next to us glanced at us, and there was no concealment of contempt in his eyes. Okay. Li Ruoxue glanced at the other person shyly, looking like a little woman. Seeing her like this, I felt even more blind. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Wang Jiabai, the general manager of Fang's real estate. As Li Ruoxue proudly said the other person's identity, Lin Yun and I looked at each other and fell into silence. It's a coincidence that the general manager of Fang's real estate is my grandfather's good friend. He is not married and has no children, so he usually treats me and Lin Yun as his own grandchildren. This Wang Jiabai doesn't look like a good person. He shouldn't mind helping Grandpa Fang clean up the mess. Oh, hello, Manager Wang, goodbye, Manager Wang. Lin Yun rolled her eyes, not taking the other person seriously at all. When Li Ruoxue introduced him just now, he straightened his body, obviously thinking that his status was superior. Now that Lin Yun rolled her eyes, his face instantly turned pale. Xiaoxue, stay away from people who don't know how to respect others in the future. Manager Wang looked at us, strode with Li Ruoxue into the store. We promised Lin Yun to come to her store, so there was no reason for us to leave. We went in a little later, and the shopping guide had already taken Li Ruoxue and Manager Wang to sit on the sofa outside. The two people were bossing the shopping guide around, obviously with an attitude that I am God because I have money. Ms. Lin. The store manager, who was busy, saw us and hurried over to say hello. Manager Chen, go and tell them that we don't do business with them. Lin Yun pointed to where Li Ruoxue and the others were, obviously helping me vent my anger. Why don't you let me tell you who you are? Lin Yun turned and looked at me, puzzled. If you tell me so soon, how can I play later? I shook my head, deliberately whetting Lin Yun's appetite. Not long after Manager Chen went over, we heard Li Ruoxue's sharp voice coming from the other side. Why don't you sell it to us? Do you know who my boyfriend is? Manager Wang, who was sitting there, didn't look very good either. He was obviously using Li Ruoxue to express his dissatisfaction. Sorry, our boss said he won't sell it to you. Please move your seats and don't affect our business. Manager Chen showed a professional smile. Li Ruoxue and Manager Wang's faces turned pale and blue, and they stood up in a rage and walked towards the store entrance. If you ask me, you should be more direct when dealing with such people. Lin Yun looked at me, obviously not understanding why I was hiding my identity. That night, my phone kept vibrating. I opened the message and found that it was a chat in the university class group. Our class leader organized a class reunion a week later, and everyone was discussing where to go. Just when everyone was arguing, Li Ruoxue spoke. My boyfriend said that in order to thank everyone for taking care of me during college, please go to their hotel under Lin's for dinner tilde. This message came out and blew up the class group at once. Damn, did Lin Feng make a fortune? I remember that Lin Feng has been delivering food. Ruoxue broke up with Lin Feng a long time ago. Her current boyfriend is Wang Jiabai, the general manager of Fang Group. I looked through the records and found that when everyone was discussing me, a good friend of Li Ruoxue sent out this heavy news. Then a group of people congratulated her for finding a good match. Amid the compliments of everyone, Li Ruoxue directly tagged me. Although we broke up, I still don't want you to attend this party. After all, it's rare to meet with classmates. Looking at her gossiping, I instantly understood Li Ruoxue's intention. She just wanted to humiliate me in front of my classmates. I want to see how she will perform then. Isn't Lin Feng afraid? Is she ashamed of herself? As more and more people followed suit and tagged me, I spoke in the group. I will be there on time. After answering this message, I turned off my phone and didn't care about their reactions. On the day of the class reunion, I went to the hotel wearing the suit that Lin Yun strongly recommended. In order to make Li Ruoxue proud for a while, I was half an hour late. As soon as I walked into the box, the discussion inside stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at me in unison. Everyone is so early. As I said, I sat down slowly at the entrance. It's no wonder that this seat was reserved for me. Li Ruoxue and Manager Wang were right opposite. Lin Feng, why are you so late? We all ate first and thought you wouldn't come. The squad leader took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere and greeted me. I thought you didn't dare to come. I didn't expect you to be dressed so well today. Did you rent this outfit? The woman next to Li Ruoxue said while covering her mouth. Oh, Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. She apologized, but she didn't look embarrassed at all, instead she looked gloating. You can't blame me for thinking this way, after all, the suit you're wearing doesn't look like something you can afford with your delivery salary. Unlike our Ruoshue's boyfriend, who spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on a diamond necklace, it's really enviable. Seeing that I didn't react, the other party continued to talk. Really? But I just saw them being kicked out of a jewelry store last time. What's going on? I watched this fast leisurely and threw out a sentence lightly. Chapter 9. You don't have no money to pay the bill, do you? Li Ruoxue and Manager Wang, who were originally so proud, looked dazed for a moment. They certainly didn't think that I would say this in front of everyone. What nonsense are you talking about? What are the identities of our Ruoxue and Manager Wang? How could such a thing happen? Before Li Ruoxue could answer, their dog leg beside her spoke first, looking at me with contempt, obviously not believing what I said. Li Ruoxue on the side tugged at her skirt and then spoke. There may be some misunderstandings. It's just that the store didn't have the style that suits me, so we went to other jewelry stores to buy things. She is really eloquent, and she can probably talk the dead into life. It's rare for everyone to get together again. You can order more dishes you want to eat today. After all, you don't come here often. Li Ruoxue changed the topic and acted like a host. I could tell that she was not only showing off Manager Wang's wealth, but also taking the opportunity to belittle the other people present. I curled my lips, looked at them, and said, "Can we order any dishes, including drinks?" The other party obviously didn't expect that I not only didn't show an embarrassed expression, but instead agreed with their words. Of course. Manager Wang regained his position and nodded confidently. Seeing them like this, I turned around and waved to the waiter at the door of the box, and said directly, "Let your manager Shu come over to serve." Hearing this, Wang Jiabai's face changed. Boss Wang is so mean. If I hadn't asked in advance, I wouldn't have known that he was a member of this hotel. You know, the menus for ordinary customers and members are completely different. Boss Wang is so mean to hide it. I looked at a group of people around me and pointed out this fact directly. Before coming here, the personal information about Wang Jiabai had already been placed in front of me. This person is indeed capable, but as he worked as a manager for a long time, he began to use his position to seek benefits and enrich himself, and he has a lot of private assets. This person is lustful and likes to pretend to be rich, but in fact he is a stingy person. For example, the identity of Lin's hotel member will only be used when entertaining some important customers. After all, the minimum consumption of Lin's member menu alone is over 1 million. Not to mention, there are 20 or 30 people present, so it must be a big loss. Since he likes to be a sucker, I don't mind letting him be the one to the end. I looked at Wang Jiabai with a smile, watching his face change again and again, which was very exciting. In front of so many people, he still nodded. Forget it, forget it. I was afraid of scaring everyone. Since Lin Feng has said it, I will let everyone enjoy the membership service of Lin's hotel tonight. When Manager Wang said this, his voice was a lot louder. Wow, I didn't expect to receive such treatment today. Thank you so much, Ruoxue and your boyfriend, they are so generous. Really, Ruoxue, your boyfriend spoils you too much. The compliments around her made Li Ruoxue's vanity explode. She shyly glanced at Wang Jiabai beside her and was so happy. Originally, she thought Wang Jiabai's appearance was not worthy of her, but now she can ignore this shortcoming. Next, Manager Shu took us to a more luxurious box, and the dishes were replaced with some rare delicacies. The students present had never seen such a scene before, and they took out their mobile phone records. The compliments were unheard of. This made Li Ruoxue and Wang Jiabai so happy. Their smug looks were a bit funny to me. I don't know if they can still laugh after a while. Manager Shu, I wonder if our Mr. Wang's membership privileges can allow us to go to the club next door to experience it. As I asked, everyone present cast their eyes on Wang Jiabai's position. People's hearts are like this. If they have something good, they will only want to have something better. Wang Jiabai's face was obviously much uglier because he didn't have that privilege. The club next door under Lin's family requires people with a net worth of hundreds of millions to be qualified to participate in the review and become members. Sorry, Mr. Wang Jiabai doesn't have that privilege. Manager Shu answered me in a formal way. As he finished speaking, Wang Jiabai's face stiffened. If eyes could kill, I would have been cut into pieces by him. But after going through so many things, this level is not painful for me. Oh, it's a blessing for us to come to such a place and eat such good food. Don't expect too much. Wang Jiabai said nothing, but the woman who claimed to be Li Ruoshue's best friend spoke. I couldn't help laughing when she said this. I'm sorry, I didn't know that our president Wang didn't have the authority. When I said the last two words, I emphasized my tone. During this period, my eyes stayed on Wang Jiabai's face, and naturally I didn't miss his increasingly ugly expression. But if you want to go to Lin's club, it's not a very difficult thing. I didn't expect President Wang couldn't even do this. I said word by word, further stimulating Wang Jiabai. Just now, President Wang kept saying that he had a good relationship with the Lin group and praised himself so much. I thought he was so awesome. As I spoke, the scene fell into silence. At this time, a waiter came over with the bill and handed it to Manager Shu. Manager Shu stepped forward and spoke in front of everyone. Mr. Wang, this is the consumption of the private room tonight. Please pay the bill. I silently gave this Manager Shu points in my heart. He is very good at handling things. I will arrange for him to be promoted and get a raise later. Wang Jiabai looked grimly at the bill and frowned at the amount on it. Manager Shu, is there something wrong with this bill? Mr. Wang, don't worry. We Lins have always been honest to everyone. Since you have questions, we will naturally help you solve them. Someone, bring up the menu. As he said that, he read out the amount of the dishes and the price of the drinks without caring about Wang Jiabai's reaction. The above is all their consumption. The price is 7.5 million. Does Mr. Wang have any questions? Manager Shu looked in the direction of Wang Jiabai and asked knowingly. As he spoke, Wang Jiabai's eyes twitched, and then he spoke in a low voice. Manager Shu, I wonder if I can talk to you for a moment. How could I miss such a good opportunity? I asked directly. Mr. Wang, you don't have money to pay the bill, do you? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Jiabai's fat body trembled, obviously because I hit the nail on the head. Nonsense, what nonsense, how could I not have money to pay the bill? He looked at me angrily, and his voice of rebuttal was much louder. Chapter 10 Get them out. Mr. Wang, please show me your bank card. Manager Shu said in a businesslike manner. Wang Jiabai took out his wallet with a sullen face, took out his bank card and handed it to Manager Shu. Insufficient balance, please change the bank card to pay. As the sound of the machine sounded, the scene was silent, and all kinds of eyes looked at Wang Jiabai, and his face instantly flushed. Damn, this is terrible. We won't be detained here and can't leave. If you don't have money, why pretend to be rich? It turns out that we just praised him for nothing. Slap yourself in the face and pretend to be rich. This is what I mean. For a while, people were saying all kinds of things. Li Ruoshue, who was standing by, was pale. She didn't expect that her boyfriend, who had just made her so glorious, would make her so embarrassed. Manager Shu, I may have taken the wrong card just now. Wait a minute, I will make a call and ask my assistant to send the card over. Wang Jiabai looked at Manager Shu with some embarrassment, and his attitude was much more humble. I looked at his expression and felt that this trip today was worth it. Okay, I will pay for all the consumption today. Manager Shu, please pay the bill and take my classmates to the club to sit down. I have embarrassed them today. Give them some good wine to calm them down. I took out the card and handed it to Manager Shu, ready to end the good show. Oh my god, isn't that the black gold card in Lin Feng's hand? No way, how could a delivery man like Lin Feng have that thing? But he said he was here to pay the bill. If it wasn't a black gold card, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? In that case, look at the suit Lin Feng is wearing. Isn't it the new model that La Liga just released today? If I remember correctly, that brand is limited edition. As I took out the black gold card, the discussion around me became louder. I listened to my former classmates discussing me, but I didn't have much emotional fluctuations. As the successor of the Lin Group, I didn't take this little scene seriously. "Sir, I'll have someone prepare your card at the club right away. It should be ready in about 10 minutes. It's just the right time for you and your friends to go there." Manager Shu handed the card back to me respectfully and bowed to me. This made Li Ruoxue and the Wang family dumbfounded. Li Ruoxue spoke to me in disbelief. "Lin Feng, how did you get the black gold card? Is it Miss Lin's?" "Yes, Miss Lin must have lent it to you. Don't you feel guilty about holding someone else's card?" She looked down on me from the bottom of her heart and instinctively denied the possibility that the black gold card was mine. "Oh, then do you think that I can enter the club next door because of Miss Lin's help?" I looked at Li Ruoxue, who was deceiving herself with amusement, and deliberately followed her words. "Then what else? You are really the young master of the Lin family, don't pretend. No one knows how poor you are better than me." Li Ruoxue frowned and looked at me. "Oh, really? I have been delivering food day and night for the past 3 years. The money is not small, but it is all spent on you. How can you say I am poor?" I couldn't help laughing when I heard Li Ruoxue's words of disdain for me again. There is no way. It is really uncomfortable to have your efforts trampled on by others. I looked at her with coldness. "I thought you were my true love, but it is a pity that you missed the opportunity to be with me. I hope you will regret it later." After leaving this, I turned and walked out. Before leaving, I did not forget to talk to Manager Shu. "People like Mr. Wang are not suitable to appear in our Lin Group. Add them to the blacklist in the future." "Yes, sir." "Then do you think you should let them go to the club together?" Manager Shu looked at me and asked for instructions. "Since they are all on the blacklist, just kick them out. Why keep them?" I glanced at Manager Shu and instantly wanted to take back my previous idea of giving you a promotion and a raise. "Lin Feng, why do you want to kick us out?" Li Ruoxue's expression was instantly flustered. She was carried out while shouting. But at this time, no one would plead for her. Even her best friend was among her classmates and had no intention of speaking out. As expected, those who can play with Li Ruoxue are nothing but snobs. When they realized that my identity might be unusual, they immediately changed their camps. It can be said that they are flexible. When I went to the club, I was already the object of my classmates' concern. At first, they were still worried that I would bear grudges, but after they found that I didn't care about them, they began to relax. I suddenly became the object of everyone's concern, and I calmly changed my mentality. Several people used to look down on me and mocked me openly or secretly, but now they are shamelessly trying to please me. This comparison has brought me a lot of joy. Since I personally brought people here, the service at the club is naturally very thoughtful. I don't have any feelings for these people. After sitting for a while, I felt bored and prepared to leave first. Unexpectedly, before I had time to get up, I saw Li Ruoxue's good friend Jin Yang twisting her waist and walking towards me. Her shy and coquettish look gave me an idea. "Lin Feng, I never thought you were the most promising one among us. Don't take what happened at dinner to heart. I was deceived by that woman Li Ruoxue." Jin Yang sat down beside me and winked at me. "When I was in school, I always thought you were handsome, but you only had Li Ruoxue in your heart at that time. I was sad for a long time. Oh, let's not talk about the past. This glass of wine is my apology to you. I'll drink it first." Seeing that my eyes were still on her, Jin Yang talked to herself and drank their wine in the glass. "I didn't expect you to be so sincere," I said lightly, deliberately showing an expression of surprise. In fact, I knew in my heart that Jin Yang and Li Ruoxue were the same kind of people. They only wanted to be with rich people. Maybe my response made her feel good, so she started to push forward. She sat closer to me, hugged my arm, and leaned her upper body towards me, seducing me nakedly. "No," I apologized seriously. "Do you want to try with me? I will never be like Li Ruoxue, who despises the poor and loves the rich and disappoints you." Jin Yang's eyes were charming, and she did not hide her purpose at all. "Since you said you like me, are you willing to do me a favor?" Chapter 11. There are many women who want to sleep with me, and you are not the only one. "What?" Jin Yang's expression was dull for a moment, and she obviously didn't know what I meant by this. "There are many women who want to sleep with me, and you are not the only one." I pulled my arm out mercilessly and looked at Jin Yang coldly. I am not." Jin Yang opened her mouth to explain something, and her expression became a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter what you think, and I am too lazy to argue with you. Now there is an opportunity to make money for you, do you want it? I raised my eyebrows at Jin Yang. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to send you an invitation. At that time, you just need to find a way to give the invitation to Li Ruoxue and ensure that Li Ruoxue can attend the cocktail party. What cocktail party, can I go? Jin Yang spoke subconsciously, and her expression was obviously a little urgent. People who didn't know would think that she was thinking too much about Li Ruoxue and wanted to find out about the situation. In fact, she just wanted to see if there was any rich second-generation boss to take action by attending the cocktail party. What her little thoughts were was not within my consideration. I will have someone send you the invitation tomorrow. After the matter is done, I will give you 1 million. Okay, I promise you. There was a gleam in her eyes tonight, and she was obviously very satisfied with the amount I said. After confirming that she agreed to this matter, I left the club. If it were someone else, I might worry whether I could complete this matter. But Jin Yang, with her comparison, Li Ruoxue would definitely not give up such a great opportunity. 3 days later, the Lin's Hotel held the return banquet of the young master of the Lin family as scheduled, and I will finally make my official debut tonight. In the past few days, countless people have been trying to find out my true face and want to meet me, but I refused them all. It would be meaningless if the answer was revealed too early. If you want to play, play big. When I thought that I could see so many people change their faces at the banquet at one time, I couldn't help but look forward to it. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Why did you invite those who looked down on you to your return party? Do you have any masochistic tendencies? In the lounge, Lin Yun, dressed beautifully, sat next to me and looked at me incomprehensibly. I didn't hide the fact that I had someone bring Li Ruoxue to the party from her, and she was very dissatisfied. No, I just wanted her to know how close she was to the life of a rich wife that she had always dreamed of. I know Li Ruoxue's psychology well. Seeing my glory with her own eyes and knowing that my identity is real, she would be so devastated. Okay, as long as you are happy. Lin Yun thought about it for a while, and roughly understood my plan. She waved her hand and didn't intend to care about this matter. The banquet officially began, and the host, Manager Wang, stepped forward. Good evening, everyone. I'm very happy that everyone can come to the banquet tonight. Today is the day when our Lin family's young master officially meets everyone. After today, our Lin group will also be officially taken over by our young master. There was warm applause at the scene. I was watching all this on the second floor, and I was in a good mood. Xiaofeng, let's go. Grandpa walked to my side and said in a heavy tone. Okay. I nodded, holding Grandpa's hand, and walked towards the banquet hall step by step. As our figures appeared at the door of the banquet hall, Wang Sen's words also landed heavily. Next, please invite our Lin's chairman and Lin's heir Lin Feng to enter. Everyone's eyes looked towards the door, some were surprised and some were curious, each with their own. Grandpa patted my hand, and I understood that he was comforting my emotions. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm fine. I straightened my body, walked into the banquet hall step by step, and walked through the crowd to the front. During this period, I did not miss Li Ruoxue's jaw-dropping expression, and Ji Yuan's livid face. Everyone knows that I have only this one precious grandson in my life. He went out to experience life in the first 3 years and suffered a lot, but it was what a man should experience. Grandpa looked at me with relief and said earnestly, starting tomorrow, I will officially hand over the Lin group to Lin Feng. I hope everyone can take care of him in the future. After Grandpa's voice fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone knew that tonight was the return of the young master of the Lin group, and they all wondered who he would be. Who would have thought that Grandpa would announce this heavy news tonight? The heir of the Lin group, this identity is very valuable. The people who were originally watching the excitement became more or less solemn after hearing this. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Feng. I believe many of you don't know me yet, but it doesn't matter. You should have many opportunities to see me in the future. Please bear with me. I put down the microphone and the banquet officially began. After my grandfather took me to meet several important CEOs, he went to have tea with several of his old friends, leaving me in the banquet hall to negotiate with some of Lin's partners. The people who came today were basically well-known figures. As the protagonist, I was inevitably surrounded in the center. Many people wanted to get close to me, but I always responded with a smile, without showing any other emotions, and didn't give anyone any opportunity to discuss cooperation. While negotiating with everyone, I distractedly glanced at Li Ruoshua's position and found that she was looking at me with complicated eyes, keeping the same posture as before. Several managers of Lin's group came to greet me, and they all said some compliments, trying to please me. I listened to these words, but my heart was unmoved. Who should I get close to and who should I trust? These are things I have to do when I go to their company. Now, what I am most looking forward to is Li Ruoshua's reaction. I took the initiative to walk in front of Li Ruoshua and looked down at her. Lin Feng, you are really the young master of the Lin family, you didn't lie to me. Li Ruoshua looked at me with a pale face, her body seemed to be shaky and a little unstable, obviously she was hit hard. I have never lied to you, but you just don't believe it. I looked at her haggard appearance, and my heart had long been calm. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. You did it on purpose, right? Since you are the young master of the Lin family, why do you let me live that hard life? You are playing tricks on me. Li Ruoshua shook her head frantically and shouted at me loudly. Obviously, she couldn't accept this fact and collapsed a little. Hard life. Hearing her remarks again, I really couldn't help it, and I exuded coldness all over my body. I give you the best within my ability, but you think it's a hard life. You are too ungrateful, Li Ruoshua. I looked at her coldly and suddenly felt bored. I turned around and didn't want to say anything more to her. I never thought that I would feel a pair of hands hugging my legs just after I turned around. Chapter 12 Killing a chicken to scare the monkey. I am afraid that the monkey will not have eyes. I frowned and turned around, and what I saw was Li Ruoshua kneeling on the ground humbly. What are you doing? Li Ruoshua looked at me with tears in her eyes, so pitiful. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disbelieved you. Can you forgive me? Then, I heard her apologize and cry bitterly. Her doing this surprised me a little. I didn't kick her away, but followed her words. Oh, really, do you really know you are wrong? Maybe my response gave her hope. She stared at me with a pair of tearful eyes. Really, I shouldn't have done that in the past. I know you still love me. Let's start over, okay, Lin Feng? These days I've realized that you're the only person I love the most. As if she was afraid that I would leave here, Li Ruoshua spoke faster, fearing that I would not listen to her explanation. Although I already knew how shameless Li Ruoshua was, I was still shocked to hear her words. I felt like I was getting to know her again. I don't know where she got the nerve to think that I would forgive her for what she did and start over with her. You think too much. We have no relationship now. Please let go. I looked at the woman kneeling down to me indifferently. I couldn't feel any pity for her anymore. Instead, I felt disgusted. No, you still love me, right? You prepared so many things for me when we got engaged some time ago. You want to marry me, right? I promise that I will never look down on you again. I know how good you are to me. She looked at me crazily, with tears on her face. I could see how arrogant she was at that time and how she disliked me. Lin Feng, what do you want me to do to forgive me? Otherwise, I will kowtow to you. As long as you can forgive me, I can do anything. Li Ruoshua looked at me with a begging face. I really didn't expect that she could talk about moral kidnapping so confidently. Impossible, just give up on it. I ruthlessly broke her hands apart and turned to walk aside. Seeing my reaction, the security personnel not far away had already made preparations. They came over and carried the person out without giving her any chance to struggle or shout. The banquet continued, and Li Ruoshua's appearance did not cause much commotion. Even if someone was curious, they only dared to whisper behind the back in the occasion where the Lin family was in charge. No one dared to say anything to her face. For me, it was just a small episode. The next day, I put on a formal suit and went to the top floor of the company with my assistant Li Ji and walked into the office that had been prepared for me. Boss Lin, the meeting will start in 10 minutes. There are still 5 directors who have not arrived. Secretary Su walked into the office at Li Ji's signal and reported the situation truthfully. Okay, I got it. I nodded. I was not surprised by this situation. I just took office, so naturally there will be some people who rely on their noble status and want to show me off. For this situation, I just want to say, come on. The meeting time is 9 o'clock in the morning, which is exactly the working time. This was decided after Li Ji and I discussed it. In the last 2 minutes, we walked to the door of the meeting room. Along the way, I could feel many eyes on me. They tried their best to keep quiet, which made my footsteps sound particularly loud and full of momentum. As soon as I walked outside the door of the meeting room, I heard the sound of conversations from big and small. Just a young boy wants us to wait for him here. He is too arrogant. One of the voices seemed particularly abrupt and penetrating. I heard this before I even walked to the door. Everyone knows that a new official has 3 fires to start with, but this person dares to be so arrogant. It seems that he is fearless. After this, there were discussions of all sizes, many of which echoed the words of the previous person. I was not surprised by this situation. I walked into the conference room with a calm face and sat down directly in front of the conference table. With my appearance, the movement in the conference room stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at each other with different expressions. Obviously, they didn't expect me to show up so punctually. Good morning, directors. Today is my first day to officially accept Lin's. I want to get to know everyone first and get to know each other. I thought everyone was very enthusiastic, but I didn't expect someone to come later than me. I glanced at the directors in the conference room and said meaningfully, Secretary Sue, please call those who are absent. Let's start when everyone is here. I turned to look at Secretary Sue and gave instructions. Suddenly, more and more people in the conference room looked at me. I took a special look at Gu Yuan on my left and found that his expression was not good. If I heard correctly, the words I just heard outside came from him. Since he learned from the banquet last night that I was the real successor of the Lin family, Gu Yuan couldn't help but start to make some small moves. As a veteran of the Lin family, he has a lot of connections. Therefore, with him as the leader today, several directors looked at me with unfriendly eyes. But these didn't have much impact on me. After more than 10 minutes, the absent directors walked into the office swaggeringly. I know everyone is very busy, but please still abide by the meeting time. It won't delay you for too long. Manager Zhao, who was the longest late, said directly, What a big official airs. Chairman Lin is always respectful to us old employees in the meeting. You just took office, you dare to teach us a lesson, I looked in the direction of Manager Zhao and found it a little funny. Isn't this kind of person a living target player? I looked at him with amusement and said, I don't know when the board of directors of Lin Group became a respect for the elderly. They don't even know the rule of being on time for meetings. I think Director Zhao should go home and rest early. After I finished speaking, the whole audience fell into a strange silence. No one thought that I would be so ruthless. Staring at all kinds of eyes, I didn't have any psychological burden. Because I came here today to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. I knew that some people would not accept it, so I had already made full preparations and thought about who to start with. The original target was Gu Yuan, but I was a little surprised that someone else would take the hit for him. What do you mean? Director Zhao stood up in a flash, his face flushed, and pointed at me with one hand. Because he was too angry, his hands were shaking. I curled my lips and looked at him, and said slowly. Literally, I think Director Zhao, you should retire. Chapter 13 I'm not a vegetarian. If the situation wasn't inappropriate right now, he would probably come over and beat me up. I looked at him, not trying to avoid his gaze. Director Zhao has made a lot of money from Lin's over the years. Just the gifts from some project partners have made you rich. Ignoring Director Zhao's face that turned red and then pale, I mercilessly told him the facts that everyone knew. In fact, it was not just Director Zhao who had received benefits. All the current directors had more or less felt the convenience of working at Lin's and had enriched themselves openly or covertly. This phenomenon cannot be completely avoided, but it is relatively rare to see someone go as far as Director Zhao did. At my signal, Li Ji behind me stepped forward and distributed a copy of the materials in his hand to each director. After the directors present picked up the materials in their hands, almost all of them changed their expressions. Seeing this, Director Zhao turned around with a sullen face and began to look at the materials. As he flipped the papers, his face gradually turned paler until it lost all color. I looked at Director Zhao, who was full of energy just now, and suddenly slumped in his chair. His expression did not change, but he continued to speak lightly. How about it, Director Zhao, do you have any objection to retiring and going home? Director Zhao's face was already pale, and after hearing what I said, he couldn't hold the materials in his hands steadily, and they scattered all over the floor. How come you have these? Director Zhao looked at me with his old eyes, which were filled with many emotions that I couldn't understand. But for me, his reaction couldn't change my decision. I was not idle during the time I was resting in the hospital. Together with Li Ji, I thoroughly investigated the background of the company's old employees. This brings me to the road my grandfather paved for me. He turned a blind eye to those old employees out of personal consideration, but he did not forget to collect evidence in secret. It doesn't matter how I got here. What's important is that if Director Zhao doesn't want me to submit these things to the relevant departments, please resign on your own initiative. As for your son, I don't think he is very qualified for his current position. The Haisha branch is still short of a department head. Let's let him take up the position next month. What do you think, Director Zhao? The meeting room was exceptionally quiet and no one dared to make a sound. Everyone was afraid that if they were not careful, the fire would burn them. Or does Director Zhao think your son is not suitable to work in our Lin group and is planning to look for another better job? Seeing that Director Zhao did not respond to me, I spoke again and gave him a heavy blow. No, I have no objection. I will have someone come over tomorrow to hand over the work. I will go and communicate with my son. Director Zhao spoke anxiously, fearing that I would regret my decision. Hearing his answer, I nodded with satisfaction. His choice was not surprising. After all, the assets he had were enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. If he really argued with me, he might not only get nothing, but he might also be imprisoned for several years. He is also an old fox, so he naturally knows what choice is beneficial to him. After dealing with Director Zhao, I turned my attention back to the faces of the other people in the meeting room and found that several of them were trembling with fear, fearing that if I was unhappy, I would deal with them as well. Don't worry, everyone. Lin's is not just about me. Many decisions need everyone's cooperation to make Lin's development better. Today is just a succession ceremony. There is nothing else to do. Just go and do your work. Seeing that the effect I wanted was achieved, I didn't plan to continue wasting time here. Maybe it was because my actions were too direct that no one stood up and left. This is a bit surprising to me. What happened today is a change within our Lin group. I hope everyone will save some face for our Director Zhao and not let outsiders laugh at us. Before I got up and left, I left these words. Boss Lin, why don't you let this matter spread? On their way back to the office, Li Ji asked the question with some confusion. Actually, it's just a private message from me. What if it gets out and everyone becomes wary of me? Wouldn't it be so much fun to deal with those parasites then? I glanced at Li Ji and answered him casually. He seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect that my purpose was so simple. Okay, why are you so tense? How old are you, and you've already learned the essence of Butler Li, this serious one? It was because Li Ji's expression was a little too serious that I couldn't help but want to tease him. After returning to the office, I found that Wan Sen had been waiting for me for a while. Boss Lin, these are the hotel's surveillance footage, as well as all the materials from Qin Chuan and the Liu family. Wan Sen handed me the materials respectfully and looked at my face as he spoke. His cautious look made me feel a little funny. No need to look, my injury has healed long ago. I was still moved when I saw Wan Sen's concerned expression. That day in the hotel, I knew that he really cared about me and was concerned about my health, and that he was not just pretending to be affectionate because of my identity. It's fine as long as it's healed. It's fine as long as it's healed. There shouldn't be any sequelae, right? Don't worry, there is none. I opened my mouth and answered him seriously. You should sort out the work on hand this month, and you can return to Jiang City starting next month. I looked at Wan Sen, who had an honest look on his face in front of me, and said expressionlessly. Wan Sen's movements were obviously slow for a moment, and then his face became stiff and he spoke with difficulty. Did I do something, Mr. Lin? I don't quite understand what you mean. I originally wanted to play a joke on Wan Sen, but I didn't expect this honest man to be so easily teased. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. It's true that I want you to go back to Jiang City, but I'm not asking you to go home and be a decoration. You can take over the hotel in Jiang City. From now on, you will be the person in charge there. After hearing this, Wan Sen gradually opened his mouth, obviously shocked. Seeing him like this, I couldn't help but find it a little funny. There are not many people as honest as him nowadays. Letting him return to Jiang City this time can be regarded as a reward for him. After investigation, I found out that his wife and children had always been in Jiang City, separate from him. He has always worked very hard and his abilities are relatively outstanding. For such a good seedling, I will naturally not be stingy in giving him preferential treatment. Seeing that he was so grateful that he was almost crying in my office, I quickly asked Li Ji to send him away. Ask Secretary Su to adjust the evening's schedule so we can go watch a good show. Chapter 14, Eating from the Inside Out. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the setting sun shone into the office through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and I stood up and stretched my shoulders. I am still a little uncomfortable with facing so much work just after taking office. Boss Lin, everything is ready at the club, we can go over now. I heard Li Ji knocking on the door, and then I walked outside. It was just time to get off work. I walked out of the office and until I got into the elevator, they kept looking at me. I could even hear their conversation. It goes without saying that it was simply because I dealt with the matter of a veteran figure as soon as I took office, which left everyone dumbfounded. After all, my grandfather's previous style has always been gradual, so there will be a buffer period of preparation. In contrast, my behavior can be described as vigorous and decisive. At Lin's club, as soon as Li Ji and I got out of the car, Manager Shu came up to us respectfully and opened the door for us attentively. It looks like he has been waiting here for quite a while. Well, it turns out that Manager Shu is very capable. He discovered it at the last class reunion and then arranged for him to work in the club. Boss Lin, dinner is already prepared in the private room. You and Assistant Li can go up and have your meal first. Manager Shu took us into an exclusive passage and soon reached the closest box on the top floor of the club. Since the establishment of this club, this box has been reserved for our Lin family. Both the facilities and security are top-notch. The food had indeed been prepared in the box long ago. It was simple yet exquisite. The most eye-catching thing is the big screen in the box. The screen was playing a picture from another private room. The people in the picture were Ji Yuan, whom I had let go today, and several other directors. Ji Yuan has always had a good relationship with these directors. However, today, after I took office and made some big moves, he still met with these directors. It is obvious that his purpose is not simple. Everyone has seen it today. Lin Feng just took office and he took action against Lao Zhao. Our lives will be difficult from now on. In the picture, Ji Yuan's voice was clearly heard. As soon as he said this, I thought about it and realized that he wanted to win over these people and work together to find something for me. Old Ji, what you said makes sense, but we all know what old Zhao did. It was indeed a bit excessive. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. I dare not do anything. The people in the box were all of similar status to Ji Yuan, so naturally they would not show any flattery to him. I think what old Jin said is right. I also think we should be more careful recently. Look at Lin Feng. He doesn't look like his grandfather at all. His methods are much more direct than old Lin's. Director Sun, who was sitting opposite Ji Yuan, echoed what the person in front of him said. I looked up at the screen and was a little surprised by this Director Sun. According to the news, Director Sun and Ji Yuan used to have a good relationship, but their relationship began to drift apart a few years ago. Few people know what exactly happened. And I heard that you slapped Lin Feng several times not long ago. Now you drag us into this. Are you trying to find some scapegoats for yourself? Director Sun twirled the ring on his finger and spoke very bluntly. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the box instantly became awkward and fell into a strange silence. Ji Yuan's face turned even darker. He never expected that this old son would be so disrespectful to him. No matter what, this knife will eventually fall on your heads. If not for your own sake, you should also think about your children who are still in the Lin family. Ji Yuan's face was gloomy. He glanced at the group of old foxes in the box and spoke by picking on their weaknesses. For a moment, the expressions of the people in the box changed to some extent. Just when Ji Yuan thought the situation would develop as he expected, the person opposite him stood up directly. Sorry, childless people, I'll take my leave first. What you want to do is your business. Don't involve me. If you want to get yourself killed, don't involve me. After Director Sun said this with a cold face, he stood up and left the box, not giving Ji Yuan any face at all. Surprisingly, with the departure of Director Sun, the other people in the box also stood up one after another, with no intention of continuing the plan with Ji Yuan at all. This was beyond my expectation. I looked at Ji Yuan, who was throwing things in the box, and said to Li Ji, "Go check what happened between Director Sun and Ji Yuan. I think Director Sun could be of some use. As for what it is used for, I think Li Ji knows it without me having to ask." "Okay, I'll get someone to do it right away." I didn't expect that the meeting with Ji Yuan would end so quickly. Li Ji and I were having dinner and were preparing to go meet the angry Ji Yuan. Unexpectedly, Manager Shu came in from outside the door. "Boss Lin, we have learned that Director Ji Yu has also made an appointment with someone from the Huang Group." We were about to get up, but stopped when we heard what Manager Shu said. I really didn't expect that I would have such an unexpected gain from this trip today. Since Ji Yuan has made an appointment with other people, there is no need for us to rush over there. I sat back on the sofa, waiting for Ji Yuan's distinguished guest to come. Half an hour later, the box on the screen had been changed, but Ji Yuan was still a little cautious. However, his arrogance still took up the majority of the blame, so he was bold enough to directly ask people to meet at Lin's club. However, I was still a little surprised when I saw the face of his distinguished guest. The person Ji Yuan was meeting turned out to be Fu Sui, the vice president of Huang Group. You know, Fu Sui has been in the Huang Group for a long time. Everyone knows that he is ambitious about the Huang Group and wants to be the boss. I don't know what Mr. Huang of the Huang Group is thinking to keep such a person around. But right now, I'm the one who should be worried. If Ji Yuan cooperates with this person, it will not be a good thing for the Lin family. Ji Yuan is such a traitor that he should have been dealt with long ago. Li Ji at the side made an angry sound, which surprised me a little. It's so rare to see your emotions fluctuate so much. I looked at Li Ji and sighed sincerely. He beat you so badly that even my dad could barely hold back, let alone me. Li Ji looked at me and rarely showed his disgust for someone. I was filled with emotion. I was lucky to have housekeeper Li and an assistant like Li Ji by my side. An hour later, in the VIP parking lot of the club, Ji Yuan sent Qiu Sui to the car with a friendly attitude and watched him leave. As I watched the car drive away, I slowly walked to Ji Yuan's side and said, "Good evening, Director Ji Yu. What a coincidence to meet you here. Chapter 15. Are you interested in cooperating with me?" I clearly saw that after hearing what I said, Ji Yuan shuddered all over, and he obviously looked guilty. "Lin, Mr. Lin, why are you here?" Although Ji Yuan was a little nervous when he saw me, he quickly managed his expression. He is indeed an old fox who has been in the world for many years. "Come to the club to meet a friend." I looked at Ji Yuan and answered slowly. While speaking, I kept looking at his face, trying to find out something more from his expression. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement with what I said, and the guilty feeling he had just felt had long since disappeared. "Well, it's getting late. I'll go back first. Mr. Lin, you can enjoy yourself." Seeing how anxious he was to leave, I just didn't want to let him have his way. When he turned around, I said, "From yesterday to now, a day has passed, and I see that you, Mr. Ji Yu, have no intention of coming over to apologize to me." I looked at him meaningfully, and naturally did not miss his instantly changing expression, and I almost couldn't maintain the smile on his face. He probably didn't expect that I would say this so directly. I am indeed very sorry for what happened that day, but I was also entrusted by someone. Mr. Lin should be able to understand, right? Ji Yuan looked at me gloomily, and finally stopped forcing himself to smile. "Oh, does this mean you're ready to be honest with me and not pretend anymore?" I was a little surprised by Ji Yuan's directness, but considering that he had already found his opponents to work together to trip me up, it was not surprising that he would have this attitude now. It's also good for me not to have to face a smiling tiger and say some hypocritical polite words. Understanding is one thing, but it's also one thing for me to hold grudges. I hope that Mr. Ji Yu can take good care of himself in the days ahead. After saying this, I turned around and left with Li Ji. Although I didn't look back, I could vaguely feel Ji Yuan's gloomy gaze on me, which made me feel more motivated. After all, only when you win against a capable opponent will you feel a sense of accomplishment, otherwise it would be too boring. Thanks to the information obtained at the meeting that day, the matter that Li Ji sent people to investigate also had results. I was holding Li Jijing's materials in my hand, and as I listened to him reporting to me the grievances and hatreds between Director Sun and Ji Yuan, I just wanted to exclaim that it was wonderful. Sure enough, Ji Yuan is even more shameless than I expected. Director Sun and Ji Yuan were both initial employees of Lin's company. They were often together due to work, and Ji Yuan also got to know Director Sun's wife. After all this, Ji Yuan actually hooked up with Director Sun's wife, and it wasn't just a short-term thrill-seeking affair, the two of them were really in a relationship. Director Sun and his wife were college classmates. He has deep feelings for his wife and has never suspected that she would betray him. Ji Yuan was always very careful whenever he had a tryst with someone, and no one ever discovered anything. Director Sun discovered that he was cuckolded 5 years ago when his son needed surgery for kidney failure. They found something wrong when matching their blood types. At that time, Director Sun felt like the sky was falling. His beloved wife was having an affair with another man, and even his son was not his own. However, the love he had shown his son over the years was not fake. His son was determined not to acknowledge Ji Yuan as his father. In addition, he had not recovered very well from the operation and was weak, so he had been recuperating in Director Sun's villa in the suburbs. As for Director Sun's wife, she felt too ashamed to face anyone after the incident and passed away after taking sleeping pills on the day of her son's surgery. This old story left me dumbfounded and I couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Director Sun. He truly loved his wife and children, and even after what happened, he never thought of divorce. Therefore, the death of his wife was a big blow to him. Ji Yuan, on the other hand, seemed a little heartless. He almost caused someone's family to be destroyed, but he didn't say anything afterwards. Although even if he expressed his opinion, Director Sun might not necessarily accept it. TSK, think about it. I've also been cuckolded before. If I use this incident to talk to Director Sun, do you think the chances of him agreeing to cooperate with me will be higher? I looked at Li Ji, who was driving in front of me, and couldn't help but tease him. I suggest not to. I think it's better not to poke his wound. Li Ji glanced at me in the rearview mirror and answered seriously. Zhe was as serious as ever, which instantly made me give up the idea of teasing him. Li Ji's personality is really suitable for assisting me. Every time I act inappropriately, he is always able to pull me back in the first place. The car gradually drove into the mountains and forests in the suburbs, the road conditions gradually deteriorated, and Li Ji also slowed down. I felt the fresh air coming in from the window and thought to myself that Director Sun really knows how to find a place. This place is indeed suitable for self-cultivation. After his wife committed suicide, Director Sun had her statue enshrined in this temple. He would usually stay here when he had nothing to do and interact with the monks all day long. When Li Ji and I met him, he was making tea in the pavilion behind the temple. When he saw me coming, there was undisguised surprise on his face, but after the surprise he naturally asked us to sit down. Boss Lin has just taken office and should be very busy. How can he have time to come to a place like this? Director Sun said this while making tea, and he looked a bit like an immortal. I am a little busy, but Director Sun, you are so rare that I can only come here to try my luck. I looked at him and continued speaking along the lines of what he said. I guess Director Sun, you should have guessed why I came to see you, right? For a moment, the pavilion fell into silence. Why do you think that I will agree to work with you to deal with Ji Yuan? Director Sun looked up at me and handed me the freshly brewed tea. I don't want any of Ji Yuan's shares. After this is over, I can guarantee that all the assets under his name will be transferred to your son's name. I looked at the tea in front of me and laid out my chips nakedly. Director Sun suddenly looked up at me, unable to believe what I said. Are you serious? It was obvious that the conditions I offered satisfied him and even exceeded his expectations. Certainly. I looked at Director Sun's excited and affectionate expression and confirmed what I had just said. Seeing that he had no objection to the cooperation, I felt relieved. I briefly told Director Sun about the meeting between Ji Yuan and Qiu Sui, and wanted him to pay more attention to it. Unexpectedly, Director Sun sneered and obviously didn't take the matter seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Qiu Sui won't be able to cause any trouble. With his assurance, I felt much more relieved and was even more glad that it was the right choice to cooperate with him. Chapter 16, It's just a stray dog, what threat is there? When I left the temple, I felt much better than when I came here. A solution has been found to Ji Yuan's problem, so I have time to settle accounts with Qin Chuan and his relative. Since I was hospitalized, Liu Changfa and Qin Chuan were both placed on probation. I guess both of them are still in a confused state, waiting for the trial in fear every day. To deal with such a scoundrel, don't even think about using any normal means. Therefore, when we found out the whereabouts of Qin Chuan and Liu Changfa, my colleague Li Ji and I also arranged some professional bodyguards to go there and await arrangements. Golf course. I looked at the location on my phone and was a little surprised. It seems that Qin Chuan and Liu Changfa have been living a very carefree life these days and are even in the mood to participate in such entertainment activities. Unexpectedly, we saw a wonderful scene just after we arrived at the stadium. The rest area was in chaos. Liu Changfa was grabbing a security-looking man, waving his fists and uttering harsh words arrogantly. "You kid, don't you see who I am? I am the manager of the hotel of the Lin Group. If you dare to offend me, you will offend the Lin Group. I will teach you a lesson today." When Liu Changfa said this, his face was ferocious, his tone was vicious, and he did not lighten the strength of his fists. Even if you are from the Lin Group, can you do whatever you want just because you are from the Lin Group? The person who was beaten was not scared at all. Instead, he looked at Liu Changfa with dissatisfaction and said these words with great pain. "You don't know what's good for you, do you?" Liu Changfa was about to continue, but a staff member rushed over and grabbed Liu Changfa's hand to stop him. Manager Peng, who came in with us, said sorry to us and walked quickly to the front. When something like this happened in the venue he was in charge of, he naturally had to go over and take charge of the situation. "Manager Liu, what happened? It's worth taking action. Please give me some face and don't do anything here." Manager Peng is also a veteran, and he spoke very tactfully as soon as he arrived. Liu Changfa calmed down a lot, but he still looked at the beaten man with an unhappy expression, and said to Manager Peng, "I just came over to say hello to this lady, and this man insisted on coming over to disturb me. I didn't ask for much, just for him to apologize to me. I didn't expect him to refuse me. Don't you think I should teach him a lesson?" Following Liu Changfa's direction, I looked at the woman next to him and found that she was someone I knew. If I remember correctly, she should be Lin Yun's friend. I went to her store to buy clothes last time. Just by looking at her face and listening to Liu Changfa's confusing words, anyone with a discerning eye would know what was going on. It was simply that Liu Changfa had taken a fancy to her and failed to flirt with her, so the man came out to save her. Unexpectedly, he met a tough guy like Liu Changfa. Now that I have guessed what is going on and the other party is Lin Yun's friend, I will naturally not stand idly by. How come I didn't know that Lin's company still kept a mad dog like you who would bite and bark at random? I walked up and spoke directly and bluntly. When Liu Changfa heard this, he turned around angrily and was about to attack me. But when his face met mine, his movements paused for a moment. "How come you are here?" "Manager Peng, I remember your club has a threshold, right? How come anyone can come in? Did you know that this person is a delivery man?" Perhaps it was Wang Sen's attitude towards me that day that made him fearful, so he did not attack me directly. Instead, he turned around and transferred his anger to Manager Peng. TSK, you're a dog that doesn't even recognize its owner. It seems there's no point in keeping you." Seeing that he was both afraid and unhappy with me, I spoke again without any hesitation, directly challenging his bottom line. "Lin Feng, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you know Wang Senator. I don't believe that you are really the young master of the Lin family. The slap that Mr. Gu gave you the other day wasn't enough for you, right? Then let me teach you a lesson again so that you know how to behave." Liu Changfa was indeed irritated by me. He cursed at me without thinking and waved his hand towards my face. The beating I got at the engagement party was a shame I would never forget. How could I possibly let a mere Liu Changfa attack me at this moment? I sneered, grabbed his hand and kicked him in the stomach. "Why do you think I let you continue to stay in Lin's? I just want to see you become a homeless dog." I looked down at Liu Changfa, stepped on his face and crushed it. Seeing that he was unable to resist, my mood index rose. "You, who are you?" I heard a panicked voice from the side and turned to look at Qin Chuan. He was already pale, and there was shock in his eyes when he looked at me. "Why didn't your dear girlfriend Li Ruoxue share the news with you? When I officially returned to the Lin family a few days ago, I specially asked someone to invite her." I looked in Qin Chuan's direction and said sarcastically. Seeing his face getting uglier, I continued, "Oh, I forgot, she didn't want you a long time ago." After cheating on me, she also cheated on you. I guess you don't know it, but she's living a much better life than you are now. Knowing what Qin Chuan least wanted to hear, I spoke without mercy, breaking down his psychological defenses with every word. For a person like Qin Chuan, beating him up would not make him feel so uncomfortable. Grinding his pride bit by bit and stimulating him on a spiritual level would be the greatest harm to him. Manager Pan, don't let these low-class people in from now on, or you can leave as a manager. I slowly withdrew my gaze, turned around and spoke to Manager Pan. Why are you doing this? This is not your home. Qin Chuan seemed to have found some evidence and shouted directly at me. Just half an hour ago, Mr. Lin bought our golf club. Now it belongs directly to the Lin family. Sir, please be careful with your words. Manager Pan on the side finally found an opportunity to show off, and stepped forward to explain everything. As soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Chuan and Liu Changfa, who was lying on the ground, lost their strength to struggle, and the scene fell into silence. I found a chair and sat down, admiring the expressions and miserable conditions of the two people in front of me. The first person to react was Liu Changfa. He stood up with great pain and walked towards me staggeringly with fear on his face. Just when I thought he was going to do something, he suddenly knelt down in front of me. Chapter 17, A Shameless Family. Lin Feng, no, Master Lin, it's my fault that I didn't recognize the real man. I beg you to look at my past ignorance and not to bother with me. Let me go. Liu Changfa kowtowed again, and his voice trembled because he was too scared. Why shouldn't I argue with you? I looked at the person kneeling in front of me, keeping him in suspense. I really know I was wrong. As long as Master Lin can let me stay in the Lin group, I will do anything you ask me to do, even be my slave. He probably thought I had given him a chance to admit his mistake, so he couldn't wait to express his loyalty. He was so anxious that his words became unclear. But what can I do? I don't like disobedient dogs. My voice changed and my tone became much heavier. I promised to be obedient. It's my fault that I didn't stop Ji Yuan from treating you like that. Really, I'll slap myself and apologize. As Liu Changfa spoke, he slapped himself in the face. From the sound of it, it was clear that he was going to be ruthless to himself. The way he was crying and begging for my forgiveness made everyone present fall into silence. Everyone's eyes were on him. After all, this guy was too rebellious. He no longer had any of the arrogance he had just had. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself here. Someone will come to you to pay the compensation you owe them. I made a gesture to Manager Pan, who was not far away, and he immediately ordered people to take Liu Changfa away. Qin Chuan, who was standing nearby, didn't even need anyone to do anything, he just left in a daze. After watching everyone leave, I went up to Lin Yun's friend and said hello. Miss Mu, are you okay? Mu Qing shook his head and responded to me calmly, thank you, Brother Lin, for standing up for me today. And this gentleman, I'm sorry that you got hurt because of me. This is my business card. You can go to the hospital for a checkup and bandage. I can cover the medical expenses. Mu Qing handed the business card in his hand to the man who had just been beaten, and then prepared to leave. I watched the set of movements performed smoothly and fluidly, and this style really didn't seem like that of an ordinary person. This made me curious about her identity. I never thought that my fate with her was for more than just this. After leaving the stadium, Li Ji drove me towards the direction of the house I rented before. When I was with Li Ruoxu, she would occasionally come and spend the night with me. Although she never let me touch her, I would not force her to live in a bad place. Because it is a place that was carefully selected, the security here is relatively good and I lived quite comfortably. Although I have everything I want after returning to the Lin family, this small rental house contains too many memories of my hard work, as well as some small things worth remembering, so I still want to take some things with me. But once I got there, I started to feel like something was not right. There were several garbage bags of different sizes piled up at the door of the room, and you could tell at a glance that they were takeout and some takeout boxes. I couldn't help but frown as I watched all this. My intuition told me that there was someone inside, but besides me, Li Ruoxue was the only one who had the key here. Although I have been out here for 3 years to hone my skills, at least Lin Yun couldn't stand seeing how miserable my life was, so she secretly bought the house from the landlord a long time ago. So to be honest, I still have a certain sense of belonging to this place. As soon as I opened the door, I saw two people lying crookedly on the sofa facing the door. They were Li Ruoshua's useless brother and her gambling father. The sofa and coffee table were littered with cigarette butts and wine bottles, which made me want to hit someone. Everything in this little house was arranged with great care by me. Although I may not necessarily use them in the future, I really cannot bear to see them being ruined like this. After Li Ji glanced at me, he went straight over and kicked them to the ground one by one, with quick and decisive movements. Damn it, who kicked me? Who kicked me? The two people woke up slowly, their eyes were hazy due to the alcohol. Lin Feng, you're back just in time. My brother Ruoshua and I have been waiting for you for many days. Please quickly transfer 5,000 yuan to us. It's already the date of this month, and Ruoshua hasn't transferred the money to us. Did you tell my daughter not to make money for us? Father Li glanced at me and spoke instinctively, issuing orders in an extremely arrogant manner. That greedy and self-righteous look on his face made me want to vomit. You have 5 minutes to get out of here, and I won't bother with you for making a mess here, otherwise don't blame me for settling accounts with you. I took a deep breath and decided to give these two people a chance as a farewell to the past. Unexpectedly, after hearing what I said, Mr. Li laughed wildly and didn't take me seriously at all. Har 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 har, what a joke you are telling. Believe it or not, I will call my daughter and dump you, a poor bastard. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, his expression full of disdain. As he spoke, his teeth, which had turned yellow and black from years of smoking, moved a little, which made me feel even more disgusted. For more minutes, I looked at the two men coldly, too lazy to say any more nonsense. You're still embarrassed, aren't you? I'm going to call my daughter right now. Father Li pointed at me with great force, his face full of anger, but he didn't dare to come forward and hit me. This was also due to the fact that I had beaten up the father and son severely before in order to protect Li Ruoshua. Therefore, now they only dared to take advantage of me verbally, but actually did not dare to fight with me at all. Not to mention, I have help here with me. Hey, Li Ruoshua, I'm telling you to break up with Lin Feng right now. He's even threatening us now. There's no point keeping a poor guy like him. You should find a rich guy as soon as possible. As soon as the call was connected, Li's father started to complain to Li Ruoshua in a careless manner. After saying this, he looked at me provocatively and pressed the hands-free button. Dad, what did you say? Did you see Lin Feng? Li Ruoxu's excited voice came from the other end of the phone, obviously filled with joy. Yes, right here in his shabby rental house. Okay, I'll be right over. Dad, you must keep Lin Feng and don't let him leave. Before Mr. Li could finish his words, Li Ruoshua spoke hurriedly and then hung up the phone. You're done fighting, right? You can get out now. My attitude did not change at all because of his call. You wait for me. When Ruoshua comes, I will ask her to break up with you immediately. Father Li's face flushed and he walked outside while waving his hands. I couldn't ask for more. Li Ruoshua and I broke up a long time ago. Just ask her to stop bothering me. I looked at the Li father and son coldly, and from the bottom of my heart I didn't want to have any contact with their family anymore. Chapter 18, Dog Skin Plaster, is it interesting? Send someone over here to take care of these things. I don't want to see any traces of them next time I come here. After I said this to Li Ji beside me, I walked into the room. Fortunately, Li Ruoshua's gambling father and brother only stayed in the living room and did not come into the room, so the furnishings in the room were still the same as when I left. Looking at the place where I have lived for 3 years, the familiar environment made me feel complicated for a moment. Because I was too lovesick before, there are many photos of me and Li Ruoxu in the room, as well as many of her favorite small items and decorations. Now it all seems so ridiculous. After taking a few glances, I took out a cardboard box and personally packed these photos and things related to Li Ruoxu into it. Getting rid of all these things is also a way of saying goodbye to my past self. After I finished packing my things and walked out of the room, I found that Li Ji was already cleaning up the mess outside with the cleaning staff. Let's deal with this box of stuff later. They are all useless. I took the trouble to put the box in the same place as the garbage they disposed of. Yes, sir, I will definitely take care of it for you. The cleaning lady's eyes lit up, and it was obvious that she had a great interest in this kind of thing. If anyone had dared to be interested in these things before, I would have been angry. But now I have processed all the personal information about me, and what is left is just a pile of garbage to me, not worth anything I can do. Why did you come just now? Do you know that your father was just kicked out by Lin Feng? Father Li's furious voice came from outside the door, and he was extremely tough. I couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, when I looked up, I saw Li Ruoxue looking exhausted. Maybe she was too anxious, her hair was messy and there was even a thin layer of sweat on her face. In the 3 years she was with me, I never saw what she looked like. No matter it is windy or rainy, I am the one waiting for people. It can take half an hour or even 3 hours. Then Li Ruoxue would show disdain for me every time she saw me, without any guilt at all. Now when I see her rushing to see me, I just feel it's ironic. Lin Feng, why did you come back here? I know you still have me in your heart, right? Li Ruoxue looked at me with a touched expression and an excited look, which made me unable to help but frown. You misunderstood. I just came to get something. Since we've broken up, remember to give me the key. I looked at Li Ruoxue and said bluntly that I didn't want to argue with her at all. Lin Feng, you still keep those things, you must still have me in your heart. Li Ruoxue looked like she saw through me, pointing at the box that I had just put on the ground. That's the garbage I sorted out. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so I just said it expressionlessly. At this time, Li's father and Li, who were outside the door, also walked in with a swagger, looking like gangsters. Ruoxue, you should break up with this guy right away. He actually dared to chase me and your brother out. What a shame. Father Li made eye contact with me and visibly shrank back. But after taking a look at Li Ruoxue, he became tough again and continued to speak directly to me. It's your honor that I'm here. If you still want to be with our Ruoxue, please be respectful to us. Mr. Li looked like he was taking advantage of his seniority, just as I remembered him. Dad, stop talking, and show some respect to Lin Feng. Li Ruoxue turned and said to Father Li, while turning her head to look at my expression, as if she was afraid that I would be angry about this. What do you mean? He's a delivery guy and he expects me to respect him. Father Li gave me a look of disdain, and the disdain in his eyes could not be more obvious. Yeah, I don't want this kind of person to be my brother-in-law. It's embarrassing to tell others about it. Li on the side also joined in the conversation. I looked at Li, who had a gangster-like look on his face. His long period of idleness made him look like a gangster. Dad, that's enough. Lin Feng is not what you think. He is. Li Ruoxue opened her mouth to explain something, but was interrupted before she could finish her words. What did I teach you since you were a child? You still defend a loser like Lin Feng. Don't you know that you are going to be a rich lady? Has all my investment in you over the years been in vain? As Mr. Li was speaking, he drooled because of his excitement. Lin Feng is the young master of the Lin Group. Dad, please stop talking. If you offend him, no one can save you. Li Ruoxue couldn't bear it any longer and raised her voice, looking at Li's father angrily. As she spoke, the room fell into silence, and then Father Li burst into laughter. You are crazy about hooking up with a rich man. You told me that this delivery man has a hidden identity. Do you think this is a TV drama? In response to his reaction, Li Ruoxue simply took out her cell phone, opened the news interface, and put it in front of Li's father. What, let me see, is it real? Father Li stared at the screen of his mobile phone for a while, then immediately looked up at me, stared at my face, and then immediately lowered his head to look at the screen. Li, who was standing nearby, also leaned over and watched the news with his father. Okay, put the keys down and you can leave now. If you stay any longer, I can't promise not to do anything to you. I watched this farce and just found it ridiculous. Lin Feng, we were wrong before. Look at how good your relationship is with Ruoxue. Asking you to break up was just a joke. Just be good to each other, that's all. Father Li showed a rare smile on his face and looked at me while rubbing his hands. The slight embarrassment on his face was soon replaced by greed and dissatisfaction, and his whole body showed the enthusiasm and madness of having won the big prize. Leave the key here. I don't want to say it for the third time. I looked at him with a frown, not showing any emotion because of his words. Okay, talk it over. You two young lovers should spend more time together. We'll be leaving first, he. Father Li even held the keys in both hands and placed them on the table, then quickly pulled Li, who was still in a daze, out. As he walked out, he turned back to look at me. Lin Feng, I didn't know they would come. I didn't give them the key. They stole it. Li Ruoshua explained hurriedly and directly denied herself responsibility. That's not important anymore. I'll have someone come over to change the locks, and you don't have to come here anymore. I gave her a cold look, turned around and walked outside. Lin Feng, is it really impossible for us? I don't believe it. I heard Li Ruoxu's crying voice behind me, but it didn't stop me. Because I know that she did this just because of my identity. Chapter 19. I helped you again. As night fell, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually faded away, the night became darker, and I went out with a heart full of depression. Half an hour ago, I received a call from my childhood friend Gao Yulin. This guy went abroad for further studies 5 years ago. Because he behaved like a playboy in his daily life, his family thought it would be better to ignore him and let him stay in the overseas branch. What is unexpected is that people who love to play will play wherever they go. When Gao Yulin was abroad, he was surrounded by beautiful women. He basically changed his girlfriend every week and was good at all kinds of entertainment activities. The reason he returned to China this time was because he suddenly had a half-brother, an illegitimate child. This illegitimate son is very capable. Not only does he have certain abilities, but he is also very good at pleasing Gao's father. Gao Yulin's mother instantly sensed a sense of crisis and felt that it was pointless for her son to stay abroad. The most important thing was to quickly ask him to come back to fight for the family property. He came back a few days ago, but I was busy at that time and had no time to meet him. He said he would not do anything tonight and insisted that I go out. But I have to say that his attitude was indeed sincere. I had just walked to the door of the club when I saw him standing at the door. "TSK, we haven't seen each other for so many years, and you're still so passive to see me." Gao Yulin put his arm around my shoulders and smiled nonchalantly. How could I tell that he was dissatisfied? "Why don't you go to the club over at Lin's?" I looked at him, and even though we hadn't seen each other for so long, I didn't feel any strangeness. "What's the point of you being so rigid? This club was newly opened by a friend I met not long ago. It has many new features. I think you should come out with me more often to see the world. Haven't you suffered enough in the past few years? You should enjoy yourself now." Gao Yulin held me in his arms as we walked into the club, greeting people along the way in the noisy hall, still the community hero as always. We went all the way up to the 3rd floor, and I followed Gao Yulin's footsteps towards the box he had booked. Unexpectedly, just as I reached the door, I heard a loud noise coming from the box next door. Gao Yulin and I looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. The soundproofing of this club is pretty good. The fact that it can make such a loud noise shows that the situation inside is quite chaotic. We were just wondering whether or not we should get involved in this matter, when unexpectedly the door of the next room opened and a familiar figure walked out. It's admiration. I recognized the other person almost at first sight. However, her outfit today was different from what I had seen her wear before. She was wearing a sequined long skirt, which made her look bright and clear, removing her previous coldness. She was eye-catching at first glance. "Oh my god, what a pretty sister. Let's go up and get her contact information." Gao Yulin's eyes lit up and he gestured to me with his elbow. I looked at him speechlessly. This guy is still as lustful as ever. He would go up and flirt with anyone he sees who is good looking. I know Lin Yun's friend. I rolled my eyes speechlessly, and instinctively didn't want Gao Yulin to have any emotional entanglement with Mu Qing. I don't know why, but since the first time I saw Mu Qing, I felt that she was a cool goddess who should not be tainted by these worldly gazes. Gao Yulin and I had such a strong presence that Mu Qing noticed us quickly. When she saw it was me, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. I touched my nose, feeling a little helpless. I didn't expect that I would always meet her at such embarrassing moments. However, the awkward atmosphere was soon broken. Just as Gao Yulin was looking at us with interest and was about to say something, the door of the next box was reopened and 2 men walked out. These 2 people are wearing trendy clothes and a lot of accessories, and they look like models. "Sister Qing, Director Tang's decision to take a liking to you is your chance. Please come back with us." One of the men looked in Mu Qing's direction and spoke rudely. Another one even went straight up and grabbed Mu Qing's hand, trying to pull him in. The other party's words were so direct that it was obvious that Director Tang must have taken a fancy to Mu Qing and wanted to use his position to do something improper to her, but she refused. Let her go. I stepped forward and said coldly, without showing any mercy, I knocked the two young male models down with one punch each. Thanks. Mu Qing was stunned for a moment, then looked at me with a complicated expression and thanked me. I just thought she was expressing her gratitude to me and didn't think much about it. After knocking the man down, I gave a look to Gao Yulin behind me. He walked slowly past me and kicked open the door of the box, looking at Mu Qing and me. That look clearly showed that he had misunderstood something. But at this time, I can't explain anything. As the three of us walked into the box, those who were dancing in the box stopped at the same time and looked at us in unison. I don't know who turned off the music. Who are you? Do you know that this is Director Tang's place? How dare you come here and act wild? Are you tired of living? A man with a feminine appearance stood up and spoke to us in a domineering manner. His expression was much more arrogant than Gao Yulin's back then. Director Tang, these two people didn't let us bring our sister back, and they just beat us up. The two men who had just been knocked to the ground came in from beside us and complained to a man in the middle of the box. You two, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Being a hero saving a beautiful girl should be done in a certain situation. You can't just meddle in everything. The man called Director Tang sat up straight and even took a sip of the wine in his hand while talking. He didn't seem to take us seriously at all. I really have decided. I sneered, not taking the harsh words seriously at all. Do you know who our Director Tang is? He will be the next head of this city's fashion week. Can you afford to offend him? The man who spoke at the beginning spoke again, pinching his throat. Oh, I don't know him. Gao Yulin and I looked at each other and saw speechlessness in each other's eyes. Don't be scared when I tell you this. This fashion week is funded by the Lin Group. The people in charge of the Lin Group have to be polite when they see Director Tang. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you act wild in front of Director Tang? I already thought that Director Tang was a clown, but when I heard this, I couldn't help laughing out loud. Oh, I'm so scared. Which person in charge of Lin's is this? Xiaoqing, sit down. Director Tang stood up slowly and finally walked in front of us. Young man, don't get involved in some things that are not your business. Not to mention that I know someone at Lin's, the owner of this club is also my friend. If you want to continue to stay in this city, apologize immediately. It's very simple. Each of you slap yourself 50 times, and then accompany me for the whole night, and I won't bother with you about what happened just now. Chapter 20. Your backer is my friend. Director Tang looked at Gao Yulin and me with no concealment in his eyes. His naked gaze made me feel sick. What kind of wine did you drink? You're so drunk. It was a mistake for me to go out without checking the almanac today. Before I could even freak out, Gao Yulin at the side couldn't help but grab the bottle of wine on the table and poured the remaining wine on Director Tang's head. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Director Tang was about to hit Gao Yulin, but I raised my hand to stop him. Several people immediately stood up behind him, obviously wanting to vent their anger on his behalf. However, it was obviously impossible to perform this function in this place, so Director Tang raised his hand to stop their actions, and then took out his mobile phone. After the call was connected, he gave a brief account of the situation here. Although there is no exaggeration, it is definitely a case of asking for external help. He looked at us viciously but didn't say anything harsh. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with this foreign aid. About 10 minutes later, a young man pushed the door open and walked in. He walked quickly to Director Tang but didn't notice us. Director Tang, who was so bold as to provoke you? You are my honored guest. I glanced at the person who was speaking. He was wearing a high-end casual outfit and his hair was carefully groomed. Ahem. Gao Yulin looked at the people who had come in and coughed twice very deliberately, which was obviously intentional. Old Su, then I am no longer your honored guest. He spoke with a hurt look on his face, causing the man who had just been uttering harsh words to stiffen. Fuck, why is it you? The man turned stiffly and looked at Gao Yulin, obviously shocked. I'm so hurt. If you kick me out today, our friendship will be overturned. Gao Yulin is a grown man, but he showed such an innocent expression in front of so many people, without any idle baggage at all. What's the matter? How could I kick you out? Bosu spoke righteously, and turned to speak in the direction of Director Tang. Director Tang, please see if there is any misunderstanding. These two are my friends. Ever since Gao Yulin and Bosu acted as if they knew each other, Director Tang's expression gradually turned ugly. Old Su, I didn't expect that your distinguished guest would be someone like Director Tang. He wanted to sleep with someone regardless of their wishes, and he was so arrogant. The world is going downhill, isn't this a bit bad? Gao Yulin's words made the atmosphere on the scene awkward. Bosu obviously didn't expect that the situation would be more difficult than he expected. We are all friends, so we can talk it out, right? He laughed it off, obviously trying to make the matter less of a big deal. Mr. Tang and his followers beside him all looked unhappy. Maybe they didn't realize that our identities are not simple either. It was a misunderstanding. Miss Mu Qing and I were just joking. Director Tang's expression was extremely ugly, but he still spoke with frustration. I don't think this is a joke. My work can be shown at Fashion Week because my design is good enough. Director Tang, you didn't mean to let me leave just now. Did I refuse directly enough? Mu Qing, who had remained silent, finally spoke up and directly rejected the possibility of peace talks. You, don't be ungrateful. Director Tang was obviously about to curse, but he held the words back. A Fashion Week director actually has so much power. It seems Director Tang often does this kind of bullying. I looked at Director Tang and belittled him mercilessly. Don't go too far. After all, you can't afford to offend the people from the Lin group. Director Tang looked very aggrieved, his face even turned a little red. Really? I really don't believe it. I took out my cell phone and called Li Ji right in front of them. Lin Corporation recently funded a Fashion Week. The director must have changed. Good. After hearing Li Ji's response from the other end of the phone, I hung up. Who do you think you are, kid? You think you can replace me by just making a phone call? What a joke. I, Tang Feng, have been in this business for more than a year or two, but this is the first time I've seen you being so arrogant. When Director Tang heard what I just said, he couldn't help but mock me. There's no other way. For me, I only need a phone call to replace you. If I want, I can make you unable to stay in this industry. Do you believe it? I looked at him indifferently, with a hint of coldness in my voice. Do you believe that I can't let you leave this door today? He looked at me as if he was going to rush over and beat me up at any moment. But before he could do anything, his cell phone rang. He only took a quick look at the caller before quickly pressing the answer button, obviously out of habit. Hello, Mr. Wan, I'm Xiao Tang. Director Tang, who had been so tough just now, suddenly became respectful. This change in attitude made everyone present smack their lips in amazement. While he was answering the phone, Bosu looked at Gao Yulin, secretly sizing me up, and asked in a low voice, Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier that the friend you brought was Lin Feng, right? The other party's voice reached my ears clearly, and I couldn't help but look up at him. He was obviously eager to come over and talk to me, but before he could make any move, Tang Feng finished the call. His face was pale, and he couldn't hold the phone due to the blow and it fell to the ground. You, who are you? The arrogant look he had before had long disappeared, and Tang Feng now looked at me with fear in his eyes. Let's go. Be more careful in situations like this in the future. I didn't answer him, but turned around and talked to Mu Qing beside me. Mu Qing nodded, she refused my offer to take her home, and left first. Gao Yulin, Bosu and I were still in the box. Bosu, I don't think Director Tang is a distinguished guest. You have to share the money, don't you think? With everyone's expressions looking particularly interesting, I spoke to break the silence. Indeed, I will have the place cleared right away. My club will not host them anymore. Bosu understood at this time that I was giving him a chance and made a decision quickly. In less than 5 minutes, a large group of security guards came up and drove Tang Feng and his group out of the club. Because the noise was so loud, many people took videos so as not to miss the excitement. For a while, the news of Tang Feng being kicked out of the club became a hot topic. Chapter 21, The Ghost is still there, but no one will spoil you. In the box, I was chatting with Gao Yulin and Bosu, and I didn't realize that the news about Director Tang had directly become a hot topic. Even if I knew about this kind of thing, I wouldn't take it to heart. People like this who take advantage of the power in their hands to do whatever they want and try to take advantage of others deserve all kinds of troubles. After chatting with us for a while, Boss Su stood up with an apologetic look on his face. Lao Gao, I'll stay here with you today. You still have a lot of things to do outside. Gao Yulin made an angry expression. Old Su, Lin Feng and I are here, why are you still taking care of others? What you said also makes me sad. This is just a joke, of course. After all, I didn't hear him mention his friend Boss Su on the way here. It is obvious that Gao Yulin speaks differently to different people. If it weren't for this kind of character, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk through the flowers without getting a single leaf on me. Seeing that Boss Su was a little embarrassed, I said, it's okay, go back to work first, don't let us delay anything. Mr. Lin, please forgive me. Boss Su bowed to me. He picked up a bottle of wine on the coffee table, drank it all as if to make amends, and then slowly walked out. He did not forget to greet them, Master Lin, Master Gu, if you need anything, just call me. You are here on my territory, and you must not be treated unfairly in any way. Okay, got it. Gao Yulin waved his hand, indicating that Boss Su could leave. The other party then walked out of the box. Suddenly, there were only two of us left in the huge box. Gao Yulin curled his lips in disdain at the door. This kid is the same, he doesn't understand when given a chance. Although we didn't have much time to interact with each other, I could see that Gao Yulin and Boss Su didn't actually have a very good relationship. However, being able to let Gao Yulin say in front of everyone that he was his friend was a great honor. But at this time, Boss Su was worried about his business and left us two behind. This choice is stupid. I don't believe there are any guests more important to Boss Su than us. But on second thought, since Boss Su could treat Director Tang as a distinguished guest, I'm afraid we can only go this far. I don't believe that with Director Tang's temper and the mess he made in the club, Boss Su would not know about it. I guess he just turned a blind eye and pretended not to know. One more friend like this doesn't make much, one less doesn't make much either. Just pretend you don't know me. There's no loss. Gao Yulin nodded and said, that's true. We hadn't seen each other for a long time, and although there was no one else to accompany us, we still had a great time drinking together. We felt more relaxed without anyone else around. Not long after, Gao Yulin suddenly held up his phone and said, I can't believe that what happened just now has become a hot topic. What? What else could it be? Director Tang was kicked out of the club. Many people took photos and videos at the time. After uploading them to the internet, they immediately became popular. Now some people have started to investigate our identities. I think the most important thing is to investigate Gao Yulin's identity. After the previous official press conference, my identity as the heir of the Lin family has been made public. Unless you have no contact with the internet and don't care about all this, you must know it. On the contrary, Gao Yulin has been abroad for many years and no one knows his identity. Let them investigate if they want. Our identities will be exposed sooner or later anyway. This is how I am now. Later, Gao Yulin will try to seize power from his illegitimate brother, which will inevitably lead to a bloody storm. Just thinking about it can predict what it would be like. As we were chatting, I suddenly received a call. My cousin Lin Yun suddenly called me. She chattered about Mu Qing on the phone, and I immediately knew that she had also seen the reports on the internet. You guys are still in the club, right? Stay there and don't leave. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yulin and I looked at each other. Gao Yulin sighed, a hint of fear showing in his expression. Your cousin is still scary even after all these years. Before going abroad, Gao Yulin was often scolded and instructed by Lin Yun, who often ordered him to do various things. The strange thing is that Gao Yulin is very imposing in front of others and never suffers any loss. But he didn't even dare to breathe in front of Lin Yun. Don't even mention you. Even I am afraid of her. Who made my grandfather spoil her so much? He spoils her to the sky. Like Lin Yun, my parents died in the same car accident. But because Lin Yun was a girl, she received more care and love from her grandfather, and was almost held in the palm of his hand. At the same time, my grandfather's care for me came from another aspect. Until now, I have become the heir of Lin Group. Fortunately, your grandfather didn't let her interfere in your company's affairs, otherwise this girl would become more and more lawless, and no one would be able to control her. After that, Gao Yulin asked tentatively, by the way, does she have a boyfriend now? Seeing that he looked uneasy, I smiled and asked, why, what do you think? Gao Yulin shuddered immediately. He shrank back as if bitten by a poisonous snake and wished he could just hide. Lin Feng, don't say that. How dare I have any thoughts about her? I'm afraid she might have some thoughts about me. That's a life-threatening thing. Gao Yulin was still in shock and had many fears about this matter. I spread my hands and said, you know her temper. She has met a few suitors over the years, but given her status and temper, how many people can catch her eye? That's true. A girl who is spoiled to death has no shortage of money or attention. Already surpassed almost all the girls. This kind of person is the hardest to impress, and there is almost no way to do it. And I haven't heard from Lin Yun what type of men she likes. It seems that she has always only focused on shopping and consumption. This is no different from other women. After talking for such a long time, Gao Yulin suddenly turned the topic to me. Well, I heard that you had a wedding some time ago. After saying this, Gao Yulin looked evasive. This guy obviously already knew what happened, yet he still used this inquiring tone. I didn't hide anything from him and said directly. You must have heard everything after you came back, right? There's no need for the two of us to talk about this useless nonsense. What do you think? I know that woman ignored you at first, but now she's pestering you again, so I want to teach her a lesson for you. I appreciate your kindness. If Gao Yulin really had to do it, he would not indulge him at all. Even though Li Ruoxue is a woman, in Gao Yulin's eye she is no different from a pig. Don't let Gao Yulin get you in trouble when the time comes. I'll just take care of the revenge myself. Chapter 22, Taking the initiative to run into the gun, even the gods can't save you. Gao Yulin patted his thigh and sighed, since you don't let me intervene, then I won't care. It's okay. I can handle it myself. I'm just a vain woman. Not to mention Lin Ruoxue, her two ex-boyfriends didn't cause much trouble to me. Qin Xuan, who was at the beginning, has now been restricted. I still have his IOU in my hand, and if he doesn't pay it back, I can sue him at any time. The amount of tens of millions, nearly 100 million, would take Qin Xuan many years of hard work to get, given his status as a department manager and his high salary. The other party has been spending money like water over the years and has never saved any money. He will never be able to pay back the money. This meant that he would end up in jail. This is the best revenge for Qin Xuan. Li Ruoxu's second boyfriend was Wang Jiabai, the general manager of Fang Real Estate. In terms of status, he is higher than Qin Xuan, but in terms of salary, he is even lower than Qin Xuan. Without membership services, I can't even afford the millions in meal bills. It's embarrassing to even talk about it. Not just Li Ruoxue, I will also teach her two boyfriends a lesson, even if it's as punishment for their previous disrespect to me. Gao Yulin chuckled, that's what they deserve. Then he changed the subject. Lao Lin, you don't need my help, but I really need your help. Gao Yulin's expression was a little solemn. With this attitude in front of me, I can guess what it is at a glance. There weren't many things that could worry Gao Yulin, and coupled with the reason for his sudden return, things had become extremely clear. You want me to help you deal with that brother? I don't have that kind of brother. He's just an illegitimate child. I don't acknowledge his identity. Gao Yulin was furious and became a little angry when talking about the other party. I said, it's useless for you to deny it. Now Uncle Gao has acknowledged the other party's identity and brought him into the company. I heard that he is now doing very well. I heard all this from Li Ji. After all, it is related to Gao Yulin, so I have more or less found out some information. It can be said that Gao Yulin has no chance of winning the Gao family's affairs now. Although you are the legitimate son, your brother is your half-brother after all. He also has your father's blood in his veins. Even if you have a falling out, he will be qualified to fight for the family property. Not to mention that you have been abroad for the past few years, but he has been with your father, and he has directly taken this opportunity to attract too much attention. Now he has made a lot of achievements. There is no need to make things too clear. I think Gao Yulin is also very clear about these things, otherwise he would not have rushed back from abroad. Judging from the current situation, if he and his mother don't do something, the Gao group will really become an illegitimate child. Gao Yulin sighed heavily. my dad is the same. He's always flirting with other girls, but he treats me coldly just because I'm too close to the girls. In this respect, the father and son are quite similar. Uncle Gao suddenly had an illegitimate son, who had already graduated from college. You can imagine how well he hid it all these years. And what makes people think deeply is this the only one? Gao Yulin also inherited his father's fine tradition. He has had countless girlfriends since he was a child. Fortunately, he took safety measures and did not give his father a grandson. But given the current situation, I think it might be better to have a grandson. I patted Gao Yulin on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will help you with this matter." Really? Gao Yulin didn't seem to expect that I would agree so easily. I affirmed, "I will help you, and I won't say anything ugly in advance." Well, go ahead. Although I am now the head of Lin's, there are still many people waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Some directors are also eager for me to make a mistake and push me down, so I can only use this identity to say something to Uncle Gao. I can't use the company to attack your brother. Gao Yulin bit his lip hard and nodded heavily. Okay, this is my family affair after all, it's not good for you to handle it all by yourself. After calming down for a moment, I asked, have you seen that brother since you came back? Gao Yulin nodded with a serious face. He also changed his name and entered the Gao family tree. He is now called Gao Yuhan. Seeing that Gao Yulin was in a bad mood when talking about his younger brother, I didn't continue talking about it and changed the subject. After chatting for a while, there was a sudden noise from the door of the box. Then he was suddenly pushed away. Gao Yulin was already unhappy, so he turned around and cursed, "Who is it? Don't you have hands? You can't even knock on the door." Then he saw that it was a woman standing at the door, and his expression eased slightly. "Who are you?" I looked at her and said in a deep voice, "Li Ruoxue." Li Ruoxue glanced at Gao Yulin beside me with some embarrassment. She tried to remain calm and then said to me, "Lin Feng, I want to have a good talk with you." "So you are Li Ruoxue?" There was a chill in Gao Yulin's voice. He stood up from the sofa and walked towards Li Ruoxue. I don't know how Li Ruoxue found this place. Maybe he also saw the reports on the internet and knew that we were in this club. But unfortunately, she came to the wrong place. At this time, Gao Yulin was very upset about his brother's affairs. Wouldn't her sudden appearance be like walking into trouble? A woman who hurt me and has no background. There is no need to have any psychological burden in dealing with Gao Yulin. Gao Yulin moved forward, and Li Ruoxue seemed to sense something and stepped back in fear. In just a few steps, she was about to walk out of the box. I watched coldly, not planning to speak. "Why, didn't you come here to see Lao Lin? Don't you have something to say to him? Why are you planning to leave now? Are you just talking nonsense?" Li Ruoxue bit her lip. She stood firm under the pressure and did not retreat. Any smart person knows that the best time to save a relationship is right after it ends. At this time, people often have not let go completely, and from time to time, shadows of the past will emerge, full of nostalgia. But once you let go of all this, or wait until you have a new relationship, then it will be completely over. After learning about my identity, Li Ruoxue began to desperately want to get back together. This was her only thought. "Lin Feng." Li Ruoxue looked past Gao Yulin and directly at me. She shouted, "I know I made a lot of mistakes, but now I know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? As long as you agree to get back together, I can do anything you want. Didn't you always want to sleep with me before? I promise you, I won't refuse you again." Chapter 23. You can't even compare to my little love, and you still want to pursue my brother? After Li Ruoxue finished speaking, Gao Yulin just laughed. He smiled with some disdain. This made Li Ruoxue feel embarrassed and she wanted to talk to me even more urgently. She was about to walk past Gao Yulin and come to me, but Gao Yulin grabbed her wrist and she couldn't get any closer. "Let me go!" Li Ruoxue shouted. "What if I refuse to let go?" Facing Gao Yulin's question, Li Ruoxue bit her lip. Gao Yulin joked, "Are you still planning to call the police to arrest me? Say that I restricted your personal freedom, or that I molested you. These are some good ideas. Anyway, there are so many people doing boxing now, you might as well try it." Under normal circumstances, Li Ruoxue would definitely do such a thing. She is a person who will do anything to achieve her goals. But she couldn't do that to Gao Yulin because Gao Yulin was my friend. Maybe by doing that she could solve the problem of Gao Yulin, but in the end she would offend me and her goal would be even more impossible to achieve. Li Ruoxue sighed and looked at me with grievance. This look made me feel sick. She was the one who did all this in the first place, and she is also the one who wants to make amends now. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? If Li Ruoxue hadn't acted so embarrassingly before and her attitude hadn't been so bad. Is it still like this now? No, Li Ruoxue had already successfully completed her wedding with me and became the young lady of the Lin group. Second only to one man and above everyone else, all that remains is wealth and glory. Like countless other socialites, all she needs to do every day is drink some coffee, buy some bags, chat with other rich ladies, and compare with each other. How comfortable is such a life? Too bad she missed it. Just go away. I said, we're over now. It's no use for you to keep coming back to me. There's no possibility for us anymore. Li Ruoxue looked at me in disbelief. Maybe she couldn't understand why I changed so quickly. He used to obey her every word, never fighting back or retaliating, but now he refuses to even look at her. Li Ruoxue felt somewhat desperate, and her whole body suddenly wilted. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. How can we leave like this? We finally came here, brother, you have to treat us well. When I looked, it was indeed Lin Yun who came. She had told us to wait on the phone before, and finally she arrived. Gao Yulin couldn't help but panic before he saw Lin Yun. He didn't try to stop Li Ruoxue. Instead, he ran towards me like a rabbit and sat down next to me. Lin Yun walked into the box and she looked at me first. Then Gao Yulin was discovered. Xiaolin, you didn't even say hello to me when you came back. You must have grown stronger after all these years abroad. Lin Yun had a smile on her face, but she looked like a devil. Gao Yulin shuddered and smiled bitterly. How could that be? No matter how you compare foreign women to you, they are not even as good as one of your toes. Lin Yun smiled with satisfaction. She naturally grabbed Li Ruoxue's arm and led her into the box. Li Ruoxue was suddenly confused. Before, Li Ruoxue had misunderstood the relationship between Lin Yun and I didn't have a good attitude towards Lin Yun at that time. Naturally, she didn't believe that Lin Yun would help her at this time. But if I can stay in the box, then there is still a chance. Therefore, Li Ruoxue did not listen to me and leave, but sat far away. Lin Yun was sitting next to Li Ruoxue. She took her arm and said with a smile. Li Ruoxue, right? I've heard my brother talk about you countless times before, and your name is already familiar to me. You're prettier than I imagined. Li Ruoxue tried hard to force a smile. Now that she knows that Lin Yun is my sister, she naturally doesn't dare to do anything wrong. Li Ruoxue, why did you come to see my brother? I remember your wedding was cancelled. This made me sad for a long time. This is the first big happy event in our Lin family for a long time. Li Ruoxue was overjoyed when she heard this. She quickly said, actually, I came to see Lin Feng for our wedding. I think we can complete the wedding that we didn't complete before. Lin Yun immediately smiled and said, from what you said, you still want to marry my brother. Yes, I found that I have already gotten used to everything about him. I can't leave him. My mind is full of memories of when I was with him. He said this as if he cared about me so much, but I knew in my heart that it was just an excuse. What I am curious about is why Lin Yun did this. She had no good feelings towards Li Ruoxue at first, and reminded me several times that Li Ruoxue was not a good person. Why is it that now she treats me like a good sister? Soon, I found that my worries were unnecessary and Lin Yun's appearance was all a disguise. To be more precise, this was her teasing of Li Ruoxue. Your wedding is really regrettable. I can understand that you want to save the relationship, but think about it carefully. Do you think you are worthy? Lin Yun's tone became serious when he said the last two words. This made Li Ruoxue panic. Lin Yun changed from her previous gentle appearance. As far as I know, you were with someone else on the wedding day, right? You even brought that man to make a scene at the wedding, breaking a lot of things. Then, in order to avoid paying compensation, you cut ties with the other person. It's been less than a month and you found a new boyfriend and forgotten the man who has done so much for you. What happened? After my brother inherited the Lin group, you hurried back to try to save the relationship. Do you think anyone believed you because of your feelings? If she really had feelings, she wouldn't have had those two previous boyfriends. One of them was the man who caused me great harm at the wedding. These things may be confusing to those involved, but Lin Yun, as a bystander, sees them very clearly. She sighed faintly. If you ask me, you can't even compare to Xiaoqing, so don't say such words to save the relationship. It's better for brother to be with Xiaoqing than to reconcile with you. Lin Yun continued, Xiaoqing is now a well-known fashion designer and a truly independent woman, but what about you? As far as I know, you have been living off your brother all these years, right? You also have a brother who doesn't work, a father who is in debt from gambling, and a mother who is seriously ill. In this comparison, Mu Qing is much stronger than Li Ruoxue. This is heaven and earth. Brother, what do you think of Xiaoqing? Lin Yun suddenly turned to me and asked. I thought about my past encounters with Mu Qing and said truthfully, she's very pretty and a nice person. Lin Yun immediately smiled and said, right? And don't you think that your helping out today is a sign of fate between the two of you? If I hadn't seen the trending searches, I wouldn't have known that this had happened. At this time, Li Ruoxue was already extremely embarrassed and awkward. She finally realized that Lin Yun kept her just for fun. Chapter 24. Why is this happening? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Lin Yun has never been an easy person to talk to. Especially in recent years, under the doting of his grandfather, he has become lawless and does not take anyone seriously. Grandpa basically doesn't care too much about some of the things she does. The only requirement is not to commit any crime. In addition, she would help settle all matters, no matter big or small. This also caused Lin Yun's personality to become more and more flamboyant. Even the company's directors would feel scared when facing Lin Yun. What's more, it's just Li Ruoxue. Hey, Li Ruoxue, everything that happened now is your own fault. You can't blame anyone else. You should only blame yourself for being blind. If you hadn't foolishly chosen the wrong person, how could you have missed such a good choice as my brother? Now open your eyes and look around. Is there any better choice than my brother in this world? You can only regret, drag yourself into the abyss in endless regret, and suffer mental torture. Lin Yun's tone was very calm and his expression was very natural when he spoke. But these words made people feel uncomfortable no matter how they heard them. Even though Gao Yulin and I had not offended Lin Yun, I still felt a little nauseous listening to her speak. Especially Gao Yulin, who has subconsciously squeezed next to me. It seemed that he was very worried that Lin Yun would suddenly turn against him. Li Ruoxu did show some pain when faced with such teasing. But Li Ruoxu is a person who would never admit to others even if she did something wrong. I had gotten used to it over the years. This woman puts herself in too high a position, but fails to realize that she is insignificant. I admit that I did do something wrong, and I have done many things that are sorry to Lin Feng, but this is a relationship problem between the two of us. You are not qualified to discipline us, right? Li Ruoxue had a stern face, and there was even a hint of pride in her expression. Although I don't know where that expression came from, I vaguely felt that she was a little more proud when facing Lin Yun. Where does this come from? I'm not qualified. Lin Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Ruoxue, you really know how to joke. You said I don't have the qualifications, so why don't you tell me what your qualifications are? I am Lin Feng's girlfriend, isn't that enough? Li Ruoxue said firmly. From the tone of her voice, it seemed like we had never broken up. We never had a falling out. It is not known whether this woman subconsciously ignored those things or deliberately pretended that they never happened. This is like her style. Wasn't it the same when we were together before? Even if she suddenly realized that she was wrong after an argument, she would ignore it and make trouble for me with all kinds of excuses. The result is still the same until now. So it's your girlfriend, but do you want me to remind you that you are no longer boyfriend and girlfriend now? Lin Yun said sarcastically. As if she thought this wasn't offensive enough, she continued, oh, by the way, I forgot if you hadn't mentioned it, you were not just boyfriend and girlfriend before, you were already engaged, and you were almost husband and wife. Li Ruoxue wanted to show off in front of Lin Yun, but the results seemed to be unsatisfactory. Instead of denying all this, Lin Yun took the initiative to speak it out and remind her. What a pity. You are just one step away from becoming the eldest lady of the Lin family and the wife of the president of Lin Corporation. How many people will bow and scrape to you when they see you? If that happens, I will definitely call you sister-in-law. Even if I don't like you, I can't show my dissatisfaction. But why is that? Why can't you have all this? She only saw the little prophet in front of her and kicked her brother away to choose another man. In the end, she ended up picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Lin Yun laughed softly. The sound is not loud, but the damage is great. This plain and calm narration also contains great power, piercing Li Ruoxu's heart needle by needle. I saw Li Ruoxu's breathing became rapid, and she placed one hand on her chest to comfort herself gently. Lin Yun was right. Li Ruoxue had brought this upon herself and could not blame anyone else. After trying hard to calm herself down for a long time, Li Ruoxue was finally able to calm herself down a little. She turned and looked at me, her eyes determined. Lin Feng, I don't trust this woman. I only trust you. I want you to tell her that she is wrong. As soon as Li Ruoxue said this, Lin Yun laughed even louder. Even Gao Yulin couldn't help but shake his head. Li Ruoxu's behavior is becoming more and more like that of a clown. He knew he had lost everything, but he still struggled desperately. How stupid this behavior is. But is it really like this? On the contrary, I felt that Li Ruoxu was not struggling on purpose, but she did not realize that she was worthless to me. Lin Feng, have you forgotten our relationship over the years? Have you forgotten how many times you ran a kilometer to buy new ice cream for me? You forgot that you took care of my stomach and helped me go to bed after I got drunk. Have you forgotten how many times you served me and acted weird in front of me to make me laugh? Li Ruoxue wanted to continue talking and didn't notice that my expression was gradually becoming ugly. It would have been fine if she didn't say these things, but now she says it in front of me, which is a blatant provocation to me. The more she talked, the more I felt how stupid I was. That's enough. Lin Yun spoke first, interrupting Li Ruoxue fiercely. What do you think is the point of continuing to talk? Can it make your brother change his mind? Don't you realize that all the so-called touching things you said are your brother's efforts for you? Yes. We have been together for so long, and I was the one who gave from the beginning to the end, while Li Ruoxue basically did nothing. Even if you search hard, you won't find even a single bit. Li Ruoxue wanted to explain, but found that she couldn't find any explanation. Lin Yun smiled and said, "See, how can you talk about making your brother change his mind? You are such a stupid and cheap woman." Li Ruoxue was belittled by Lin Yun. She looked at Lin Yun angrily and her eyes became fierce. Even at this point, she was still unwilling to admit that she was wrong. Instead, he blamed the problem on Lin Yun. I am extremely disappointed. Li Ruoxue, please go. Li Ruoxu didn't expect that I would say such a thing. She looked at me with wide eyes. I didn't give her much time to think, and repeated, I don't want to see you again. I hope you won't appear in front of me again, otherwise it will be hard for me to guarantee that I won't retaliate against you. Li Ruoxue opened her mouth wide, unable to utter a word. The string that was originally tense in my heart broke at this moment. Li Ruoxue walked towards the door of the box in a daze. She was reluctant to give up and kept looking back every few steps, trying to see if I would change my mind. When I noticed her actions, I simply turned my head away. Chapter 25, Failing to ask for it alone, planning to gang up on him? Because I ignored her directly, Li Ruoxu had to leave angrily in the end. I didn't feel relieved until I saw her leave. Now I feel uncomfortable even when I see this woman, and it is hard for me to imagine how I liked this woman in the first place. It is simply incomprehensible now. Brother, your ex-girlfriend is not that great. Lin Yun suddenly spoke. This made me feel a little embarrassed. I know that Lin Yun is starting to settle scores. She had reminded me countless times that Li Ruoxue was not a good person, but I seemed to be possessed and didn't listen to her advice at all. This made Lin Yun very anxious. But I am the older brother, so even if Lin Yun wanted to do something, he had to restrain himself and was often disgusted by Li Ruoxue. Now that she finally got the chance, she was not vague at all and started joking right away. This is not only bad, there is absolutely no good in it. I didn't expect that Lin Feng would make mistakes sometimes. Gao Yulin immediately started to agree with Lin Yun and started teasing me. This makes me a little embarrassed. This kid didn't dare to confront Lin Yun, so he just defected to that side. This is indeed my problem. I was blinded by my own greed and could not see her true face. I did a lot of stupid things. It is natural to admit mistakes. This mistake is still before us today and has become an inexplicable fact. It can be said that this incident will be a stain on me for a long time to come. I think this woman doesn't intend to give up. You don't have any leverage over her, right? Lin Yun suddenly asked. Having enemies is not scary. The scary thing is that this enemy does not play by the rules and uses some sinister and cruel methods. What kind of handle can I have on her? The most I can do is to apologize for doing something stupid. What stupid thing? Lin Yun asked, and Gao Yulin also looked at him curiously. I turned away awkwardly, my voice lowering, just kneeling down to apologize and beg for mercy. Lin Yun opened her mouth suddenly. Even though I had not yet inherited the Lin family, I was still the only heir. Doing this in front of an ordinary person is indeed some scandalous stuff. Lin Yun showed a worried look and asked, then she doesn't have anything else to threaten you, right? Will she suddenly bring out a child one day and claim it's yours, and ask us to pay her a large sum of money? This kind of thing is not uncommon. Rich businessmen often report such private scandals, so it is normal for Lin Yun to worry about me. Gao Yulin said in a deep voice, you don't have to worry about this. Lin Feng is different from my father and will not make such a mistake. Lin Yun affirmed, that's true. No matter how inhuman my brother is, he would never put an illegitimate child in that position. As she spoke, Lin Yun cast a regretful look towards Gao Yulin. We cannot comment on the Gao family's affairs now, but we all understand that this is a big trouble for Gao Yulin. Maybe if you are not careful you will fall into the valley. We have never come into contact with the illegitimate child's methods, so it is difficult to judge the difficulty of this matter. The three of them were drinking and chatting in the box. The subsequent topic focused on Gao Yulin. Compared to my case, the most important issue is that Gao Yulin was deprived of power by his younger brother. Gao Yulin was often teased and ridiculed by Lin Yun, but Gao Yulin did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. This look really doesn't look like a powerful rich second generation at all, and it also shows that Lin Yun is a bit willful and capricious. Suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open. The sudden movement made me frown and feel a little unhappy. This kind of thing that disturbs others is the most annoying, but who can come here at this time? It seems that the only one is Gao Yulin's friend, Boss Su. I was just about to write in my mind that Boss Su was not someone I should have close relations with, when I suddenly realized that the person who came was not him. Who is it? Gao Yulin shouted in a deep voice to the person at the door. You have no sense at all. Stop interrupting our drinking and chatting. Get out. The man at the door stepped back, confirmed the box number on the door, and then walked in with a smile on his face. He simply ignored Gao Yulin and Lin Yun, his eyes wandering on me. Brother-in-law, you are really generous. The charge for this kind of room is not low. You came here to drink and have fun without notifying me. Get lost, who is your brother-in-law? Gao Yulin stood up directly, cursed angrily and prepared to drive the other party away. Suddenly, several figures appeared at the door and stood there with ferocious looks. Brother-in-law, do you dislike me so much? Looking at the person opposite me smiling playfully, I frowned. Li, what do you mean? My eyes swept towards the people at the door. I didn't expect Li to find here suddenly. What was even more unexpected was that he not only came alone, but also brought some of his friends along. Gao Yulin calmed down a little when he saw that I knew him. He asked me, do you know this person? Li Ruoshue's brother. You can get a clue from the title of brother-in-law, and asking this question is just for confirmation. Gao Yulin smiled and said, so it's my brother-in-law. Why didn't you tell me in advance if you came? Gao Yulin went forward to greet them seemingly enthusiastically. Unexpectedly, Li shook off Gao Yulin's hand and glanced at him, who are you? Li ignored Gao Yulin and walked straight to sit next to me. He picked up a bottle of wine and took a few sips. This is really good wine. It must cost a lot of money, right? He kept talking about money, so I guessed what Li's purpose of coming here was. Before, he and his father stayed in the house I bought, but they made the place a mess and I drove them away, but I didn't achieve my goal. This time, it was of course for money. This is the only thing Li can come to me for. It is impossible that he comes to apologize to me. This doesn't seem like something Li would do. Not worth the money. Li smiled and said, brother-in-law is really generous. He doesn't care about wine that costs thousands of yuan a bottle. In this case, why don't you lend me some money? I'm very tight on money right now. I glanced at the people at the door. They had no intention of coming in, but they didn't leave either. Obviously, he came with Li Li to ask for money. This made me even more unhappy. Don't even mention lending you some money. Even if I give you some money, what's the big deal? But Li Li, isn't it a bit rude of you to bring so many people here to ask for money? Polite? Li Li sneered, you're talking to me about politeness now? You cancelled the wedding just like that. Do you know how much of an impact this has on the image of our Li family? Now all our relatives and friends are laughing at us. Do you want to see the joke? But when those people laughed at me, the Li family didn't react at all. Now that you're being laughed at, you want to blame me? I just think what Li Li said is like fart. Chapter 26 Youth Loss Compensation, Image Loss Compensation, Mental Loss Compensation. It seems that the Li family was the one who proposed to cancel their wedding, right? Lin Yun didn't care about Li Li's appearance at all and reminded him lightly. It was indeed the Li family who proposed to cancel their wedding. Because they thought they had found Qin Chuan, who was better than me, so they cancelled it on the spot regardless of me. In order to move themselves to the next level, they don't care so much. Li Li shouted, is it just the Li family's fault? If it weren't for Lin Feng causing so much trouble, why would we cancel their wedding? Has he forgotten how embarrassed we were that day? His tone did not decrease at all, as if he did not hear what Lin Yun said. Then, Li Li said very naturally. Lin Feng, I know you are very powerful now. You have inherited a huge company and you are very rich. I won't tell you anything else. You should at least give the Li family some compensation for the loss, right? Damage compensation. What does that mean? I asked directly. Li Li put down the empty bottle and picked up another one. He opened it and started drinking. Damages are damages. What else can it mean? Hasn't my sister suffered any loss after being with you for so many years? Did Li Ruoxue suffer any loss? This is probably the biggest joke I have ever heard. She has not had a job in the past 3 years, and all the money she spent was earned by me delivering food. In addition to this, he beat and scolded me, and he took advantage of me in this relationship. Now you say you have suffered losses. I told Li Li all these words, but he didn't take them seriously. How much money can you make delivering takeout? It's not like you're giving us your Lin family's money to spend. Besides, my sister has gone from a young and beautiful woman to an old and ugly woman in the past few years. Isn't this a loss? Lin Yun found it ridiculous and asked, so are you planning to ask for compensation for loss of youth? As if he had been reminded, Li Li immediately said, yes, it is the compensation for loss of youth. This is really ridiculous. Li Li didn't even know the term youth loss compensation, but he dared to ask for money shamelessly. My sister has indeed grown older, right? Do you deny this? Also, because of the wedding, you have ruined the image of our Li family, my sister's image, and even me. You should give us some compensation for the loss of our image, right? Besides, my mom has been suffering from mental illness since this incident, and her condition has worsened. My dad has also been drinking to drown his sorrows every day, and you can't escape the psychological damage. A lot of loss compensation was suddenly asked for under various excuses. I looked up at Li Li and found that he had drank several bottles of wine in this short period of time. I even suspected that he was not here to negotiate and ask for money, but to have a drink. Li Li put down an empty bottle and couldn't help but belched. Lin Feng, I wanted to give you the honor of calling you brother-in-law in the past, and I didn't want to make things too big, but don't think I'm afraid of you. He put a hand on my shoulder, as if he knew me very well. Don't say you are the person in charge of the Lin family. Even if you are the richest man in the world, it doesn't matter. If I don't give you face, you are nothing in my eyes. These words are very consistent with my impression of Li Li. The street kid who idles around with nothing to do is arrogant and feels that he is always superior to others. Even if everything is right in front of you, you still only trust your own judgment. I feel that my failure and incompetence are the world's fault. Although we had some conflicts before, they are in the past, right? I know how you feel about my sister. How about this? I will help you two to reconcile, and you only need to give me a small reward. Li Li put his thumb and index finger together slightly and made a gesture to me. Say a little bit. But I have no idea how much money he really wants. This guy has big ambitions. After Li said so much, Lin Yun and Gao Yulin had already been somewhat displeased with him. They wanted to get angry several times but were stopped by me. This time is no exception. After I stopped them with my eyes, they were both a little confused. Especially Lin Yun, who kept winking at me. This is certainly not an attempt to be a good person, but this matter is mine and I am not going to let them solve it for me. I calmly took Li's hand away from my body and simply took a sip of the wine. Seeing this, Li immediately opened another bottle and clinked the bottle with mine. I put down the bottle in my hand and reminded him, "This is the 5th bottle of wine you've drunk." Li didn't realize what I meant by that, and said proudly, "Brother-in-law, how is it? Am I still okay with my drinking capacity?" He became very proud. I said, "A bottle of wine costs 2,000 yuan, and this one will cost you 10,000 yuan after you drink it." Li was stunned for a moment, looked at me with some surprise and said, "Brother-in-law, no way. I gave you face and accompanied you to drink a glass of wine, but you still care so much about me. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly, let alone we are not brothers, and I am not your brother-in-law. If you really want to find a brother-in-law, why not go find Qin Chuan or Wang Jiabai? They are your brothers-in-law." I feel sick when I hear this name. Did Li call me once at that time? Every time he called me by my name, there was no respect for me in his eyes or tone, only contempt and ridicule. Now it's all right. Are you willing to show goodwill? But there was also a threat in this show of goodwill. If Li could really humble himself and come to me to apologize, begging me to give him some money to spend, perhaps I would give it to him because I don't care about that little bit of money. But his current behavior makes this impossible. Your sister has found 2 boyfriends in succession since our wedding. If you really need anything, you should go to them, not me. As for the damages you mentioned, I think we should go to Qin Chuan. After all, it was Qin Chuan who caused all those things." After hearing this, Li was a little annoyed and said, "You are kidding, everyone knows that Qin Chuan still owes you tens of millions, how can he give me the money?" So that's what's going on. The reason they came to me is because they can get the most benefits from me. It seems that Qin Chuan and Wang Jiabai had both been looked for by Li, but nothing was gained in the end. Seeing my expressionless face, Li continued, "You want to ask me for wine money? Fine, but you have to give me all the damages I mentioned first." I thought about it, looked at Li and said, "Okay." Li was overjoyed. Gao Yulin and Lin Yun tried to stop me, but I remained indifferent. I took out my cell phone, found Li's friend, and transferred the money. But then Li's expression became extremely ugly. Because the system prompt sounded, Li received a transfer of 250 yuan. Li gnashed his teeth and looked at me viciously. "Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? Are you kidding me? Did I give you too much face?" Chapter 27. I'm just teasing you, what can you do about it? Looking at Li's angry look, I chuckled softly. "Why, do you think this number is not suitable for you? I think it is quite suitable. 250 is great. Isn't that what you are like?" In the past, when I faced Li, even though I didn't like this person, I would not say anything too harsh for Li Ruoshue's sake. But Li saw that I was just a delivery man and made things difficult for me. Now I can only say that things have changed, and I am giving it all back. Gao Yulin was afraid that the incident was not serious enough, so he deliberately laughed strangely. That's true. Although this is the first time I met him, I also felt that he was an idiot. I have to say that Lin Feng is quite good at judging people. Li gritted his teeth and said, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you act so presumptuously here? Get out of here." My identity is now well known, and Li wants to get benefits from me, so I dare not speak too boldly and still restrain myself. But Gao Yulin was a complete stranger to him, so naturally there was no need to beat around the bush and he just started cursing directly. Hearing this, Gao Yulin rubbed his hands and prepared to stand up. "Hey, Gao Yulin, are you planning to meet them? Don't you see they are so many in number?" Lin Yun smiled. Gao Yulin glanced at the people at the door of the box and snorted coldly, obviously not taking it seriously. There were only a few people, he wasn't that scared. However, if he really were to fight these people, he wouldn't gain much advantage, so he naturally wouldn't act rashly. Therefore, Gao Yulin looked at me for a few times, and seeing that I didn't express anything, he slowly sat down again, pretending that nothing had happened. He sat there, looking around, and completely ignored Li and his companions. As if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Li narrowed his eyes and said, "I thought you would be something, but in the end you are nothing but a loser, pretending to be good. You." Gao Yulin couldn't stand being bullied by Li again. I reached out to stop Gao Yulin. "Lin Feng, don't stop me. This kid is too presumptuous. He doesn't take me seriously at all. Does he really think I'm afraid of him? He's just a gangster. I beat him so hard that he didn't even recognize him." Of course, I don't doubt what Gao Yulin said. Even though the Gao family is now in a critical period of seizing power and Gao Yulin himself is not favored by his father, he still has no problem dealing with a small gangster. No matter what, Uncle Gao couldn't just watch his son get into trouble and do nothing. That wouldn't be in keeping with his status. If you really hurt someone, you just have to pay compensation. The key is how much money you lose. If I let you do it, I'm worried that you might get hurt. It's fine if he got beaten up. He deserved it for trying to show off in front of me. I shook my head. Don't worry. This is my business after all. Let me handle it first. You just sit there and wait. Only after I spoke did Gao Yulin calm down a little. But looking at his appearance, he still seemed a little unhappy. I turned to look at Li and found that this guy was not much better than Gao Yulin. He was very angry at my teasing him earlier. "Do you think there's something wrong with me doing this?" I spoke. Li's face darkened. "You are kidding me. What if I say I was just teasing you? What are you going to do?" After getting my affirmative answer, Li clenched his fists. At the same time, the little brothers he brought with him were also eager to try, and looked extremely unruly. It seems that as long as Li gives the order, they will rush over and beat us up without hesitation, without any fear. I took a quick glance and took in all the actions of the men. "Why, are you planning to let these people teach me a lesson?" Li was speechless for a moment. "How much money do you think they can get from me if they really beat me up? Or do you want them to vent their dissatisfaction after beating me up, and then meet with my lawyer to make compensation?" I crossed my legs and looked at Li with a smile. "If I'm guessing correctly, all of your brothers are like you. They dropped out of high school and are now idle hooligans, right? He has no education, no ability, and wanders the streets all day. In this situation, it is natural that you cannot find a job and have no income. It can be said that such people are the dregs of society. How much do you think I'll have to pay you if I let someone teach you a lesson? But if you hit me, how much compensation should you pay?" I smiled faintly. "Li, you and I are not from the same world. Your worthless life is not worth much, but if something happens to me, none of you will be able to pay for it even if you lose everything you have. In the end, you can only go to jail and may never get out. You'd better think it over carefully." After he finished speaking, before Li responded, the people he brought with him began to hesitate. Even if they don't understand the law, they should feel threatened by my words. Especially Li, he vaguely knew that as the main messenger, he would be in the biggest trouble if something went wrong. The other party was temporarily frightened, and Li stopped talking nonsense. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sneer. They are stupid, but not the kind of stupid that is completely brainless. "Li, are you still planning to ask me for some so-called damages? Since you think 250 is an insult to you, you can tell me how much you plan to ask for." Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought I was really going to give him money and showed a hint of excitement. "You'd better think it over before you speak. Extortion is also a felony. If the amount involved is large enough, you will also spend the rest of your life in prison." Lin Yun spoke with a smile. He looked harmless, but what he said shocked Li again. I clearly saw Li shiver, and he suddenly stopped talking when he was about to speak. He was scared. Li was at a loss for a moment, and the people he brought with him were already extremely panicked. "Can't ask for money. I can't do anything." It was a very frustrating moment, but there was nothing they could do. There is only one way left for them, and that is to leave in disgrace. "Look, my sister has been with you for so many years." Li thought for a long time and finally said this. Hearing this, I turned my head and looked at him. "Why, you still haven't given up? Not to mention that I have no intention of giving any money at all. Even if I can give, how much should I give? How much is Li Ruoxu's youth worth?" Looking back, I didn't gain anything from that relationship, I was just giving. I advise you to put your thoughts aside. I will naturally settle the matter with Li Ruoxue, but if you plan to cross the line, I don't mind dealing with you as well. Chapter 28. As a younger sister, don't mess around with matchmaking. I spoke without any restraint. The reason for this is that I no longer have any good feelings towards the Li family. Apart from that seriously ill woman, I am annoyed by the sight of everyone else. They also put a lot of obstacles in my way in the past. If it's for my aunt's sake, I won't care so much. But unfortunately, even the Li family no longer cares about that woman. Secondly, Li brought so many energetic young men to block my door, which was a very unpleasant thing. Of course, I would not be in a good mood. Li and the spirited young men he brought with him looked at each other. Finally, he didn't bother to ask me for money anymore, fearing that I would use some trickery to send him to jail. But before leaving, he did not forget to say a few harsh words. Lin Feng, this matter will not end like this. It is impossible for you to do this without paying any price. I will come to you again. After saying that, he left without looking back. It looks like he's running away. Seeing a group of people leaving in a hurry, I shouted loudly, "Close the door." At this time, everyone had walked away from the corridor, but a few seconds later, a spirited young man came back to help me close the door of the box. I smiled at him, but it frightened him so much that he just ran away. I sighed helplessly, what a shame. I thought he was quite polite and wanted to give him some benefits. It's a waste to give benefits to such a person. He might think you are easy to bully and keep asking you for benefits. It's very troublesome. Gao Yulin said. I thought about it and it is true. I don't need anyone around me, so why should I look for a young man with a bad temper? It would be embarrassing for me to bring him out. The three people were drinking and chatting in the box, and the atmosphere gradually became solemn. Lin Yun is my cousin, and we have a good relationship. But it's not really possible for me to joke with her or talk about many things. After all, we all know each other well, and sometimes we feel ashamed. As for Gao Yulin, he was naturally in a weak position when facing Lin Yun, and he always acted in an awkward position. Well, how about you get some of your best friends over here, cousin? Gao Yulin said to Lin Yun tentatively. Lin Yun immediately raised her eyebrows and looked at Gao Yulin threateningly. Why, Master Gao, do you think it's not enough for me to accompany you? That's not the case. Gao Yulin waved his hands and explained, think about it, Lin Feng was just deceived by that bad woman and now he has ended a bad relationship. It's time for him to have a new relationship. You know so many good girls. Why don't you introduce them to him and help him get over it sooner? I immediately glared at Gao Yulin. He said he was thinking about me, but I knew he just didn't want to face Lin Yun alone all the time. I thought having other people come over would relieve some of the pressure, and I could also flirt with the other girls. Lin Yun took a step towards Gao Yulin, and Gao Yulin moved immediately. But soon there was nowhere to escape. Gao Yulin looked at Lin Yun awkwardly, Auntie, please stop scaring me. Lin Yun nodded with satisfaction and said, I think it's not just my brother who needs a girlfriend, you need it even more. Why? Gao Yulin asked subconsciously. It's very simple. Your Gao family is facing family problems right now. Especially your brother is very popular with your father. So, if you can bring a grandson back to your father, he will definitely be very happy. This suggestion. How should I put it? I can't say it's bad. It's just not very realistic. Although Uncle Gao would indeed be happier if he had a grandson back home. But in the past, he had been quite dissatisfied with his son Gao Yulin because he was too casual in relationships between men and women. I'm afraid that by then it will only be a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Soon Lin Yun took out her cell phone. She typed for a few minutes and smiled at us. It's done. One of my besties will be here later. Really? Just one. Gao Yulin immediately came over and wanted to find out about this best friend. Why, you think it's not enough? Didn't you just think it's unrealistic to bring your grandchild back home? Lin Yun poked Gao Yulin hard on the forehead. Gao Yulin was not angry either, isn't this for Lin Feng's sake? If there are more, he can choose from them. Otherwise, he will have no choice. Don't worry, this girl is my best friend. Except for her family situation which is not as good as ours, she is excellent in every other aspect. I don't know why, but when Lin Yun said this, Mu Qing's figure appeared in front of my eyes. I couldn't help but ask, the person you are talking about is not Mu Qing, right? Did you guess it? She happened to be on vacation today, and she agreed immediately after I told her. Gao Yulin and I looked at each other and felt helpless. The girl had just experienced that kind of thing and was called out by Lin Yun. It was unclear whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. What's going on? Why are you two acting so weird? Seeing our strange expressions, Lin Yun immediately asked. In desperation, I could only briefly recount my previous encounter with Mu Qing. Seeing this, Lin Yun was immediately shocked. She immediately cursed, "What a piece of shit, how dare they take advantage of Xiao Qing. I think we should give them a good face." What's that guy's name? It seems to be a guy named Director Tang, at least that's what people call him, Gao Yulin added. I also said, she was the person in charge of Mu Qing's fashion design exhibition, so I had the opportunity to threaten her. Lin Yun was furious after hearing this and wanted to punish Director Tang immediately. But after thinking about it, his expression changed again. She looked at me with a playful smile. "Brother, I just thought about it and realized that this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Xiao Qing just got into trouble and was saved by you. She may not be in a good mood now. Then what? She is vulnerable and in a bad mood, and you are her savior, so you can just take advantage of her, right? Maybe you can take her down in one fell swoop." Lin Yun clenched his fist and made a gesture. I slapped my forehead hard and said, "As my sister, don't mess around with matchmaking. This will cause problems." "What's the problem with that?" Lin Yun felt a little aggrieved. "You introduced your best friend to me. If this thing works out in the end, that's fine. But what if it doesn't? Have you ever thought about this problem? If it succeeds, everyone will be happy and the relationship will become closer. But if it doesn't work out, it will just be really awkward when we meet in the future. At that time, it will either affect the relationship between me and Lin Yun, or the relationship between those two best friends. This is something I cannot accept in any way. They say that rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. But Lin Yun has already notified Mu Qing to come over, and the two of them have made an agreement. It would be a bit unreasonable for me to ask her to change her mind at this time. It can only be regarded as a way to help Mu Qing relieve his emotions." 20 minutes later, Mu Qing came back here again. After seeing us, she immediately expressed her gratitude to Gao Yulin and me. Chapter 29. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, but you seem like. When he arrived at the box for the second time, Mu Qing had changed his clothes. Her long, smooth hair falls behind her. A turtleneck sweatshirt. Short skirt, long boots. Their whole person exudes a cool and aloof aura, which is completely different from Lin Yun. "Thank you for what happened today." After seeing Mu Qing, Lin Yun stood up and walked to her side, hugging her to comfort her. I said, "You are Lin Yun's friend. If I see you in trouble, I will definitely help you. Even if we have never met before, I would never sit idly by if I saw other girls encounter such a thing. But thank you all the same." After being comforted for a while, Lin Yun became a little agitated. She said angrily, "Xiao Qing, who is that guy? I will avenge you." Mu Qing shook his head. "There is no way to take revenge." "Why?" "Because he is related to your subsequent design. Earlier in the box, we already knew that Mu Qing was coerced by Director Tang because of the costume design, and now she is unwilling to retaliate, naturally because of this." Lin Yun said angrily, "Never mind, if he dares to do this to you, we will definitely retaliate. At worst, I will stop doing fashion design and find another way for you." As grandfather's favorite person, Lin Yun has the right to say this. All she needs to do is act coquettishly and cutely, and it would be easy to arrange a position for Mu Qing in the company. It's not even possible that anyone could object. Plus, she is Lin Yun's best friend, so her treatment in the company can't be bad. What's more, I am now the president of Lin Group and have the greatest say. There will be absolutely no problems for her to join the company. "Thank you, Lin Yun, but I can't give up fashion design. This has always been my dream. I can't accept it if I can't do this." I asked, "What if we don't follow his path? There must be other options, right?" "Yes, but this is the most advanced one I have access to so far. As long as my design can stand out this time, I can stand out in the future." After listening to Mu Qing, I roughly understood. Now she needs to take advantage of this opportunity to make a name for herself so that she can carry out subsequent things. But this opportunity was controlled by Director Tang, which resulted in Mu Qing being severely restricted. Lin Yun comforted Mu Qing while I fell into deep thought. I haven't had much experience in fashion design, but if I wanted to do something in that area, it wouldn't seem that difficult. Since she is Lin Yun's best friend, I am willing to help her once. However, I did not say this to his face. I planned to tell Mu Qing after everything was arranged, so as to avoid any unexpected changes later that would leave others disappointed. After Mu Qing arrived, Gao Yulin quickly became much more lively. Lin Yun's attention was mostly focused on Mu Qing, and she stopped bickering with Gao Yulin, and the atmosphere changed slightly. The dinner lasted until the evening, and Bosu came to the box several times to greet us. But his previous departure did not leave a good impression on me, so I did not take it too seriously and just pretended that he did not exist. After paying the bill, we left and Bosu saw us to the door and asked us to come again next time. When we were a little further away, I said to Gao Yulin, "Let's go to the clubhouse under the Lin Group. The place you found is really not that good." Gao Yulin scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, "This is a mistake. I will definitely make arrangements later." Obviously Gao Yulin also felt that what Bosu did today was a bit wrong. "I'm treating you to dinner tonight, what would you like to eat?" Perhaps Gao Yulin felt a little embarrassed by the situation during the day, so he generously offered to take us out for a good meal. After several years of delivery experience, I am no longer so spoiled, so naturally I have no requirements for this. So the choice fell to the two girls. Mu Qing also didn't seem to care much about this, and finally Lin Yun made the decision with a wave of his hand. A newly opened Western restaurant in the city center has been in business for less than 3 months and has become extremely popular among the upper class. Except for the high price, everything is satisfactory. Expensive is its only drawback. But there is a reason why it is expensive. This is what Lin Yun told us. One of you just came back from abroad, and the other just finished his miserable delivery job. I guess you've never been to this place before. Try it today. I guarantee you won't want to eat anything else after this. Gao Yulin was eager to try, then I really want to give it a try. After getting off the bus, we walked towards the Western restaurant. But before we could go in, Gao Yulin couldn't help but slow down his pace. His expression became complicated. I followed his gaze and saw a tall man walking slowly towards the back of the hall. The man's figure stands out particularly in a suit. No. The person whom Gao Yulin recognized just from the back must be of great significance to him. Gao Yulin smiled bitterly, "It's more than just acquaintance." After saying that, he hesitated slightly, and without letting everyone wait too long, he walked in first. At this time, the man was about to go upstairs, and Gao Yulin shouted directly, "Xiao Han." Lesser cold. This slightly intimate address, combined with the connections around Gao Yulin, the identity of the man in front seems self-evident. Then the man turned back from the stairs and looked at Gao Yuhan with a smile on his face, "Brother." Sure enough, it was Gao Yulin's younger brother. There is some similarity between their features. Compared to Gao Yulin's unruly demeanor, Gao Yuhan appears to be gentle and refined. Gao Yuhan walked down the stairs. He greeted each of us politely and adjusted his glasses. "Brother, are you and Mr. Lin coming here to eat too?" "Yeah, are you alone?" Gao Yulin asked back. Gao Yuhan turned around and pointed upstairs. "I have an appointment with Mr. Huang and a few friends. Do you want to join us?" Gao Yulin waved his hand and said, "Forget it, go eat with your friends. If we are a group of strangers, the atmosphere will become weird, so I won't bother you." "Well, I'll treat you all to a meal some other day when I have time." Gao Yuhan nodded to us and behaved very appropriately. He then went upstairs first and waved to us as he turned and left. He doesn't look like a bad guy. Instead, you look like the one who wants to seize power. Lin Yun suddenly gave her comment. Gao Yulin changed his gentle appearance and cursed directly, "Bullshit, don't be fooled by the fact that this kid looks gentle and polite on the surface, but he actually has a lot of tricks. It's impossible to guess what he is thinking." I know very little about Gao Yulin's younger brother and cannot make any evaluation. However, judging from the contact just now, there is indeed nothing wrong with the other party. Perhaps, as Gao Yulin said, this person is good at disguising himself and does not let others see his thoughts easily. Forget it, let's not worry about it, let's eat first. Chapter 30 Gao Yuhan's Unfathomable Connections. After entering the box today, Gao Yulan began to entertain us warmly. Most of the time he was greeting Mu Qing and showing his best side, but Lin Yun would make fun of him from time to time, and he didn't know if this deliberate performance was of any use. With the joint efforts of several people, Mu Qing does not seem to be affected much by the previous events, which is good news. Lin Feng, how do you think I should deal with my brother? After eating for a while, Gao Yulan suddenly started drinking silently, looking a little depressed. Finally, he couldn't help but speak to me. It turned out that he was worried about Gao Yuhan. You keep calling me brother. If someone who doesn't know you hears it, they would think you two brothers have a very close relationship. Gao Yulan sighed and poured me a glass of wine. Lin Feng, stop teasing me. I haven't met that guy many times, so how can we talk about feelings? Even if we are related by blood, so what? We have never been together before. What's more, the other party is now here to compete for assets and is Gao Yulan's biggest enemy. He used to be the only son of the Gao family. Even if he did nothing, the Gao group would eventually be passed into the hands of Gao Yulan. But everything changed when Gao Yuhan suddenly appeared. Perhaps at first Uncle Gao just wanted to give Gao Yuhan a position so that he wouldn't have to work too hard, but he performed too well and had completely established himself in the company within just 1 year. Even many people below began to support Gao Yuhan. As for Gao Yulan, the guy who came to the company several times and brought different female companions each time. No one knew him, only the second son. Under such circumstances, Gao Yulan's mother couldn't help but worry. If he didn't come back to do something, the company would really be handed over to the hands of others. I heard that he has now become the vice president of Gao Group. I have heard about this matter from Li Ji. Even if I didn't have this relationship with Gao Yulan, other companies would pay attention to such personnel changes in the Gao Group, and I would naturally be no exception. Gao Yulan immediately frowned. Yes, now he only has those old directors and my dad above him, and he has no more than 2 hands, and the people below him follow his lead. After a heavy sigh, Gao Yulan took a big gulp of wine, trying to calm himself down in this way. But as the saying goes, trying to cut off water with a sword only makes it flow faster, while drinking to dispel sorrow only makes the sorrow more sorrowful. This behavior doesn't seem to be very useful. Gao Yulan sighed. It was obvious that he had no other options. What do you think? I asked Gao Yulan. I need to know what he is going to do before I can give him any advice. Otherwise, if I really had to make this decision, and Uncle Gao knew about it, he would think that our Lin group was plotting against their interests and affecting the relationship between the two families. This will affect the interests of both groups. I can help Gao Yulan with this matter, but I can't make it too serious. Gao Yulan shook his head. I don't know. My mother wants me to go to the company and make a scene. I want to use my brother's identity as an illegitimate child to make trouble. I want to make this matter known to everyone so that he can't get everything legitimately. Do you think this method is feasible? Gao Yulan shook his head helplessly. At least according to the current situation, it is useless to use Gao Yuhan's identity as an illegitimate child. His performance is good enough, and the people below support him. Maybe several directors also think he is a qualified successor. If you go and cause trouble at this time, it will only make you look immature and worsen your image in their eyes, especially affecting Uncle Gao's opinion of you. So this is absolutely not possible. I thought about it and asked again. What do you think? Gao Yulan returned to China because his aunt called him back. I still don't know what he thinks about this matter. How this matter will develop in the end will depend on Gao Yulan's own ideas. Actually, I have no interest in that company at all. You know I'm not the type to do this kind of thing. Since you want it and can do it well, just give it to him. There was a hint of helplessness in Gao Yulan's expression. He thought so, but his aunt didn't. Anyway, I'm not someone who can do big things. I've been living a carefree life these years. If I have to deal with a lot of big and small things in the company, it will only add to my burden. I can't compare with you. As long as you give me some money and let me hold a vacant position in the company. I had anticipated Gao Yulan's answer. This is determined by his personality. Gao Yulin is competitive when it comes to things he cares about, but he doesn't want to get involved at all in things he's not interested in. In the past 10 years, he has not paid attention to any company affairs. Even when people from GAO Group took the initiative to show goodwill to him, he acted indifferent. How could he change his mind because of Gao Yuhan's sudden appearance? However, the key point of the problem lies with my aunt. Gao Yuhan's appearance should have sounded the alarm for Auntie. Regardless of whether he intends to seize power or not, Auntie will feel the crisis and will force Gao Yulin to fight for it all. This is Gao Yulin's greatest pressure. In this case, I don't have any good solution for the time being. It still depends on whether Gao Yulin can convince his aunt, or whether he is persuaded by his aunt. If you ask me, if my brother is really doing that well, let him. Gao Yulin spoke somewhat helplessly, obviously not intending to fight for it. This kind of thing is too much trouble for him. But before he could finish his words, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." I called out to the door. The waiter pushed the door open and said apologetically, "Everyone, this gentleman would like to visit you." The person following behind him was Gao Yuhan. He walked around the waiter holding a wine glass and came between Gao Yulin and me. "Brother, Mr. Lin, let me toast you guys." I raised my glass and said, "Just call me Lin Feng. You are Lao Gao's younger brother, which means you are my younger brother. You don't have to be so polite." Gao Yuhan smiled and nodded. We waited for Gao Yuhan to raise his glass, and he took it somewhat shyly. Then he drank it first and turned the glass upside down to signal. "Are you ready?" Gao Yulin asked. Gao Yuhan gently placed his hand on Gao Yulin's shoulder and said softly, "Brother, you and Brother Lin come with me to the next door." "Anything else?" "My friends are next door, go have a drink with them and get to know each other." Hearing this, I suddenly remembered that Gao Yuhan said that among our friends today there is Mr. Huang from the Huang Group. Chiu Sui, the vice president of Huang Group, is now colluding with Gu Yuan and seems to be planning to do something to harm Huang Group behind the scenes. This is our common enemy. I agreed immediately and Gao Yulin didn't refuse. We followed Gao Yuhan to the next box, and after entering, we found that there were quite a few people in the box. There are at least 6 or 7 of them. Most of them are older than us, and each of them has an extremely eye-catching identity. I was a little shocked by Gao Yuhan's connections. Chapter 31. Everyone is young and promising, with a bright future. I haven't interacted with most of the people there many times, but they are no strangers to them. Especially after taking over the Lin Group, I went to learn more about other major groups, whether they were enemies or friends. I had enough understanding. There are currently 4 major groups in Beijing that are hard to distinguish. They are the Lin Group that I took over, the Gao Group of the Gao Yulin brothers, the Huang Group, and the Liu Group. As for the people sitting in the box at this time, except for the people from the Liu Group, people from the other 3 major groups were involved. I even found a department manager from Lam Group among them. "Hello, Mr. Lin." When I noticed him, he greeted me cautiously. This person's name is Li Wei. He is just over 30 this year and has joined the Lin Group since graduation. With his outstanding abilities and loyalty to the group, he is highly valued by his grandfather. In just a few short years, I kept climbing up and finally reached this point. As a department manager in the Lin Group, his annual salary has exceeded 10 million, and he is only one step away from being promoted to the top management of the company. Apart from Li Wei, the status of people from other groups is almost the same. Basically, they are people who can enter the top level just by one step into the major groups. Why did Gao Yuhan gather these people together? He suddenly invited me and Lao Gao to have a drink. Is he trying to use our fame to build momentum for himself? If he really relies on these people to have close connections with the 3 major groups, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Lao Gao to compete again. Or rather, there is no chance at all. I didn't make my thoughts too obvious. After looking at Li Wei, I looked at a young man in the crowd. Different from Li Wei, and also different from other men who are nearly 40 years old. This person is about the same age as us, probably only about 25 or 26 years old. I looked closely and some images flashed through my mind. That was some of the information that Li Ji showed me. It was information about the heirs of the 4 major groups, which provided a detailed introduction to the children under each major group. I have seen the photo of the man in front of me, Huang Yunlong, one of the heirs of the Huang family. Huang Yunlong also has an older sister named Huang Yunfei, who is a few years older than him and has already established a firm foothold in the Huang family over the years. There have been rumors that the Huang group will be handed over to Huang Yunfei in the future. These two people getting together really look like a coalition. Are they planning to overthrow the two major groups together? The fact that Gao Yuhan and Huang Yunlong are together makes me think deeply. On the other hand, Gao Yulin didn't care so much at this time. He introduced himself to everyone present and then started drinking. Seeing this, everyone raised their glasses, and I could only look away and drink with them. After 2 or 3 glasses of wine, an older man smiled and said, "You are really young and promising, with a bright future ahead of you. There are so many young people in Beijing, and you are already the best among them. In a few years, Beijing will completely become your world, and we are no longer good enough." Gao Yuhan smiled and said, "You're joking. We are too young and still need to learn a lot from you. Your experience are something we don't have. We still have a long way to go." Gao Yuhan still has this attitude towards the people in his own group. That's a bit too polite. You have to know that he is now an important figure in Gao group that cannot be ignored, and a department manager under him is no longer particularly important to him. What's more, he is Uncle Gao's son. This behavior attracted my special attention. I have to be on guard against this person. After all, Gao Yulin has been enjoying great success in Beijing for many years as Uncle Gao's legitimate son, and now many people are greeting him. While everyone's attention was not on me, I quietly walked to Huang Yunlong. I don't care what happens inside the Huang group, but I feel I need to remind Vice President Chiu Sui. After all, this concerns us, the Lin family. Before I came here, I didn't think that Mr. Huang that Gao Yuhan mentioned would be you. I lowered my voice and said to Huang Yunlong. When Huang Yunlong saw me coming over to him, a hint of restraint flashed across his eyes. As both of us are heirs to the group, I have successfully taken over the Lin group, but he still has a long way to go. Our statuses are different. But then his expression turned ugly. You thought the person who came was my sister, right? I did not answer this question, but continued in a low voice. Whether it's you, your sister, or even your dad, I came to you just to remind you of one thing: be careful of Chiu Sui. Huang Yunlong was obviously familiar with the name Chiu Sui. He looked at me with some surprise. Why should you be careful of Chiu Sui? He is their vice president and has done a lot for Huang's company and made great contributions. I chuckled. Does what he did in the past determine what he won't do in the future? If you don't want to end up with not only no chance of competing with your sister for the money, but not even a penny, then keep an eye on that person. Having said that, I will not say any more. They need to investigate the specific matters themselves. I won't explain everything to them. As for whether Huang Yunlong can find out Chiu Sui's problem in the end, that is his own business. Although no one knows what Gao Yuan and Chiu Sui are planning, their target is definitely the Lin and Huang families. Since they want to do this, their plan must be long-term. You won't see much results in a short period of time. After finishing the conversation with Huang Yunlong, I walked over to Gao Yulin and pulled him quietly. Gao Yulin understood and said to Gao Yuhan, "We'll leave first." I then raised my hand to signal to everyone. Gao Yuhan personally sent us to the door of the box and watched us return before leaving. How? As soon as I entered the box, I asked Gao Yulin. Just now I noticed that he and Gao Yuhan talked a lot with that group of people, but at that time my attention was on Huang Yunlong and I couldn't pay attention to it all. Gao Yulin sat down on the chair and drank another glass of wine in silence. Very strange. He suddenly spoke. Is that strange? How could it be strange? I don't know why, but my brother has always been very nice to me. He was the same in front of other people just now. He gave me enough respect, but I was just silently accompanying him. This made me feel very strange. Why? I asked. Gao Yulin sighed. My mother told me afterwards that my brother was not a decent person and was only after our property, so she told me to come back no matter what. I think in Gao Yulin's imagination at that time, this brother was a very bad person. As a result, after repeated contacts, I found that things are not quite what I imagined. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. It takes a few more interactions before you know for sure. Chapter 32. I won't stand by and watch someone die, but I won't be a sucker either. Let alone Gao Yulin, even I found the contact with Gao Yuhan very strange. This man is indeed a bit surprising. He does his job properly and performs excellently, and everything is flawless, making it difficult to find any problems. Moreover, he is always very kind to everyone and has no airs at all. This may be related to his past experience of having an illegitimate child, or it may just be a disguise. There is too little contact to make a judgment. No matter what, we must be careful with this person. A smiling tiger is always the most terrifying. Even if Gao Yuhan did not accept Gao Group, I already felt a little pressure. Because it's mysterious. Because it's unknown. After dinner, we didn't do any other projects because everyone was in a complicated mood due to Gao Yuhan. Because Gao Yulin and I were both drunk and couldn't drive. So after Lin Yun sent Gao Yulin and Mu Qing home, she drove me back to the villa. This was a gift my grandfather gave me when I turned 18. It doesn't cover a large area, but it has everything and has an excellent geographical location. Therefore, the price is much higher. I love coming to your place every time. Grandpa is really partial. He gave you such a nice villa, and he also gave me one. Lin Yun said with a smile. I know she wasn't jealous, she was just saying it casually. It's because the old man is worried about you. It's so worrying for a girl like you to go out and live by yourself. Do you want the old man to have trouble sleeping at night? Lin Yun stuck out her tongue and said, I'm going to rest at your place tonight. I've already told the old man in advance. I'm glad you don't mind. Li Ji lives in the guest room on the first floor. Please be careful about your behavior. I see. I would also like to wear something cooler to walk around the house, but you don't have any of my clothes here. After I took over the Lin Group, Li Ji moved into this villa and lived with me. So that I can do something anytime and anywhere. He is my assistant. It sounds like a lowly position, but he actually holds considerable power. This is of course not only due to Li Ji's ability, but also depends on his father, Butler Li. Butler Li has been working for Grandpa since he was in his 20s. He is now old and has won Grandpa's trust. The two are no longer just master and servant, but more like a pair of brothers. Boss Lin, you're back. Li Ji heard us coming back and walked towards us. What happened today? For Gao Yulin, I didn't go to the company all day. No, everything is fine. That's good. I breathed a sigh of relief. It would be troublesome if you encounter problems that you can't handle as soon as you take over the company. Although I can still ask my grandfather for help, it's somewhat embarrassing. Mr. Lin, would you like some tea? It can help you sober up. Li Ji asked calmly. Can you smell that I'm drunk? I was very satisfied with Li Ji and nodded to him to get ready. Butler Li worked for my grandfather in the beginning. He was always busy with work issues in the early days and it was very late for him to get married. Later, he had a son, Li Ji, when he was old. So although we are of different generations, Li Ji is not much older than me, only in his 30s. I sat in the living room, waiting for Li Ji's tea to arrive. There was indeed some pain in my forehead, and I was still a little uncomfortable with drinking so much. Suddenly, the phone rang. I took out my phone and took a look. The person calling me made my face suddenly darken. Li Ruoxue. What is this woman doing calling so late at night? These two siblings are really haunting each other and are entangled endlessly. I hung up the phone directly. But then the phone rang again, and Li Ruoxue was a little persistent. After hanging up for the second time, Li Ruoxue's text message came. Lin Feng, I know you don't want to see me or listen to me right now, but I really need your help. My mother's condition has suddenly worsened. We are in the hospital now, and I caught the key content of the text message at a glance. I also understood Li Ruoxue's needs. She wanted me to go over there, and she also hoped that I would let bygones be bygones and lend them some money to help her mother with surgery. And he promised that the money was just a loan and he would definitely pay it back later. Do you think I'm a fool? Can I get back the money I lent to your Li family? I even suspect that being seriously ill in the hospital is an excuse. I ignored Li Ruoxue's distress message and prepared to put down the phone. But then I thought of the woman who had been suffering from illness. She was innocent. So I called Secretary Su's phone number. Mr. Lin. Secretary Su, is it convenient now? Mr. Lin, please tell me, what do you need me to do? Help me check someone out. She is in the city hospital now. A few minutes later, Secretary Su sent the results to my mobile phone. Gao Tsuelan, Li Ruoshua's mother, was sent to the hospital an hour ago. She was in critical condition and was sent directly to the operating room. It is still not out of danger. It's not a lie. I was a little surprised that Li Ruoxu told me the truth. Just at this time, Li Ji also came to the living room with a pot of tea. After he poured me a cup, he noticed that my expression was not right and asked, "Boss Lin, is there anything wrong?" I thought about it and ordered, "Go to the city hospital immediately and find the family of a patient named Gao Tsuelan to assist them in completing the follow-up treatment." After hearing the name, Li Ji had no doubts. He also had no doubts about my arrangement and agreed immediately. Then he hurried out the door. At this time, Lin Yun came and sat down next to me. "Why are there so many things going on so late at night? Someone is making a phone call and Li Ji is asked to go out." Lin Yun complained, "Is it so troublesome to take over all the affairs of the company? No wonder Gao Yulin doesn't want to take over the company. It seems that he is right not to fight or compete." "It's not the company's business," I replied. Lin Yun was surprised and asked, "You are so concerned about something that is not related to the company? Gao Tsuelan is seriously ill and is in the hospital, undergoing surgery." Lin Yun became confused. I told Lin Yun about Gao Tsuelan's identity, which made her face full of anger. "Brother, are you stupid? What happened to the Li family has nothing to do with you. Are you still going to help them now? That family is full of parasites. They should just fend for themselves. Of course I know that Li Ruoxu, Li Li, and even their gambling father deserve to die. I won't have any compassion. But Gao Tsuelan was very nice to me at the beginning. Even though she was often sick at that time, she would try her best to cook a table of dishes for me every time I went there. She is very kind, so I will help her, but I will not be a sucker. I will only help pay for the surgery. The Li family cannot get more money from me. That is more like it." Chapter 33, Just because I give you a little sweetness, do you think I am a bodhisattva? After asking his secretary to confirm Li Jia's condition and stop vomiting, Li Ji went to the hospital. He will also arrange the follow-up matters, and I believe he will not let me down. I didn't wait any longer. After reading various recent reports and rumors in the business world, I went to bed early. After taking over the Lin Group, I can no longer act as casually as before. I need to put all my experience into work. After all, after sitting in this position, there will be countless eyes staring at me. If you are not careful, you will be pushed into the abyss. And I absolutely will not allow this to happen. The next day I arrived at the company very early. After entering the office building, the receptionist was stunned for a moment when he saw me. It took him a few seconds to react and greet me. "Hello, Mr. Lin." I walked towards her with a smile. "Why, you're still not used to me taking over the company?" The receptionist was a little embarrassed. She pursed her lips and nodded slightly. The receptionist was a girl in her 20s or 20s. As far as I could remember, she had been working as a receptionist in the company for many years. At that time, I would see her every time I came to the company to visit my grandfather. In between, I went to college, worked, and now I have become the biggest person in charge of Lin's company. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. You'll get used to it later. She has worked for her grandfather for so many years that many things may have become subconscious. It is normal to have difficulty reacting to slight changes in a short period of time. As I rode the elevator upstairs, almost everyone greeted me as I passed the work area. When facing them, I didn't act too polite and always kept a cold face. There is still some time before work starts, and most people will go get a cup of coffee after punching in, ready to start a new day at work. Some people were busy eating breakfast at their seats, seizing every moment. There are still 20 minutes before the company's stipulated working time of 9 o'clock, and 80% of the employees have already arrived. The huge office area was already packed with people. But when I arrived at the upper floors, there were few people in the offices I passed by, and many of them even had their doors locked. Only a few deputy supervisors have started to get busy, organizing documents and materials. Just when I was feeling disappointed about this, I suddenly heard someone making a phone call behind the half-open door. I walked over quietly and listened briefly with my ears perked up. The other party was discussing some details of their work with a client. It seems that not everyone does not value their position. I sighed silently in my heart. The company has been running for decades under the leadership of my grandfather and has already developed its own set of rules. But when I took over, I found that many aspects did not meet my requirements. I know that the Lin Group needs a major overhaul. This may be a long way to go, but it must start in a big way. The first step is to start with the company's probability. The most important move must also be prepared for Gu Yuan. Among all the senior executives, the person I dislike the most is Gu Yuan. As a senior executive who had worked with my grandfather for many years, he had indeed made many contributions, but he changed his heart after achieving some success. Now I have discovered that he is colluding with other people and is suspected of having some plans against the Lin Group. He is the biggest trouble for me to gain a foothold in Lin Group. I collected my thoughts and looked up at the sign on the office door. Marketing Department. I waited until the person behind the door hung up the phone, then I raised my hand and knocked lightly on the door without disturbing him. Come in. The person behind the door spoke, and I pushed the door open and stood at the entrance, but did not enter. The man, who was in his early 20s and looked about my age, waited for a while and heard no sound, then looked over at me. After realizing it was me, he immediately stood up and said, "Boss Lin." I then walked into the office and waved to him, "Don't be nervous, it's not time to go to work yet, take a seat." The man sat in his seat somewhat stiffly. Then he hurriedly stood up, pulled his chair in front of me, and said awkwardly, "Boss Lin, please sit down." "No, I just came to take a look." The man stood there uneasily, looking particularly nervous. This was not at all like the extremely natural look he had on the phone just now. "What's your name?" "I can't quite remember. There are nearly 1,000 people in various positions across the company, big and small, and it is impossible for me to remember all of them in such a short time. My name is Zhao Jing, and I'm the deputy director of the marketing department." I thought of the name a few times in my mind and asked casually. I walked along and found that most of the offices were closed and people hadn't arrived yet. "Is it usually like this?" Zhao Jing explained. "The supervisors of each department usually have to deal with a lot of work, and sometimes they have to work overtime even after get off work, so they can't get to the company very early every day. Many people can only rush to the company a few minutes before work." I listened to his answer and asked, "Is there anyone who will be late?" Zhao Jing's expression changed and he hesitated for a long time. I don't know if he is worried about something or just in deep thought. After a moment, he gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind, and said, "Boss Lin, the company doesn't usually have such strict requirements on everyone, especially the senior management, so everyone has gradually relaxed over the past few years, and it is not uncommon for people to be late or leave early. Although the Lin Group is already a leader in the industry, there are more and more rising stars now. The behavior of the top executives has gradually affected the people below. Over time, the internal employees have also begun to lose their temper." As Zhao Jing was talking, he realized that it was not a good idea to say such things and suddenly shut his mouth. I looked at him with interest. "Zhao Jing, you say bad things about your colleagues in front of me, aren't you worried that I might have a different opinion of you?" Zhao Jing shook his head firmly. "If this makes you misunderstand me, as long as it can change the current situation of the company, I don't care even if I encounter other results." I smiled and patted his shoulder. "It was just a joke. I just came to take a look and asked casually. You don't have to take it to heart. What happens to other people has nothing to do with you. You just need to make sure you do your best." I left the marketing office and walked all the way to my own luxurious office on the top floor. I found Secretary Su was already inside. "Boss Lin, Assistant Lee called the office and told me to tell you that the matter at the hospital has been properly handled, and Gao Tsuelan is out of danger this morning. Li Ji did not return last night, and he was not at home when I left today." "Out of danger, does that mean the situation was very dangerous last night?" Secretary Su said solemnly, "It seems so, and he said on the phone that the Li family wants to meet you and thank you in person." I snorted coldly. "Just because I give them a little sweetness, do you think I'm a bodhisattva?" Chapter 34. A new official takes office with 3 big moves. Whoever gets burned will be unlucky. Secretary Su kept her expression unchanged as she silently prepared a cup of coffee for me. She said softly, "Boss Lin, Assistant Lee should be able to handle the Lee family's affairs. You don't have to worry about it. Do you think I shouldn't take care of this matter?" I walked around behind the desk and sat down in the swivel chair. I don't dare to judge Mr. Lin's behavior. I couldn't help laughing when I heard Secretary Sue's words and asked, "How many years have you been in the company?" 6 years. Like the woman at the front desk, Secretary Sue has also worked for Grandpa for many years, always working diligently and without complaint. Over the years, her work has even made her gradually become an older leftover woman. I don't know if she has no time to think about these things or she has given up on marriage. In short, she has indeed contributed a lot to the company. 6 years, that's half of a woman's youth. Secretary Sue said sincerely, "It is my honor to give everything for the company. Mr. Lin is very good to me." Have you ever blamed Grandpa in your heart? People who have worked in the company for 6 years like you have more or less been promoted and given salary increases, but you are still just a secretary. Boss Lin treats me very well. He pays me the highest salary in the industry. I have no complaints. Have you ever thought about changing jobs? This question stunned Secretary Sue and she hesitated for a long time. I know she is guessing what I am thinking. But actually I didn't think much about it. I just suddenly felt that it was a bit hard for her to be just a secretary after giving so much. Compared with those senior executives who are always late and leave early, her diligent work attitude makes her more suitable for being a manager. If Mr. Lin feels that I am too old to be a secretary, I am willing to step down and find someone who can take over the position for you. I laughed and said, "That's not what I meant." It seems that Secretary Sue thinks I dislike her because of her age. But not everyone likes young and beautiful female secretaries. On the contrary, I am very familiar with and understand Secretary Sue. On the contrary, it is easier to accept. Just like the front desk, since I have been watching over them all these years, it is easier for me to trust them. I'll give you a choice: continue to be my secretary, or be promoted to one of the company's management. This. Secretary Sue was stunned. She was rarely able to control her expression. Apparently, letting her become a member of management was something she herself could not imagine. "Boss Lin, I don't think I can handle the management position. This is just a sudden thought that came to my mind. Everything depends on you, and it will take some time. Of course, it is impossible for you to become a senior executive right from the start. You still have to work in your new position for a few years, which also takes a lot of time. But this is better than her always being a secretary with no chance of promotion." Secretary Sue is also a human being, so naturally he cannot resist this choice. She finally whispered, "Everything is up to General Lin to arrange." I nodded and said, "Go and notify all the management of the company, big and small, to come to the conference room for a meeting at 9:10. Okay. Secretary Sue did not ask what this impromptu meeting was for, but only asked what I needed to prepare. I told her truthfully that she didn't need to do anything and just had to pass on the order. After finishing my cup of coffee at my desk, I got up and headed to the meeting room. In addition to my office, the top floor also houses the conference room. In addition to high-level meetings, general meetings are also held here. The area required to accommodate everyone is huge, so the entire top floor is almost occupied by meeting rooms. When I walked to the door of the conference room, Li Ji happened to appear here. He nodded to me slightly and followed me silently. The door to the conference room was closed. Through the door, I could hear faint voices inside. I couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Li Ji stepped forward, pushed open the door, and walked in with a gloomy face. Since I took over, Li Ji has almost become my representative. Everyone stops immediately when they see him. When I came in, I happened to see Ji Yuan in the first row looking back from the side and stopped talking to Director Zhao. I walked up to the podium in silence and looked at the silent people below. How many people are there in total in the company's management? Li Ji immediately introduced in detail all the directors, managers, and directors and supervisors of the various departments under the company have a total of 36 managers. I glanced down. It seems that some people didn't arrive on time. Li Ji quickly looked around at everyone below and told me the identities of the 5 managers who failed to arrive on time. Except for the 2 who are taking a sick leave and the 2 who just finished a big order, the remaining 3 positions will be demoted to a lower level. I didn't give any explanation. It is said that a new official will start with 3 fires when he takes office. I don't know who will be burned by this fire in the end. Obviously these 3 people became the first to be killed as a warning to others. I looked at Ji Yuan in the first row, feeling a little regretful that he actually arrived at the company on time, leaving me with no excuse to get angry. I couldn't help but look at Zhao Jing in the crowd. If what he said was true, many people would not be able to participate in today's emergency meeting. I didn't think much about these things, and then I stated the only purpose of this impromptu meeting in front of everyone. Everyone has worked hard over the years. I know you have made a lot of contributions to the company, but I have seen a lot of things in the past few days that have disappointed me. I've noticed that many people are starting to slack off. For you, being in the management position of Lin's company may be enough for you to live a good life for the rest of your life, but Lin's company didn't hire you to work for you to take care of you in your old age. I hope everyone can work hard to shine and not be lazy. After my speech, I made it clear that the company would enforce strict discipline and attendance records, with no one being an exception. When these words were spoken, everyone, including the directors, looked at each other in surprise. Those below started to discuss in low voices. Everyone is quiet. Ji Yuan suddenly spoke. As soon as this old man opened his mouth, everyone shut up instantly. It seems that his words are more effective than mine. Since President Lin has said so, we should carry it out. All managers should pass on this order and no one should make any mistakes. Yes. Amidst the responses, I looked at Ji Yuan with a smile, but I felt a little unhappy in my heart. It's true that he is a director, but I should have the final say in this group. As my grandfather stepped back, it seemed that this old guy had more prestige than me. After the meeting, I deliberately kept Zhao Jing. He stood stiffly before me, just as he had been not long ago. Boss Lin, is there anything else? It seems that the situation is not as you said. Everyone is here on time. Zhao Jing said in embarrassment. Actually, after Secretary Su informed Lin of the morning meeting, someone notified them. Chapter 35 Chiu Sui's Sudden Visit. Yeah. In response to my question, Zhao Jing immediately said nervously, yes, after Secretary Su gave the order, the people below immediately notified each other, and then everyone arrived one after another. Normally, they would not come to the company at this time. I see, go back to work. Okay. Zhao Jing replied immediately and hurried out of the meeting room. I sat in the conference room and turned my head to ask Li Ji. What do you think? Li Ji said expressionlessly, what Zhao Jing said is true. The old people in the company are indeed very lazy. This situation has been going on for some time. Of course I know Zhao Jing wouldn't lie. From the way he acted awkwardly in front of me, I could tell that he was a relatively upright person. Besides, I can ask other people a few more times about these things and then find out exactly what is going on. There is no point for him to lie. The managers have become one, and I'm afraid it won't be that easy if I try to straighten things out with an iron fist. Li Ji said in a deep voice, it is indeed difficult to change immediately. What I don't understand is Ji Yuan. If he doesn't stand on your side and speak, I'm afraid those people below won't agree so easily. I see. Even though I am the head of Lin Group, I am young and have just taken office. If I had taken over everything directly from my grandfather, there would definitely be many people who would not take me seriously. Even if you show respect on the surface, you won't be very afraid in your heart. In my expectation, Ji Yuan might take the initiative to stand up and oppose my plan, but he made another choice. He is really an old fox. It is hard to guess what he is thinking. I stood up and walked out of the meeting room toward my office. On the way, I casually asked, how is Gao Tsuelan? After the surgery last night, the most dangerous period has passed. From now on, I just need to rest and recuperate to recover. I heard from Secretary Su that the Li family wants to see me. Li Ji nodded and said, yes, especially Li Ruoxue. She asked to meet you several times and wanted to thank you in person, but I don't think that's what she really thinks. I sneered, of course not. She never thought of thanking me so many times before, how could she suddenly change her mind? It's only because you see I'm in this position now that you're changing your mind. When he was about to enter the office, Li Ji suddenly said, by the way, Li Li and Li Zhonghai left the hospital together after 11 o'clock last night. 11. Well, the operation had just begun, and it was uncertain whether he could be out of danger. What a cruel family. Where is Li Ruoxu? I asked. Li Ji said, Li Ruoxue has been accompanying me in the hospital the whole time. She has been taking care of me after the operation. She was still in the hospital when I left today. I was surprised and asked, you also stayed in the hospital all night? I dare not neglect what Mr. Lin ordered. In my expectation, Li Ji would just give them some money to help them after confirming the situation. There was no need to go to this step. As if he could see what I was thinking, Li Ji said. As far as I know, Gao Tsuelan was quite nice to Mr. Lin before. She is different from the other people in the Li family, so I thought I could take better care of her. You did the right thing. Of course I couldn't blame Li Ji for this kind of thing, he was just thinking about me. I didn't ask about it again, nor did I plan to pay any more attention to it. Secretary Su sorted out the company's business content in recent period and handed it to me, and then I read it carefully. The Lin Group was built and developed by my grandfather. After decades of development, it has become a large-scale group. The business scope involved is very wide, covering various fields, including real estate, finance, technology, entertainment. It's almost a behemoth. Even if you look at the other three major groups in Beijing, they cannot be compared with the Lin Group. There is a world of difference in this respect. Even in the first few years when the Lin Group was at its most glorious and dazzling, the three major groups combined could not compete with the Lin Group. It's a pity that in the past year, my grandfather has been old and has been unable to do his best, and other groups have been catching up, so the gap between us is gradually narrowing. This is also the reason why I can take over the Lin Group at this time. After looking through them all, I noticed that the company's recent major businesses are mainly concentrated in real estate and finance. And this happens to be closely related to the GAO Group and the Huang Group. Gu Yuan seems to be in charge of the real estate cooperation with Huang's recently. Will he and Chiu Sui play tricks on this matter? Just as I was thinking about it, Secretary Su walked into the office. Boss Lin, Boss Chiu from the Huang Group wants to visit you. Mr. Chiu. Hatred year. I couldn't help but get excited for a moment, and tried hard to control my emotions. Did he come here on his own? Right. Tell him to come see me in the office. Okay. 3 minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. I tried to calm myself down and said, "Come in." The next moment, Gu Yuan walked into the office with a middle-aged man. Unlike Gu Yuan, Chiu Sui was very thin. The suit looked extremely awkward on him, and his goatee made him look even more sinister. Coupled with his originally gloomy face, it was hard to like him at first sight. Boss Xiaolin, you've been in office for so long, I'm sorry I'm late, so I came here today to congratulate you. Chiu Sui bowed to me with a grin. On the surface, he did nothing wrong and seemed to be congratulating me. But only he himself knows what he is thinking. I stood up and said with a smile, "Boss Chiu." Chiu Sui shook my hand and said with emotion, "The last time I saw Mr. Xiaolin was a few years ago. You were still a young boy at that time. I didn't expect that you have changed so much in such a short time. You are really young and promising." I smiled and said, "I am still far from being as good as my predecessors. All of this is due to Grandpa's help. I will need your help in the future." Chiu Sui nodded slightly and said, "I like you, kid. I believe that under your leadership, the Lin Group will be able to burst out with greater strength. I believe that it will not take another 20 years for it to become a giant in the whole country." After saying that, Chiu Sui looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan also agreed with a smile and said, "Yes, Mr. Lin is young and promising, and extremely intelligent. He can naturally lead us to create brilliance together. Mr. Chiu must seize this good opportunity and don't fall behind, otherwise you will miss it in the future." That's right. I sat back in my seat and gestured for them to sit down. Secretary Su. Secretary Su heard the sound and walked in quickly from the door. "Prepare coffee for both of you." Chiu Sui stopped Secretary Su, who was about to take action, and said with a smile, "Boss Xiao Lin, drinking coffee is boring, let's try the Lin Group's collection of fine wine." Chapter 36, Waiting in Wait Before Taking Action. Chiu Sui suddenly made a request and Secretary Su stood still. Chiu Sui smiled and said, "Why, I am not worthy of drinking with Mr. Lin." Chiu Sui seemed to be smiling, but his words already revealed a hint of dissatisfaction with Secretary Su. Dissatisfied with Secretary Su's hesitation at this time. "Mr. Lin." Secretary Su asked me questions. I waved my hand gently and said, "Go and get that bottle of wine that Grandpa treasures. I will treat Mr. Chiu well." Yes. Secretary Su walked to one side of the office, opened the dark cabinet door, and could see a dazzling array of liquors stored inside. Various categories, various years. Countless. These wines were not kept by Grandpa for himself. In fact, he didn't like wine, especially drinking parties. But over the years, I always had to drink with those business partners. The wine placed here is also a gift from others who have something to ask of Grandpa, or who visit him on their own initiative. Over time, a lot of them were stored. If he is really the kind of person who likes to drink, maybe this wine cabinet should not be covered in pure black, but displayed in a transparent glass cabinet. Secretary Sue picked out a bottle of wine and came back to us. She opened it carefully and brought a few wine glasses. You should go out first. If you don't have anything else to do, don't come in and disturb me and Mr. Chiu. Yes. Secretary Sue left the office and closed the door from the outside. I know that from now on Secretary Sue will stand quietly outside the office and wait until things inside are over. Anyone who came to see me would be stopped outside. Secretary Sue did a great job on this matter. No matter how serious the matter was, no matter who came, as long as he had been instructed, he would not disturb the people inside. I remember that I had the same experience when I came to see my grandfather. I waited in the company for 3 full hours until my grandfather finished discussing cooperation matters with others. Boss Lin is really generous. I am a little flattered. It is hard to believe that you would treat me with such good wine. Having said that, Chiu Sui had already picked up the bottle and started drinking. Seeing that he had poured himself a glass and was about to pour mine, I wanted to stop him, but in the end I didn't say anything. Like my grandfather, I don't like drinking, especially drinking with strangers. But after sitting in this position, it seems that some things are really beyond my control. Even though I know Chiu Sui is plotting something bad, the conflicts and grievances between the two sides have not been completely exposed, so we can't tear each other apart. Besides Chiu Sui, how many people does the company have to deal with? I feel helpless. The complicated situation my grandfather faced at the time was beyond my imagination. Just thinking about the possibility made me feel a headache and felt overwhelmed. I still have a long way to go. Boss Chiu, I respect you. I raise my glass. Mr. Chiu smiled with satisfaction and said, Mr. Xiao Lin, you are too polite. I should be the one to show my respect. You are the head of the Lin Group, and I am just a small vice president of the Huang Group. Boss Chiu, you are joking. You are my senior. I will need to rely on you for many things in the future. After saying that, I raised my glass and turned to Ji Yuan. This old fox remained quiet after entering the office and didn't say anything. But he obviously had something to do, otherwise he wouldn't have to accompany Chiu Sui here. Want to see me make a fool of myself? Want to see how I perform? Anyway, it can't be a good thing. I said, Boss Gu, let's have a drink together. Ji Yuan acted flattered and raised his glass hastily, saying, Thank you, President Lin, for your kindness. Mr. Chiu is a senior. You are the elder. You have worked with my grandfather for so many years. Many things in the company will depend on you in the future. Ji Yuan didn't say anything else. As the three of us raised our glasses together, Chiu Sui chuckled. I saw him exchange glances with Ji Yuan, and then he smiled even more happily. Be happy. The happier you are now, the better. The more excited you are, the easier it is to let your guard down. I deliberately acted in front of them both as if I had no ability and needed their help. Wasn't it just for this result? They thought I was still kept in the dark, but I already knew their evil ambitions. But the timing is not right now. I can only wait for the right opportunity and lie dormant for the time being. Wait until the necessary time and then take action to knock down these two people in one fell swoop. They drank glass after glass of wine, but didn't say much about the matter. Chiu Sui inquired about the company's affairs intentionally or unintentionally, but seldom talked about the cooperative projects. I pretended that I was drunk and saw them off. Chiu Sui was a little reluctant to leave, but he had no choice but to get up. Ji Yuan said to me in a deep voice, Boss Lin has been working hard for the company, so you should pay attention to rest and take care of your health. I heard that you came to the company early this morning, but it's actually not necessary. As long as you can handle your work, it doesn't matter when you arrive at the company and when you work. I looked at Ji Yuan with a smile, but my heart was filled with worries. Are you deliberately bringing up this matter at this time because you are dissatisfied with the discipline rectification I proposed earlier? I admit that flexible working is necessary, but the Lin Group has become fragmented, so how can we talk about flexible working? I ignored Ji Yuan's hint and walked them to the door. Chiu Sui held the half-finished bottle of wine in his hand and said excitedly, "Boss Xiaolin, are you really giving this wine to me?" Of course, since the words have been spoken, there is no reason to take them back. If you like it, take it back and drink it. Thank you very much. Chiu Sui held the bottle of wine and bowed, motioning to me. The two left the office together. The next moment, Secretary Su walked in from outside and stood in front of my desk. After looking at me for a few seconds, she asked, "Mr. Lin, do you want me to prepare some hangover tea for you?" "Go ahead." A few minutes later, Secretary Su brought tea to my desk. I pinched my brows and complained, "Drinking so early in the morning is really a painful thing. You should drink less." I smiled bitterly and said, "I know that if I had a moderate alcohol tolerance, I would have been knocked unconscious by them today. Fortunately, it was just a slight impact, but not serious. Although I don't like drinking, I have drunk with Gao Yulin quite a few times, so my drinking capacity has improved a bit. Do you think I could say no to something like this?" Secretary Su pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. "No. Mr. Lin has also faced many similar situations. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why he stepped down." I sighed and said, "Yes, Grandpa must have had enough of this kind of scheming life over the years. He is old now, and it is time for him to enjoy his retirement." I shook my head slightly and took a sip of tea. Suddenly, I thought of something and asked Secretary Su, "By the way, does the Lin Group know anyone who is good at fashion design?" Chapter 37, A Little Help Brings Huge Benefits. This incident also came to mind suddenly. Since Mu Qing couldn't make it in the original competition, it would be better to give her another choice. Even if she might not necessarily accept it, it is better to prepare in advance than to face Director Tang's threats and difficulties later. In more serious cases, one may even lose his virginity. Boss Lin, 2 years ago, because of a collaboration, Boss Lin got to know a fashion designer. I remember his name was Juga. 9 songs? It doesn't sound like a real name. I gestured to Secretary Su to introduce more about Juga, and she continued. At that time, he came together with Lin because of cooperation. We gave him a lot of help in that matter. In the end, he successfully gained fame and fortune through that exhibition. After that, he became the leading fashion designer in the country. No one could ignore him when he was mentioned. As far as I know, he founded a design company last year, and it has already taken shape. According to the introduction, Juga has already made quite a name for himself in the fashion design circle. Do you want to contact him to come to the company? No, go contact him now and ask them to take care of Mu Qing and give her some convenience when necessary. Secretary Su thought for a moment and nodded to me. Without further ado, I immediately told Secretary Su to do it as soon as possible. Secretary Su left the office, and after finding Juger's private number, she went to the lobby outside the office and dialed the number using the landline. After only 3 rings, the phone was picked up. "Hello? Who is this?" A slightly hoarse male voice came from the other end of the phone. Secretary Su's tone remained unchanged, and he asked like a serious robot, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Juger?" "It's me. This is the phone number from the president's office of the Lin Group. I'm President Lin's secretary. I wonder if Mr. Juger still remembers me." Juger's tone suddenly became more lively. Secretary Su continued, "I'm calling because I want to ask Mr. Juger for help. Mr. Lin hopes you can take care of a girl named Mu Qing. She is also a fashion designer and hopes you can help her." Juger thought for a moment and asked, "Then, do you want me to invite her directly to my company? There should be no better job in this industry than my company. It is difficult for designers to survive alone. Mr. Juger, make your own decision on this matter. Mr. Lin only asked you to help this girl, but did not specifically ask you to do anything." "Okay, I understand. I will definitely visit Mr. Lin when I am free next time. Please help me make an appointment in advance." "Good." The phone call was hung up. Juger sat in a rocking chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the towering buildings and the blue sky and white clouds outside. This is a man in his early 30s. But his face did not show the fatigue of his peers at all. Instead, it was full of vigor and strength. The Lin Group can be said to be my adopted parents. If it weren't for the help of Mr. Lin, I would not have been able to get to this point. Even starting this company is inseparable from them. I heard before that Mr. Lin suddenly abdicated and the position of president of Lin Group was taken by his grandson. I wonder what kind of person he is. Zhuge fell into deep thought. He had great respect for Mr. Lin, but not for Mr. Lin. After all, there had been no interaction before, so there was no respect to speak of. But the other party is the president of Lin Group after all. Zhuge knows that some things cannot be ignored. He called his assistant into the office and handed him the phone number he had just received from Secretary Su. This phone call is from a girl named Mu Qing. She is also in the fashion design business. Please contact her. The assistant asked, "What do you need me to do?" Zhuge thought for a moment and said, "Please ask her if she is interested in joining our company." In fact, Zhuge considered accepting the girl as his student for the sake of Lin Group, but then he changed his mind and thought, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for him to do so? And I don't know what the girl's situation is, so I plan to wait and see what happens. The morning passed in a flash. I walked out of the office and went downstairs. "Mr. Lin." Secretary Su walked towards me. She has told me that she has contacted Zhuge and put forward a request. Although I don't know how they will do it specifically, I believe they will give Mu Qing enough help. Although this is just a small effort on my part, the help it can bring to Mu Qing is huge. This is because we are in different positions and come into contact with different people. "Mr. Lin is going out for dinner." I nodded gently. "Yeah, do you want to go together?" Secretary Su was a little surprised and quickly shook his head. "No, President Su, I still have some work to do now, so I can just order takeout later." When I heard the word takeout, I couldn't help but frown. "Secretary Su, you should eat less takeout. It's unhygienic." Secretary Su seemed to be thinking about something after listening to this. I didn't explain any further. If I hadn't worked as a delivery man for 3 years, I probably wouldn't have imagined how dirty and dark this industry is. The takeaway food may seem cheap and convenient, but it is actually quite another story. Dirty and messy kitchen, terrible and messy environment. And some black-hearted and greedy merchants. All these factors have resulted in the takeout that finally reaches people's hands having already become something that people would never eat if they knew its true identity. I sighed. "Mr. Lin." I turned my head and saw that Zhao Jing from the marketing department was also about to go downstairs. Even though we've met a few times, he still looked so reserved. At this moment he was standing 2 meters away from me, bending down deeply. I waved to him and asked him to come to my side. "Going to eat?" Zhao Jing nodded. "Do you mind joining us? Together?" Zhao Jing didn't expect that I would ask to eat with him, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I asked, "Why don't you want to have dinner with me?" Zhao Jing said awkwardly, "How could that be? It wasn't like that at the time. It's just that the food I eat at noon every day is rather simple, and I was worried that Mr. Lin wouldn't be used to it and wouldn't like it." "Won't?" I answered with 2 simple words, and that also decided the matter. Except for public institutions, few units will guarantee 3 meals a day for their employees. Even the Lin Group is no exception. A cafeteria may seem simple, but the losses it causes every year are huge, and it is far from as simple as it seems. According to Zhao Jing, people in the company basically choose to eat at the nearby shops downstairs. But he would walk 10 more minutes to the street across the street, where he could find cheaper food that was more affordable and tasted better. 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, unlimited rice, and only 10 yuan per serving. It's really affordable. Chapter 38, Do We Have to Accept Your Apology? This reminds me of my university life, when the cafeteria served similar food. Even the taste is similar. We looked for a location and Zhao Jing chose a remote spot. After seeing me eating with relish without any pause, he revealed a very special smile. "What's wrong? Do you find it weird?" I asked Zhao Jing. He smiled and shook his head, then nodded subconsciously and said, "It's a bit strange." I motioned for him to continue. Zhao Jing said, "When you were born, the Lin Group had already become one of the most popular companies in Beijing under the leadership of Mr. Lin. It can be said that your life was free of any troubles. It is not an exaggeration to say that you grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. Especially in recent years, the Lin Group has become a huge entity in the whole country. Your life should be unimaginable to us low-level people." I smiled and asked, "Wealth and honor, eating, drinking and having fun, you think this is my life, right?" I didn't deny it. That's true. Many things that require money are not a problem for me. But I'm not as hypocritical as you think. If Lin Yun were asked to eat at a place like this, she would refuse without hesitation. It's not because of the taste. It's not because of the ingredients. Simply because of the environment here. The huge store was now packed with nearly 100 people. Tables were placed closely together, and the air was filled with the faint smell of sweat. Lin Yun absolutely couldn't stand this kind of thing. But I'm different. Boss Lin, it is really hard for me to imagine that you would accept all this. After all, among the many people I know, even if they are not as good as you, they would still show contempt and disdain and would not even try. I'm different from them. The 3 years of experience as a delivery man may seem hard, but this test from my grandfather also has its own value. If it weren't for this incident, I probably wouldn't be able to sit down and have a meal with so many ordinary people calmly. My grandfather's test taught me to keep a normal mind, not to ignore ordinary people, and not to think that I am superior to others. I said to Zhao Jing, in fact, even you are unattainable compared to the people here. After all, he is a deputy director, and the deputy director of the Lin Group. As long as there are no fatal mistakes in work, it is equivalent to holding onto the golden rice bowl for life. This kind of job is what countless people dream of. Yes, this is the opportunity given to me by the Lin Group. I will never forget it. I raised my hand, signaling him not to say anything more. Then he pointed to the food in front of him. 10 minutes later, we finished our meal in a hurry, and Zhao Jing immediately rushed forward to pay the bill. We walked all the way back to the company building. Seeing a coffee shop in front of me, I said, "You treated me to a meal, so I'll treat you to a cup of coffee." Zhao Jing was a little hesitant, but finally agreed. The coffee shop is located in an office building. The environment is elegant, but the prices are a bit expensive. The price is almost 5 times more expensive than other places. There were still quite a few people in the cafe after lunch. Young men and women could be seen sitting everywhere, enjoying a moment of peace and quiet. Some people still remember to make phone calls to communicate work content at this time. Some people were holding laptops and typing away rapidly and furiously in the coffee shop, as if they were still immersed in their work and had not come out yet. We found a random seat and sat down, but Zhao Jing's reservedness in front of me never disappeared. I don't know if it's just his personality or if I'm putting too much pressure on him. But I didn't do anything and even tried to show my kinder side. At the next table were 2 men who looked about our age. They were excitedly chatting about a project. It seemed that they had recently completed a big order together and would receive a considerable bonus for it. It is not impossible to get a promotion and a raise in salary with this. I'm not surprised that anyone would be excited after experiencing this. However, these two seemed to be too proud. After noticing that I was observing the two of them, Zhao Jing also looked over subconsciously. The 2 men then noticed Zhao Jing's slightly strange behavior, and one of them said unhappily, "What are you looking at?" Zhao Jing apologized embarrassedly and looked away. I whispered, "You don't have to be so humble. You haven't done anything wrong, and you're no worse than them. Maybe they can't even compare to you. It's better to have less trouble than more." Zhao Jing said with a smile. Seeing this, I wouldn't say any more. I thought the matter would just pass like that, but who knew that when the 2 men left not long after, an accident happened when they passed by us. The man who had scolded Zhao Jing earlier bumped into our table as he passed by, and the coffee cup on the table suddenly became unstable. I quickly grabbed my coffee cup, but Zhao Jing was not so lucky, and the coffee spilled directly onto his clothes. "I'm so sorry." The man apologized to Zhao Jing with a smile, but he didn't seem to feel apologetic at all, and instead seemed to be gloating. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but this attitude made me feel a little unhappy. After saying this, the 2 of them prepared to leave triumphantly. Seeing this, I reached out and grabbed the person who knocked over the coffee cup. "You can't leave." "Why, we've already apologized, isn't that enough? What else do you want?" Zhao Jing also whispered, "Boss Lin, forget it, it's not a problem. If it's just a little coffee spilled, that's no problem. I'm just a little dissatisfied with the attitude of these 2 people. They are so arrogant and don't take others seriously. I really want to be taught a lesson." Did you hear that? Your own companion said everything is fine, what else do you want? Besides, we've already apologized. If you apologize, do we have to accept it? I asked back. This question stunned the other party. After a moment, the man said with a sullen face, "If you want to accept it, then accept it. If you don't want to accept it, then don't accept it. It has nothing to do with us. Now take your dirty hands off me and don't stop me from leaving. I have no intention of letting go." This small conflict immediately attracted the attention of other people in the store. The coffee shop staff also ran over quickly, ready to mediate the conflict between the two parties. After seeing more and more people paying attention to them, the two men became more arrogant. I looked down and found that the coffee had spread on Zhao Jing's suit and shirt, leaving a large mottled stain. It seemed that he could no longer wear it. I said coldly, "Apologize. If I don't see your sincerity, don't even think about leaving." "What if I don't?" The man smiled proudly. I was too lazy to talk to him anymore, so I just picked up my cup of coffee and poured it into Mansday's face. The barely drank coffee spilled all over the man. He immediately looked at me in astonishment, and then shouted loudly and angrily. Chapter 39. Do you have any objections? Then go talk to my lawyer. The man flew into a rage. This is because the coffee is still warm and will cause a slight pain when it comes into contact with the skin. Even if it's not very painful, it will still be somewhat uncomfortable. What's more important is that having coffee poured directly on your face is a particularly insulting act, especially when there are many people in the coffee shop at that time. This was almost a slap in his face in public. "Asshole, I'll kill you." The man roared and ran towards me in a hurry. He waved his fists and made movements, looking extremely crazy. Seeing this, Zhao Jing stood up and stood in front of me without hesitation. For a moment, two men whose clothes were also stained by coffee were entangled with each other in the coffee shop. Suddenly, the man's companion walked quickly towards us, and I saw him pick up a coffee cup from one of the tables and hold it tightly in his hand. It seemed that he was going to hit Zhao Jing directly as he was struggling with his companions. Seeing this scene, I naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Seeing the man walking up behind Zhao Jing and preparing to hit him, I stretched out my leg and kicked him in the stomach. The other party was caught off guard and took several steps back due to the pain in his abdomen. This man looked more ferocious than his companions, with a completely bald head and an uneven surface. Coupled with that slightly ugly face, their whole person is hard to accept. His sneak attack from behind was even more despicable than that of his companions. I stood up and looked down at the bald man. He leaned over, holding his belly, and looked at me viciously. "Damn you, you actually dared to hit me. Do you know who I am? I will make sure you pay for it." I narrowed my eyes. "If your strength is as tough as your words, then I don't mind seeing what you can do." The bald man gritted his teeth, stood up and walked towards me quickly again. It seems that he intends to avenge this immediately. But just as he was about to rush in front of me, several figures quickly rushed in front of us. This group of uniformed men stood between me and the bald man. Only then did I notice that these people were employees of the coffee shop. Several people stopped the bald man and I and prevented us from continuing our fight. At the same time, more people rushed over and forcibly separated Zhao Jing from the other person. Even after being dragged away, the man was still cursing loudly and waving his fists, and his behavior accidentally injured thousands of staff members. What's going on? Are you blind and don't you see that it was their people who started it first? The bald man was stopped by several people. He couldn't move forward and started cursing. The staff looked at each other in confusion, but still firmly stopped them. Sir, please calm down and don't cause any trouble in the coffee shop. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to deal with any losses. A middle-aged man came out. He first looked at the bald man and his companions, then at Zhao Jing, and finally looked at me. He said, "Let me introduce myself first. I am the manager of this coffee shop." Manager, huh? You came just in time. They splashed our coffee first, and then he kicked me. I'm sure everyone else in the store saw it clearly. The bald man pointed his finger at me, directly at me. I sneered, "Weren't you the one who was rude first, and then you planned to attack me from behind? It's really ridiculous." He is quite good at putting the blame on others. The bald man suddenly felt a little unconvinced. You don't have to say anything more. I saw everything that happened just now. As soon as the store manager opened his mouth, the bald man's expression turned ugly, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes when he looked at me. I have no doubt that if there was no one else here he would have come straight at me. I have no control over what the conflict is about, but this is in a store and you can't cause trouble. It's as simple as that. If you still want to take action, I don't mind calling the police and letting them negotiate. What do you think? After saying that, the store manager looked at me and the bald guy separately. I turned my head to look at Zhao Jing. He just stood up for me without caring about the danger, and ended up wrestling with that man, and got punched in the face several times in just 2 or 3 minutes. There are some bruises near the corners of the eyes. I haven't seen any other injuries yet. I waved to Zhao Jing, motioning him to come to my side, and then observed him carefully. Are there any other injuries? Zhao Jing shook his head. I continued to ask, did you hold back just now? Zhao Jing was a little embarrassed, but finally nodded in acknowledgement. He sighed and said, Boss Lin, there's no need to make a big fuss with them. It will have a bad impact on us. I don't care about what the impact is, I just know that my people are hurt. And it was because of me. Are you worried that you might get into trouble if you hurt him? This question stumped Zhao Jing. I know that fights still occur from time to time in recent years, but they are always classified as mutual fights. In the end, neither side gained anything. As a deputy director of the company, Zhao Jing was even more reluctant to make a big deal out of it. I turned my head to look at the bald man and the man. Unlike Zhao Jing, who was already feeling unwell in many places, there was nothing wrong with the other person. I sighed helplessly. Without caring what others thought, he directly dialed Li Ji's number. Contact a lawyer and come over. I'll be waiting for you in the coffee shop downstairs in the office building. After listening to my phone call, the store manager's expression became complicated. The bald man was dressed like gangsters and his behavior did not seem like that of a serious person. But Zhao Jing and I are different. A formal suit is enough to show that we are office workers. Even if the store manager couldn't guess that Zhao Jing and I came from the Lin Group, he should know that offending me would be more troublesome than offending others. He took the initiative to walk over to my side and tried to comfort me. It's just a misunderstanding, why don't we just let it go? It will be bad for everyone if the matter gets out of hand. It's good to make a big fuss, and it's even better to make a big fuss. The bald man looked at me with a sneer, as if he was gloating. His male companion also teased nonchalantly, yeah, it's good to make a big fuss. Don't we have to hire a lawyer to deal with us? I want to see what kind of lawyer a person like you can hire. I don't believe that lawyer can do anything to me. I spread my hands to the store manager and said, you can see it too. It's not that I don't want to reconcile. It's just that their attitude is a little too arrogant. Then I said to them, I know you have objections, so prepare to talk to my lawyer. I will give you a satisfactory answer. I motioned Zhao Jing to sit down and wait quietly. A few minutes later, Li Ji and a few others walked into the cafe. When I looked over, I saw that the person who came was not a lawyer. He directly brought a few security personnel from the company over. As the security personnel of the Lin Group, all of these people are tall and strong. Some of them have practiced martial arts for many years, while others are retired special forces soldiers. There is a strong sense of oppression just standing there.